This is good because I don't know when we actually go on YouTube, so I can look really stupid. Like maybe I'm already on YouTube and I just look like an even bigger moron than I already am. All right, we've started. This is the David Feldman Show. I have to wipe my computer clean in order to, do all the technical stuff. So we're going to start the show old school. Here we go. We haven't started yet. I haven't hit record on the podcast yet. Okay, now I'm hitting record, and everything that you just saw doesn't count. Now the show starts in 3, 2, 1.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. To tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Thank you so much, Professor Mike Steinel. He's not with us this week. He's doing what normal people do, and that is he's taking a vacation. Imagine that. Here's the worst sentence ever uttered by a husband to a wife. It's for my prostate, and you should have knocked. I think that's probably the worst sentence ever uttered to a wife by a husband. It's for my prostate, and you should have knocked. Use your imagination. I'm just going to keep saying that over and over again. That's now locked in my head for the remainder of the show. It's for my prostate, and you should have knocked first. Should have knocked first, maybe? Yeah, I think that's better. Hi, welcome to the mop-up for December 23rd. Jesus. December 23rd, 2021. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan, where the temperature is 35 degrees and partly sunny or partly cloudy. It's cloudy and sunny. It's clowny outside with a slight chance of seltzer down your pants. Dan Frankenberger is taking the night off, so I'm flying solo here. It's all Dan Frankenberger's fault. Coming up in about 50 minutes, we will be talking about the Kennedy assassination and the Bush family and their ties to the Kennedy assassination. So you might want to come back in about 55 minutes. Christmas Eve is tomorrow night. And Christmas is a lot like climate change because it takes the mind of a child to believe it's not completely man-made. We're doing office hours on Christmas Eve this Friday, every Friday night at 8 p.m., so please join me. I haven't decided what script we'll be doing a table read of. We did a table read of The Soup Nazi. I'm going to check with some people. I'm leaning towards The Godfather. I have a PDF of The Godfather script, and I'm thinking it might be fun in office hours to hand out the PDF of The Godfather to everybody who shows up, and we ring in Christmas by performing The Godfather. I've always wanted to play Connie. Well, there's some positive. Anyway, go to my website and sign up for office hours. Meet better people, meet a better class of people. Come to office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. I'm there for the first hour. And then if we're going to start doing table reads of scripts, we'll budget some time for that, probably around midnight. But we have a lot of fun. We see episodes of The Twilight Zone, documentaries, there are classes, lectures. Check it out. If you're alone on Christmas Eve, you won't be if you come to office hours this Friday night at 8 p.m. And New Year's Eve, we're also going to ring in the new year. Go to my website to sign up. It doesn't cost you anything except your soul, and you need Zoom. Well, some positive news on the COVID front. Reports are coming out of South Africa and Great Britain that indicate while Omicron is way more infectious than Delta, its symptoms seem to be significantly milder. South Africa also reports Omicron has pretty much peaked, and the speed at which it's spread is almost commensurate to the speed at which it has stopped spreading. It's stopping, it seems, in South Africa as quickly as it started. So that might be good news. Pfizer has begun shipping a therapeutic for people who have tested positive for the virus. And when taken immediately, kind of like Tamiflu, it seems to lessen the severity of the disease. It won't be until August of 2022 when America will be fully stocked with this new therapeutic. Maybe some good news there. Meanwhile, Joe Biden announced that the United States government is purchasing 500 million home COVID tests, which you can get free. I don't think they have quite figured out how they're going to hand it out, but I'll talk about that in a second. Right now, home testing is free. You just have to be reimbursed by your insurance company. See, this is why they can't stop the spread. I have a home test, and I've been told, well, if you kept your receipt, it's $25 for 2 tests. Who can afford that? And so now I must find the receipt. And because I'm lucky enough to have health insurance, I'm told I should send it to Anthem Blue Cross, and they will reimburse me if the receipt checks out. And if I find it, what are the odds that you think I'm going to get reimbursed for my home tests? Each test is $12.50. That's how you stop the spread of COVID, by making sure that people have to spend $12.50 for a test. Jen Psaki, the White House press spokesman, formerly of WestExec, they're a lobbying firm for weapons manufacturers. Jen Psaki, the spokesperson for the White House, condescendingly asked last month, well, what do you expect the government to do? Mail everyone a COVID test? Yeah, exactly. That's what I expect my government to do. We're the richest country on earth. How hard would it be for the post office to drop off home COVID tests once a week to everybody? Because it really is about testing, more so than the vaccines and the therapeutics. Politically as well, it should be about testing, and then staying home. Even the right wing could get on board home testing. They love homeschooling. They love teaching to the test. Tests are about personal responsibility. It would be hard for the right wing. It would be hard for McConnell and Rand Paul to be against a massive expenditure when it comes to home testing. But there's more money in vaccines and way more money in therapeutics than there is in home testing. I mean, it's only $12.50 for a test. And right now, the insurance companies are in on it, right? They get a cut because they have to reimburse you. And then they get something in return from the government, either a tax write-off or a subsidy for reimbursing you for your home test, and they lie, and they're going to claim that David Feldman got reimbursed for his home test, and then the government will reimburse Aetna, even though they didn't have to pay me $25. And we all know this. We all know that it's a scam, and that's why America hates Joe Biden. America hates Joe Biden. We warned you back in February and March of 2020 how this was going to go. We warned you that it had to be Bernie, then Elizabeth Warren, not Joe Biden. Nobody likes Joe Biden. Nobody likes our vice president. He's always thinking what's in it for his family, and not an original thought in that fevered brain. You buy 500 million home tests and you save the post office at the same time. You want a home test? Go to the post office. That's how you solve COVID. The post office should just hand out home tests. Maybe you stand in line for 5 minutes to get a free one, or sell them like a stamp, charge $1. So there's some monetary value. So there's something in it for the post office, which is sacred. You can save lives and the post office by allowing the post office to be the recipient of these 500 million home tests. And you want to get tested, you go to the post office. But that's not part of Joe Biden's plan to save the post office. Anyway, I'll talk about how America hates him in a second. Some breaking news. Kim Potter, the 49-year-old Minnesota police officer, white, who mistook her taser for a gun and killed 20-year-old African-American Daunte Wright after pulling him over because he was driving with an air freshener dangling from his rearview mirror. She, today, was convicted on 2 counts of manslaughter. Christmas trees are big business in Oregon. Oregon is America's largest provider of Christmas trees, but thanks to climate change, not much. That won't be much longer. This year's heat dome back in June brought in temperatures approaching 100 degrees, and that resulted in a much smaller crop of Christmas trees. Oregon farmers who make their living selling Christmas trees told The Guardian that they are considering new crops and expect the Christmas tree industry to move north to British Columbia because of climate change. Well, like I said, America hates Joe Biden. No, seriously. I know you heard it here first, that, because we hate Joe Biden. I voted for him, but I know you think, well, the show hates Joe Biden, but certainly the American people aren't smart enough to hate Joe Biden. No, America hates Joe Biden. They hated Joe Biden when they voted for him. They wanted Bernie. They didn't want Joe Biden. The 2 people in the White House right now, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, are the 2 people the American people wanted the least to be in the Oval Office. Of all the candidates running in 2020, these are the 2 that the Democrats who vote in the primaries didn't want. And it's, we told you this was going to happen. I told you so. I told you so. According to a new Washington Post ABC poll, the Democrats can now expect to lose both the House and the Senate next year by the largest margin in 40 years. That's how despised these Democrats are. In terms of popular vote, people who turn out for the midterms, next year's midterms going into 2022, the Democrats are expected to get wiped out at a record level in terms of the popular vote. Now, there'll be safe seats for Democrats thanks to gerrymandering. But in terms of popular vote, it's looking like this is the most unpopular Democratic Party in 40 years, which kind of makes sense because this is the worst Democratic Party in my lifetime. Therefore, it is the most unpopular Democratic Party in 40 years. There's a direct correlation between your failure to deliver what you're supposedly standing for and how the American people respond. We're not idiots. We're not. 31% of Americans believe Joe Biden has kept his campaign promises. You know, raising the minimum wage to $15, addressing student debt. This week, he extended the moratorium on paying back your student loans. Thank you. So now you get 3 extra months. 31% of Americans believe Joe Biden has kept his campaign promise. 69% of Americans think Joe Biden is a liar. 69% of Americans believe Joe Biden is a liar. 70% of Americans say the economy is in horrible shape. And a vast majority disagree with Joe Manchin. They want Build Back Better. A vast majority want Build Back Better. And they know that it's not Joe Manchin who's holding it back. Only Joe Manchin, right? So when it comes to the economy right now, when you poll Americans on how they think the economy is doing and how they think Joe Biden is doing in terms of, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? That question, how has Joe Biden been for you financially? Joe Biden is scoring 6 points lower on that question than Donald Trump ever did, right? Americans think Joe Biden has made them worse off than Donald Trump at his lowest point. When it comes to who Americans think can do a better job on the economy, Joe Biden is coming in 6 points lower right now than Donald Trump ever did. Ever. Now, I voted for Biden. I did. I wanted Bernie. I held my nose and voted for Biden because I fart in the booth. No, I held my nose and voted for Biden, but he was handed the presidency. He did not earn it. He's exactly like Hunter Biden, and this is why Hunter Biden is a crack addict. He's had everything handed to him. You know, you pick up a phone, you make a call for Hunter, and he gets into Yale Law School. He needs a job, you pick up the phone, you make a call to Burisma. Like father, like son. And Joe Biden was handed the presidency. He didn't earn it. You know, there's this filtration process that he circumvented when it looked like it was going to be Bernie. The Democratic establishment gathered together, they looked around, and they handed Joe Biden the keys, even though they knew he doesn't know how to drive and doesn't care that he doesn't know how to drive because this isn't his car. This is the worst Democratic Party of my lifetime. The worst. They do not stand for the working poor or the poor. They do not care about the 99%. That's why this is the most unpopular Democratic Party in my lifetime. The most unpopular Democratic Party in my lifetime. There are no consequences for the people who run the Democratic Party. Pelosi lost the speakership in 2010. You don't get to be speaker again. You know, the Republicans, they go through speakers. They got rid of Gingrich. Gingrich didn't do well in the 1998 midterms. They got rid of him. They got rid of Boehner. They got rid of Paul Ryan. They get rid of their leadership when they don't deliver, not the Democrats. There are no consequences for Steny Hoyer or Pelosi. She lost her speakership in 2010. And after that, you're supposed to clean house. But instead, this is a sclerotic party run by aging white millionaires with one foot in their grave and the other foot in our grave. The GOP is a lot worse. I'm not going to go become a Republican. I'm not going to make that move, although I'm going to talk about this in a second. I'm going to stay in the Democratic Party and fight. But there is, as Ralph Nader calls it, a left-right alliance. You know, I hear a lot of talk coming out of the GOP. Few people in the GOP, not all, but there are some GOP members of Congress. GOP isn't some monolithic entity. There are, believe it or not, I mean, they're horrible people, but there are intellectual, philosophical undergirdings to these horrible people that I think we might be able to tap into. There are some GOP members of Congress who talk loud about breaking up big tech. They talk loud about breaking up big corporations and cracking down on Wall Street. There are a lot of Republicans in Congress who hate the Ivy Leaguers and call them what they are, elitists. There is a strain of populism in the Republican Party. Some of it isn't so misguided. Now, we know that Trump's populism coming from the right is a front for fascism, that it's not really committed to the 99%. We know that. We know that the right-wing form of populism appeals to the masses in a very ignorant way. It preys on their rage, their disappointment, and offers them nothing in terms of material goods. It's all about lowering taxes for the very same people they purport to hate, the wealthy. This is a form of populism that services the richest 1%. And they play tricks using the evangelicals and, of course, demonizing people of color and then abortion. But that being said, we know that. But there are some Republicans in Congress, some, who voted for Trump, and they have a healthy contempt for Wall Street, big tech, corporate America. They're anti-monopolists. They have a healthy contempt for elitists from the top schools, what are called the top schools, and even elitists from the richest 1%. They demonize the billionaires. There are some Republicans who demonize the billionaires, not just for political expediency. They honestly believe that. The Democrats, on the other hand, refuse to harness that contempt, except for Bernie, except for the squad. There are very few Democrats who will harness the contempt that Republicans feel for the richest 1%, for the elitists, because, as we know, the Democratic Party is a party that is ruled by elitists. For years, I was so naive, and I would say things like, I can't believe that Democrats are called elitists. The Republicans are all about wealth and Wall Street. No, the Democrats are completely ruled by Wall Street and the hyper-educated, and they are elitists. They are elitists. There's a handful of Democrats who aren't. I'm talking about the leadership. They start off, some of them like the Obamas and Hillary was rich, but Bill, they start off poor. They get some kind of elitist education. And so they start feeling that they're better than others and they're entitled to make more because they're better. And that morphs into a financial elitism. That's why Barack Obama thinks he's better than you, because he is in some ways. He didn't need to take federal funding to run for president. Wall Street loves him, and he loves Wall Street. We need a Democratic Party, and it's probably not the Democratic Party. We need a party that represents the poor and the working poor, period. That's it. I'm asking for a dialectic here. I'm not talking about a massive revolution where rich people are rounded up and placed in re-education camps, just their children. I just want their children in the re-education camps. I'm not talking about taking rich people and locking them up, but they should be afraid at the very least. There was a time when rich people were afraid to behave this way because there was a dialectic. You had a Democratic Party, deeply flawed, but they were menacing to the economic royalists, as FDR called them. The Democratic Party is supposed to be that party. It used to be the party that represented the poor and the racists. That was the Democratic Party. Southern racists who cared about the poor. That's kind of like what the GOP is right now. And there's a part of me that's wondering if the GOP is the Democratic Party that I now miss. Stupid racists who care about the poor or purport to care about the poor. I know that's not what the Republican Party is, but it might have the potential to become something like that. The GOP right now has branded itself as the party for the non-elitists. It makes me wonder if there's opportunity in the Republican Party right now, except for the racism, except for abortion, LGBTQ issues, love of guns, the fetishization of the police and the military, and of course the stupidity, the anti-intellectualism. There might be more of a home for me inside the GOP, and the anti-Semitism. That's also a problem there. And the book learning. They have a problem with, I don't know. I'm just thinking there isn't a home for the it's a Potemkin village. The Democratic Party is a Potemkin village for people who care about the 99%. Now, what if the GOP was ripe for a takeover? What if you can't take over the Democratic Party? What if Bernie switched? He's not a Democrat. He caucuses with the Democratic Party. What if he decided to caucus with the GOP? They would take him, I guess, reluctantly, maybe not. But what if Bernie flooded the GOP with millions of leftists? What if we all just registered as Republicans? And when you have kids or you're in love or you have a dog, you reward good behavior, right? What if the leftists flooded the GOP and rewarded the GOP's good behavior, their anti-elitist rants and their hatred and contempt for Facebook and Google and Apple and Ivy League schools? What if we rewarded that good behavior and just kind of dismissed the racism and their wish for a Christian nation, which, I've asked people on the show, okay, Trump, the Republicans take over. What's the danger here? And they say fascism. I go, okay, I'm scared. And what does that fascism look like? And the answer I get mostly is a Christian nation, ruled a theocracy. Okay, that sounds pretty scary. But what if we all became Republicans and tamped down the impulse to create a theocracy and just went with this populism that Trump has harnessed, right? Trump harnessed this populism. And a lot of disenfranchised Americans said they voted for Trump, but could have easily voted for Bernie, right? That wrecking ball mentality, that's not nihilism or nihilism. That's, we need a wrecking ball. We need a metaphorical wrecking ball. And that we had Trump and we had Bernie, but the Democrats went with Clinton and Biden. And the desire for that wrecking ball has become more pronounced. And the GOP horrible party, crypto fascists, violent. What if the left flooded the GOP? I think there's a lot of anger we can tap into, mold, and shape, and actually prevent the GOP from morphing into this fascist theocracy. Because the Democrats, I don't really mean this, I'm just spitballing here, because the Democrats, and I will, sometime along in 2022 tell myself to vote for Democrats, but the Democratic Party is too lousy with self-satisfied opportunists who go into politics because they enjoy politics, not because they want to govern. They don't want to collect the garbage. They don't want to make sure that the lights stay on. They love politics. They love the game of politics because they're competitive. They like the competition. They don't want to do any good in this world. You look at the San Francisco Democratic machine that gave us Gavin Newsom, our Vice President Kamala Harris, and Nancy Pelosi. You think they care about doing good in this world? You think they give a shit about the 99%? They're competitive. They're creatures of competition. And San Francisco, you have to be a Democrat to win in San Francisco, just as long as you don't and you'll win just as long as you don't screw over the landlords and the richest 1% and big tech and don't take care of the poor. Just as long as you're good on abortion, LGBTQ issues, that kind of stuff. The Democratic Party is run by people who don't want to govern. They don't. That's why Pelosi could lose the speakership in 2010 and get it back in 2018, 2019, because she can wait, be minority leader. She doesn't want to govern. She just wants to spread money around. Biden, Pelosi, Schumer, Clintons, Kamala Harris, the Obamas, all they do is posture. They stand for nothing. And the thing that is appealing about the Republicans, they are stupid, but they believe in something. Everything they believe in is completely wrong, but they believe in something. The Democrats don't believe in anything. That's why it's the worst Democratic Party in my lifetime, and that's why it's polling at its lowest level in my lifetime. They stand for nothing. They offer nothing. They fight for nothing other than feathering their own nest. They'll fight for they'll fight for the bipartisan infrastructure bill because that's a love letter to all the construction companies and the telecommunication companies, but actually helping the poor. They don't stand for that. They can't stand the poor. Republicans, they believe in something. They're believers. I like true believers. Yeah, the Republicans believe the Bible. All right, they're stupid, but they believe. I think the left might find a more inviting home over there if Bernie, like Moses, led us out of this democratic Egypt into a promised land that we would then fight for. I mean, we would have to, break the walls of Jericho. And this is a really bad analogy, but, I think the Republican Party is like Israel. I'm not going to make that joke. I'm not going to do it. Okay. There are conversations that we could have with Republicans that we wouldn't win, but we would win people over. Roger Stone, right? Certifiable, one of the most twisted people ever to enter politics. Roger Stone should be in prison. He said things to my friend Randy Credico that were supposed to, witness tampering. He got pardoned by Trump. Horrible human being. Since Nixon, he's been a horrible human being. He is desperate right now, and he's broke. Partly broke from all the legal fees. Now it's the January 6th insurrection, and he's fighting subpoenas from the Democrats in Congress to testify. He is desperate and he's broke from the legal fees, and he's selling NFTs, whatever that means, and autographed photos of himself, and he's making nothing. He's broke. And I read an interview with him this week, and he said, he was right out in the open, and he said, I'm partly broke from my legal fees. But more importantly, this is what Roger Stone said. He says, my wife has cancer. This is what Roger Stone, Republican, openly stated. And I quote, cancer therapies not covered by insurance for my wife are also not inexpensive. He said, I'm going broke from the legal fees and because the insurance companies won't cover the cancer therapies for my wife. Now, you could have a conversation with Roger Stone about Medicare for all. He's a lunatic and he wouldn't agree with you because he thinks there's money to be made from the health insurance companies. He's irredeemable. But having that conversation, if we were in the Republican Party, having that conversation with him would energize the populists to think, maybe Medicare for all would work. And we could encourage them to storm Aetna instead of the Capitol. See, there are people in the Republican Party who are demagogues, who are firebrands, who could get people, true believers, energized to storm the richest 1%, not physically, politically, to storm Aetna, Humana, our entire healthcare industry. I could see being a Republican, going to CPAC and saying to Roger Stone, your wife has cancer and the insurance companies are killing her. You admit that openly. Imagine that conversation at CPAC. There's raw anger at CPAC. There's no raw anger in the Democratic Party. That's the problem. There's no anger. When they go low, we're supposed to go high. No, we should go lower. Raw anger is what gets people to vote. You don't vote. This is what Clinton used to say. You can't vote your fears. You got to vote your hopes. No, you vote your fears and you vote your hatred. That's why, because we don't have mandatory voting in this country. You got to energize your base, and you're not going to energize your base with love. Nobody votes out of love. They vote out of self-interest and the bloodlust of destroying the opposition, getting Americans to hate someone, to scapegoat a group of people is what brings out the vote. And anybody who tells you that tells you the opposite, they don't need to win. Nancy Pelosi doesn't need to win. She has a safe seat. She's going to be either the speaker or the minority leader. Why make trouble? I got a good thing going here. My husband, Paul, is buying up $200 million worth of Amazon and Apple stock. Why make trouble? Anger, hatred is how you get into power. It's how you get elected. There is raw anger that the Democratic Party won't channel because it's raw anger towards who they are, the ruling elite, the hyper-educated, the millionaires. There's real anger in the Republican Party. That's, and rightly so. It should be leftly so. If it were leftly so, we'd have a good home in the Republican Party. The January 6th insurrectionists, they're a basket of deplorables, as the deplorable Hillary Clinton would call them. But they know their health insurance companies are killing them. Roger Stone, is supposed to go to prison because he stirred up the insurrectionists on the ellipse on January 6th. But what Roger Stone has in common with the people who stormed the Capitol is They know the insurance companies are killing their loved ones. You think Nancy Pelosi, you think if Paul Pelosi gets cancer, she has to worry about the health insurance companies? Again, I don't approve of what they did on January 6th. I don't. But at least they did something, and they did it out of righteous anger. They did. At least the Republican Party, the Republican Party showed up on the ellipse on January 6th. They showed up. Mo Brooks, Giuliani, Roger Stone, Trump. They showed up to fight. They were fighting for the wrong thing, but at least they fought for something. In January of 2017, when Trump was inaugurated, remember the Women's March? Remember that? Remember how all the women showed up? Where were the top Democrats? Where were the top Democrats? Because that march continued throughout the inauguration. They showed up for the inauguration because they believe in a peaceful transition of power, Pelosi, Schumer. But they didn't march in the streets with the women. They were too busy fundraising. They immediately left town to go to a big fundraiser. I'm not making that up. They cared more about fundraising than they did about the Women's March. At least the Republicans show up. They do something. Well, you know who's a Democrat? Tim Cook, which is why he met with Donald Trump when Trump was elected president. Tim Cook runs Apple, but he's a Democrat because, Apple is all about design and being stylish, and it's not stylish to be a Republican. Tim Cook, right? A group of Apple shareholders demanding more transparency from Apple when it comes to the use of slave labor in China, specifically the Uyghurs. They won a victory over management, over Tim Cook this week. The Securities and Exchange Commission was forced into this. They blocked Tim Cook, the head of Apple, from keeping secret internal reporting on Apple's use of forced labor to make our iPhones. Apparently, there have been some internal reports on Apple using forced labor, Uyghurs, Muslims in China, to make our iPhones, and they want to keep that secret. Well, the Securities and Exchange Commission said that shareholders were entitled to that information. See, publicly held companies are not run by the shareholders. They're run by the CEOs and the people who own the most shares. The Securities and Exchange Commission also ruled that Tim Cook must reveal to shareholders what kind of non-disclosure agreements Apple employs when they're settling workplace harassment and discrimination lawsuits. NDAs, remember Harvey Weinstein? He rapes you, he gives you some money, and then you sign an NDA. Shareholder activists also are going to find out what apps on iPhones Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, has removed from the Apple marketplace in China. See, what we can buy in America, you can't buy in China. Apps that the Chinese government thinks are unacceptable are removed from the Apple marketplace. And there are reports that apps, for example, that would assist in the reading of the Bible or the Quran have been removed from Apple's App Store in China. The Chinese government doesn't want people reading the Bible or the Quran on their iPhone. Meanwhile, Intel, the American chip maker, the big maker of semiconductors, they have apologized to China. They had to issue an apology to Chinese consumers because Intel publicly demanded that their chips not be made by Muslim Uyghurs working in forced labor camps. See, Intel made the mistake earlier this month sending a letter to its suppliers in China demanding that their chips not be made in forced labor camps. And the note triggered an angry response from the Chinese government. The lead singer of TF Boys, one of China's most popular boy bands, TF Boys, the lead singer announced that he and the band would sever all promotional ties with Intel, as well as the studio, the recording company behind TF Boys, the record label, said they're severing ties with Intel because of the note demanding that forced labor not be used to make Intel semiconductors. Here's what the Chinese Foreign Ministry said today. They said the so-called forced labor claim is totally fabricated by anti-China forces in the U.S. to harm China's reputation. The ministry said of Intel's apology to China for writing that letter. Intel has now apologized to Chinese consumers for demanding that their chips not be made by slaves. Intel said, we apologize for sticking our nose into Chinese politics, and we won't do it again. The ministry said of Intel's apology, quote, the products manufactured in, I can't pronounce, Xinjiang, where the Muslim Uyghurs are being held in detention centers. The products manufactured there are good quality, and companies will suffer a loss if they refuse to use Xinjiang produced products, unquote. So the Biden administration has been complaining that China is using forced labor to do things like picking cotton, which is exactly what the state of Texas does. The state of Texas uses its prisoners to pick cotton. But here's the difference between China's forced labor and America's forced labor in Texas. In Texas, the forced labor comes from prisoners who get paid zero. Texas pays prisoners zero to pick cotton. China pays its forced labor something. So I don't know about you, but I think, well, anyway, I'm not going to say that. Our friend Christian Smalls has enough signatures. American hero Christian Smalls announced this week that he has gathered enough signatures from Amazon workers to move forward with a vote on whether to unionize 4 Amazon fulfillment centers near JFK Airport here in New York City. Christian Smalls has created the Amazon Labor Union, created his own union. And in October of this year, he presented a petition to hold an election to the National Labor Relations Board. You have to gather up all these signatures from the workers, and it has to be 30%. If 30% of the workers at any business or warehouse or Starbucks, an individual Starbucks, if you can get 30% of the workers to sign a petition to hold a vote as to whether or not they want to go union, the NLRB will authorize an election, and Starbucks or Amazon, whatever, by law, they have to hold an election. Well, last October, 2 months ago, Amazon announced, well, actually, there are 5,000 workers at these fulfillment centers, not 3,000. So Christian Smalls, the founder of the Amazon Labor Union, went back out on the streets and gathered thousands more signatures. And there's going to be a vote. There's going to be a vote this year as to whether or not 4 Amazon fulfillment centers near JFK Airport will go union, thanks to Christian Smalls, who founded the Amazon Labor Union. If you remember, Christian's been on the show. He was fired from the Staten Island Fulfillment Center in, I guess, the spring of 2020. he was a manager there, and he complained to Amazon that people were getting sick. They need protective gear to handle COVID, and they pretty much fired him for asking for masks and tests at Amazon. Meanwhile, the NLRB, the National Labor Relations Board, is demanding that the Amazon warehouse in Bessemer, Alabama, remember that? Well, the NLRB is demanding new elections at that fulfillment center, that Amazon fulfillment center. The vote to go union was rejected by workers earlier this year, but the NLRB says there were irregularities on behalf of Amazon. Well, I've talked on the show about nationalizing corporations and or creating utilities. I've talked about the government owning 50%, 25% of a company, so it doesn't have to run the company. You know, we could have owned half of GM, but and still have it be a publicly traded corporation, and we didn't have to run it. You can own half of a company, but not run it. I've been talking about our government bailing out, when it bails out corporations, owning a piece of those corporations, enough of the corporation to have some kind of say in how that corporation treats its workers and the environment. This would reverse the trend of turning government services over to private interests. This is what has been going on for the past 40 years, taking government services and making them for profit and making them worse. That's what the right, that's what the neoliberals have succeeded in doing for the past 40 years. They want the post office. They want to privatize the post office under the lie that they can do it more efficiently, and they can't. They just want the post office because that they can create more money for themselves. And all the evidence is in that when you take government services and privatize them, they fail across the board. Corporations never do the work of government more efficiently. Eric Prince, private contractors fighting wars get anywhere between $100,000 and $125,000 a year. Anyway, I don't even want to get into that. I want to talk about water. I made a mistake on last week's show. I said Colombia had privatized its water, and it was Bolivia that did it. It was Bolivia and Bechtel, and I apologize. I made a mistake. It was not Colombia. I was thinking of Bolivia when I said it, but it came out as Colombia. Bolivia tried to privatize this water and made it illegal to collect rainwater. Well, it's been nearly 30 years since British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher sold Britain's largest water companies, the government's water companies, to private investors. So we talk a lot about nationalization. Well, water companies in Britain, at least the large ones, were once owned by the government. And thanks to Margaret Thatcher, the water companies in Britain were taken private, sold to investors, and now the results are in on water. Privatization of water, a public good, and sewage. Privatization of your toilet in Great Britain has led to greater pollution and higher prices. And it's also resulted in the creation of billions upon billions of debt for the water companies, debt incurred not for infrastructure, but to pay dividends to the investors. This is Russian oligarch shit. It really is. It's the same playbook that we forced Boris Yeltsin into when they sold off Soviet era services. This is how you get oligarchs. In 1989, Margaret Thatcher sold off Britain's major water companies. They were owned by the government. Since then, these water companies, which used to run a balanced budget, you would pay your water bill for water and your toilet. When it was run by the government, these water companies, they weren't perfect, but they had balanced budgets. But now they're privately held companies. And somehow over 30 years, they've incurred more than 60 billion pounds of debt, even though there was enough revenue from customers to maintain all the infrastructure, right? The Financial Times reported on this, I think it was this week. A new study indicates the water companies incurred close to $70 billion in debt to pay out dividends to shareholders and exorbitant salaries to the CEOs. So they took on debt, and instead of pouring that debt into making the pipes safer and not leaking, the company took on debt that was then paid out as dividends to the investors and enormous salaries. That's what happens when a water company once owned by the government is taken private. These newly created water companies started off completely debt-free 30 years ago. They had a cash flow. The water companies had liquidity. They had their liquidity from water. The customers were paying their water bills each month, and those bills were supposed to be used when you pay your bills to maintain the pipes, to make sure that your sewage is treated. But because the water companies are now an investment, because there are now shareholders, the management has to increase dividends and salaries. And the only way you can do that with a public good like water is to raise the price of water. But there's only so much you can charge for a public good. It's water. People need water. So you have to take on debt. And instead of using that debt for capital improvements, to make the water safer to drink, to make sure that the toilets flush properly, the borrowed money, they use the water company as collateral to borrow money and use the borrowed money to give to shareholders and the CEOs. The company now, these companies operated in the red, but it's okay. That's how you do business. Britain's somewhat more progressive Labour Party, depends on who's in charge, they have vowed to renationalize Britain's water supply. They claim that consumers pay 2.3 billion pounds a year extra for water just to service the debt on the loans taken out to pay the CEOs and the shareholders. Most of Britain's water companies are private. They're owned by private equity firms. Think Bain Capital, Mitt Romney. They are notorious. This is how private equity works. They are notorious for saddling newly purchased companies with billions of dollars in debt, which is used. The debt is not it's to pay the equity firms' owners dividends at the expense of workers, infrastructure, and of course, customers. It's at the expense of everybody but Mitt Romney, who runs Bain Capital. Bad guy. To service this unnecessary debt, it is estimated by the London School of Economics that every customer in Great Britain, everybody who uses water, pays an extra £53 a year for their water, just so the CEOs and the shareholders can turn the debt incurred into profits for themselves. That's just to service the debt taken on by private equity. That's how privatization works. That's how private equity works. It's how Bain killed Toys R Us. It's how private equity destroyed radio stations. Buy a company, take it private, borrow against the company that you just bought, use the company as collateral, then use the borrowed money not to improve the company, but rather to pay the new owners, then pay off the enormous debt that you've incurred by stripping the company of all its assets. You fire people, you sell the real estate, you strip it down to nothing. You raid the pension funds, you strip it down to nothing, and then you declare bankruptcy, like Toys R Us, and your Harvard-educated corporate lawyers come in, and it's, you have creditors, we'll pay you back pennies on the dollars. That's Bain Capital's business model. Buy a company, incur debt. It's a leveraged buyout. Incur debt, then pay off the debt by stripping the company you just bought of everything, including the pensions, the overfunded pensions. The customers suffer, the workers suffer, the shareholders even suffer because they declare bankruptcy and nobody gets paid back. It used to be illegal, but not anymore. It's pretty heinous. Hey, let me just see if my guests are. Is Russ Baker here? Russ Baker is not here yet. Okay, so we're waiting on Russ Baker, and it's Thatcher's. Margaret Thatcher minted billionaires around the same time that Yeltsin was minting billionaires in Russia. Same way. Take a public good, privatize it, and you end up as an oligarch. Maybe he is he in the, no, he's not here yet. Okay. Rating on Russ Baker. So the results are in. It's undeniable. This is when you privatize a public good like water, it turns to shit, literally. It literally turns to shit. Britain's spending on important water and sewage infrastructure has been cut in half. Wastewater, sewage management, they don't spend money. It's private enterprise, so they don't spend money on infrastructure. Consumers have seen a 31% increase in what they're charged for this water, but spending on maintaining the pipes, preventing leaks, it's decreased because these corporations only think quarter to quarter, and it's just pure greed. Customers in Britain, some have stopped paying their water bills after reports have surfaced that water companies are dumping raw sewage into British rivers and seas. That's how private companies treat a bare necessity like water. You need water. That's a good investment. Everybody's, no matter, economy can go up, economy can go down. You're always going to need to hydrate. You need toilets. You need waste to be disposed of properly. And it used to be the responsibility of the government. But Margaret Thatcher, a liar, promised that private firms could do it better. 30 years later, 72 billion pounds have been paid to private investors. And that money comes from debt. And then the cutting of costs on infrastructure results in the illegal dumping of human waste into Britain's seas and rivers. 84% of British rivers and seas are more polluted today than they were 30 years ago. Because these companies that went private, these water companies went private, and they have cut spending on infrastructure 50% in 30 years. They're spending less on infrastructure now than they did 30 years ago. Let us now go to New York City, I believe, where my old friend Russ Baker. It's really good to see this man. Are you there, Russ?
Good to see you, David. How are things?
Good, good. You are a real journalist, and I just want to remind people you're listening to the David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com, and office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. Spend Christmas and New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve with us on office hours. Well, one of my favorite sites is Who, What, Why, and Russ Baker is the founder of Who, What, Why. He's an award-winning investigative reporter, author of the best-selling History of the Bush Dynasty, Family of Secrets. And again, he is the founder, CEO, and editor-in-chief of Who, What, Why. Please welcome Russ Baker.
That's amazing. I didn't realize you had a live audience there. That's really, really cool.
Yeah, we do it out of Liberty University, so it's mask free and nobody. I'm kidding. We actually do have a virtual Zoom audience, and thank you for doing this, and thank you to Mila, our friend Mila, for inviting you. I want to talk about the Kennedy assassination, if you don't mind.
No, happy to.
Because they just did a document dump about a month ago. The Biden administration freed up some redacted, well, still redacted documents that they're keeping from us. And you've written about the Bush family extensively. It is the ultimate indictment of the Bush family. It's a masterpiece. And Family of Secrets, Bush Dynasty, Family of Secrets. People should buy this book. They're all part of this conspiracy. And you don't traffic in conspiracy theories. You taught at the Columbia School of Journalism. You know what real journalism is. And conspiracy theories have been given a bad name because of QAnon. Talk to me, if you can, how you see conspiracies, how you define a conspiracy.
Sure. Well, first of all, if you're a U.S. attorney or a district attorney or something, you're prosecuting conspiracies on a daily basis. Conspiracy, if you look it up, it's two or more people getting together to commit a crime. And I guess we could also probably expand that to say it might not even be officially considered a crime, but were the public to know about it, they might say, hey, that's a criminal type behavior. And so nothing sinister about the word conspiracy in terms of, maybe the action of a conspiracy is sinister, but not using the term. And then, of course, with the word theory, and theories are how we understand how things work, how we formulate our thinking. And so there's nothing sinister about using the word theory. However, when you use the words conspiracy with theory, you suddenly have a problem. Now, why is that? This goes back to I believe it was 1967, when the CIA put out an internal memo talking about relying on their assets in media to discourage what was then going on, was a kind of feverish questioning of the official story on the assassination of John F. Kennedy. And they didn't want this. And so they were saying they wanted to have book reviews and they wanted to see columnists and so forth all weighing in and sort of dismissing these quote unquote conspiracy theories. So they were already seeing an opportunity to suppress a healthy dialogue by formulating this sort of terminology. Now, that term in a pejorative context has been used over the years by the corporate media, I think to great effect, to damage people who asked questions. And what's very interesting, David, is that they got a boost with Donald Trump. And it's quite interesting because my book, Family of Secrets, which is a bestseller and which has continued to do extremely well. It's been out for
It's
10 years now. 10 years now. It's selling still quite briskly. But I was originally, when the book first came out, I was originally invited onto all kinds of shows, all the big media where this is terrific. What a great book. I had blurbs from Dan Rather, Bill Moyers, Gore Vidal, all sorts
Gore
of
Vidal. Let me sell your book for 1 second. Sell your book for 1 second. Gore Vidal, the great Gore Vidal, calls it one of the most important books of the past 10 years. Go buy Family of Secrets, and this is the Feldman guarantee. I do this on some books. If this book doesn't get smoke out of your ears, and it's, unfortunately, it's enjoyable. It shouldn't be, but I'll reimburse you for the book. That's my guarantee. Buy Family of Secrets, The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government, and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years by Russ Baker. Russ Baker teaches at the Columbia School of Journalism. This is real reporting. Buy this book. And if it doesn't blow you away, I'll reimburse you. Buy 10 copies of, if you have money, I don't ask you for much, buy 10 copies of Family of Secrets and give them to your libraries. Get this book into our libraries before they're all privatized. So again, it's as don't take this as an insult, Russ. Okay.
All right.
Family of Secrets is more fun than Kitty Kelly's book on the Bush family. I like Kitty Kelly because she's a fun read. I know that's an insult to you, but I'm trying to sell books here. It's a fun read. So there are, when money is concentrated, as it has always been, in the hands of the few, they conspire to fix prices. They conspire on planned obsolescence. They conspire on oil. And there are competing interests in the world and in the United States, and those interests form coalitions. So there's a conspiracy of Southern racists in the Democratic Party who will conspire with Lyndon Johnson to agree on, say, not a civil rights bill, but perhaps anyway, the point is, when you look at the Bush family and when you look at the Kennedy assassination, those are conspiracies. There's no question that people conspired out of self-interest, correct?
Yes. Well, and actually the missing piece here that you know about, and maybe the listeners don't all know, is that in my research of a number of years on the Bush family, I was fascinated. You mentioned Kitty Kelly. She mentions in her book, which came out earlier.
This is a great question. This is an unbelievable question about George Herbert Walker.
When Bush, that's the elder Bush, Bush 41, was asked in a TV interview, very benignly, they sort of said, "You've lived such an interesting life. What do you remember about, let's say, November 22, 1963? Where were you when you heard that he was shot? And what was your reaction?" And of course, we expected him to say, "Oh, I was here and I thought it was terrible." And instead he says, he just freezes. And then he says, I don't remember where I was. And first of all, it's amazing that anybody over the age of 5 or 10 at the time won't remember where they were.
The only person who doesn't know where he was when Kennedy was shot was Kennedy. That's the only person who can't remember.
So the amazing thing about this is he did say that, and that got me digging to find out why he would say that and where he was, because I was already researching him and the family, and I'd already seen a whole pattern of strange things that they were involved in, things they denied and so forth. And so I started digging into it. I had no position. I like a lot of people, maybe some of your listeners, I didn't know anything. I mean, if you just watch TV, you read traditional mainstream media, they all say the Warren Commission was right. Lee Harvey Oswald did it and acted alone. Nothing to see here, folks. Move along, move along. And so I really hadn't paid any attention to it. And I kind of had that noise, David, in the back of my mind that don't look into this thing, this kind of a messy thing. Who knows what those theories are about? But I did dig in, and I spent years digging into it. And what I discovered was that George Bush had a reason not to say where he was, and that I found out where he was, and I found out what he was doing. And this led me, because I had already been interested in the CIA going back to my days at the old Village Voice, where I did investigative reporting and I did cover stories about all kinds of CIA shenanigans domestically and abroad. And I thought, whoa, wait a minute, I better look at this more closely. And what I discovered was so jarring to me, so shocking. I think that probably more than else made Family of Secrets, and also made the media, which initially, as I say, all the NPR, PBS, Meet the Press and everything, they all couldn't wait to have me on. They all invited me. And my publisher and my publicist said, "You're going to be so busy with these interviews. You're going to be," and of course, this thing's going to be a super bestseller. Well, one after another, they began withdrawing their invitations. And we never found out what happened or who got to them, but somebody sure did.
Right. Go buy. Again, I will if this book doesn't make your head explode, I will reimburse you. That's the Feldman Guarantee. Family of Secrets by Russ Baker. The Bush Dynasty, the powerful forces that put
Well, that's
It's,
you now you're reading the hardcover
yeah,
title. The
yeah.
paperback is Family Secrets. What is it again? The America's Secret
Family
History
of
or something like
Secrets.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Family of Secrets.
Yeah.
Buy 10 copies of this book and give it to every library that you can. So, through the mists of time, people want to simplify history, and it's become, I think, a majority of Americans no longer believe that there was a conspiracy. A majority of Americans now believe Oswald acted alone, right?
No, majority of Americans believe we haven't gotten the truth. And that has been consistent all the way through. Every single poll has a majority, anywhere from, let's say, 2/3 up to above 3/4 believe we haven't gotten the whole story. People mostly disagree about what happened. Some people think that he was involved, along with others. People think that it was a mafia-driven plot.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole bunch of books that say that. Some people think this is an interesting one, David. What's been happening recently, and we're going to have an article about this out within probably next week, an analysis of the records release, and not just the records release, but also the media coverage of the records release, because what they do is even supposedly liberal left publications like The Guardian all staunchly support the Warren Commission. They all try to tell you, oh, this is all settled. It was settled a long time ago. He acted alone. Why would those kind of publications? And of course, actually, I mean, I like The Guardian, but, they've been very hostile to Julian Assange. They've been hostile to Jeremy Corbyn. They've been hostile to a lot of progressive things over there. So even something like The Guardian that people turn to as maybe the one place they think they can count on for breaking with the pack, doesn't really break with the pack that much, and certainly not that much anymore. But getting back to this issue, I think that connecting the dots between families that have that kind of power, like the Bushes, two Bush presidents, we almost, except for Donald Trump, we might have had a third Bush president. You got a fourth in the wings. He's a politician in Texas, Jeb's son. And there are more. There are still more. There are cousins who are involved in all sorts of things, interested in running for office. So, that's kind of like the dynasty that wants to keep coming back. And of course, the links that you see socially and economically between those families, their business partners through outfits like the investment banking firm of Brown Brothers Harriman. It goes way, way, way back in exerting unseen influence over U.S. policy in ways that personally benefited them. So the whole notion of the sort of revolving door and the collaboration of like-minded people, that's the real idea behind sort of conspiracy theory behind deep politics, deep state. That term was a legitimate term until, again, unfortunately, Trump ruined it. And what happened there, real quickly, David, is that Roger Stone, whom I don't agree with about anything, but I, for some weird reason, I've always maintained a sort of civil relationship with him, and he's talked to me and told me some interesting things over the years. He had gotten familiar with my book. He ended up writing his own book, criticizing the Bush family and also agreeing that the Kennedy assassination looks, from all the evidence that has been done by, say, the House Select Committee, by the Assassination Records Review Board, by Jim Garrison, the DA of New Orleans, other investigations almost all point to the probability that there was a conspiracy. All the evidence actually does point, even in the Warren Commission's own exhibits, David, which are not reflected in their report. In other words, they put out a report, but there's a much larger set of 26 volumes of stuff that was collected, FBI reports and interviews and so forth. And if you read that stuff, you go, holy cow, of course this was a conspiracy. That's what the witnesses themselves are pointing to. And, people are saying that they saw, smoke. People saw someone with a gun up on the grass. I mean, there's tons of these people with seriousness and credibility, sheriff's deputies, all kinds of people who saw things. And none of that is known to the public because of this kind of cordon sanitaire by these establishment media organizations. And that is why I wrote the book. That's also, by the way, why I started Family Who What Why, I don't know if we have any time to talk about it, but it's
Yeah, yeah, I will talk about that in a second.
Okay, sure.
Uh, so on December 15th, the National Archives released about 1,500 documents. These are regarding the Kennedy assassination. These are documents that Donald Trump promised to release and then got talked out of releasing them, held back. What do you want to see, and what was in this trove that
Well,
didn't get released?
yeah, the first thing you have to know is that anybody who works in any of these agencies is trained not to ever put anything down on paper that's going to be problematic. So you already know that, and it's funny because in Family of Secrets, I actually quote where George H.W. Bush was a young intelligence officer during the war. He was a naval intelligence pilot, and he wrote something, and they excoriated him for putting it down on paper. And they said, never, never, never put stuff down on paper. So you have to know that whatever you're going to get out of the CIA, the FBI, whatever, they always couch things. And so there's kind of almost like an oral history there where they know stuff, but they do not put it on paper that's ever going to see the light of day. The best thing about the documents dumps, when the documents get dumped, is they don't know how to sanitize everything. And so there are things that may look somewhat benign, let's say, to a young person responsible for clearing documents nowadays at the CIA, but we can put them together. It's called the mosaic effect. And it was cited at one point for not releasing records because they said other people could put these together and figure out what the heck is going on. We do that. And for example, with another records release a few years ago, we discovered a document and published about it, who, what, why, that the mayor of Dallas in 1963, who was involved with the parade route, Kennedy's motorcade and so forth, he was the brother of the deputy director of the CIA who had been fired by Kennedy and was furious, hated Kennedy. The brother was the mayor of Dallas, and we discovered that not only was his brother, the number two guy in the CIA, fired by Kennedy, but the mayor himself, who owned a dairy, and I kid you not, a dairy and convenience stores, was a CIA asset himself. This is in a document that was released.
When it sounds like the Dulles brothers, like a poor man's version of the Dulles brothers. When you see things in this trove, if the really wise people from the CIA know not to put anything in writing, does that make everything in writing suspect, a possible red herring planted by the CIA?
It's very complicated, and maybe some of your listeners would like to play this game, which is to read between the lines. I'll give you a quick example. A guy named George de Mohrenschildt, I write about extensively in Family of Secrets. George de Mohrenschildt was a Zelig-like character. He was connected to everybody. He was Lee Harvey Oswald's probably closest friend in the year leading up to the assassination. Very sinister guy, definitely connected to intelligence. He also was a friend of George Bush, and he was a friend of Jackie Kennedy. I kid you not. And this guy, there's a CIA document saying that the CIA met with him as he was moving out of Dallas prior to the assassination. And they described that they met with him and he made some claims to them that he was going to Haiti to do this and to do that. And I believe that document was itself a falsehood to cover the real reason that they met with him, although I suspect probably part of that was a cover that also happened in that conversation that took place between him and them. So it's very, very complicated to know how to read these things.
Right. I love America. I don't like the people running it, but this is my home, and you clean your home, you love it. I've stayed at Motel 6s for a week doing comedy, and it becomes my home. You clean it, you get an air freshener, and you start to love it. So I love America. It's like a Motel 6. Do these people, like the Bushes, think they're acting out of love of country or love of money?
Oh, they absolutely convince themselves that they are doing good, that they know what's best, and I have to say the Bush family actually, although I think they do like money, they were poor by comparison to most of the people whose interests they were serving. And I think their primary motivation was, in fact, power. and they love it. And it goes all the way back through the
So who,
forebears and so forth.
right. Who do they think they're protecting the country from?
Oh, I think this is the same thing that's going on now. There's a sense of the riffraff, and there's a sense of people who are not as educated as them, don't know what is good for the country. They have a very strong kind of Anglophilic orientation.
Right.
There are all these groups like the Newcomen Society, the Pilgrim Society, and so on, and they all brag about the fact that they are descended from various, English aristocracy and so forth. So I think they have a view, and this predominates in this country now. It's kind of denying the history of immigration. It's kind of denying the fact that this is a country that's always had waves of people. Now it's, maybe Latin America, but maybe if this country survives 50 years from now, it'll be waves from a completely different place. Maybe it'll be from the British Isles again, but they don't like it when people who are not like them are getting power or becoming more numerous.
Yeah, they always say never meet your heroes. I always say never meet your enemies. If you met George W. or Cheney, they would be charming, right?
Oh, very charming. They're very charming. Critical in politics, of course.
But genuinely, I think they're evil, but I think they're good people. You know what I'm saying? Is like that if they invited you over for dinner, they'd be wonderful hosts. They'd take interest in you. They'd ask about your family. They would write you a note. They'd send you a gift. They would remember your birthday. If your car broke down on the side of the road, like Ted Bundy, if he isn't in the mood to rape and kill you, he'll change your flat.
Absolutely. And some of the nastiest people I know are people whose thinking is like mine, but they're just not very nice people. So it's absolutely true. If you judge people on their decorum or their social behavior, you're missing the bigger picture.
Right. So I want to talk about I want to talk about your website in a second, but very quickly about the media. Have you found that the men who covered the Kennedy assassination, who were there in Dallas as journalists, went on to very successful careers? Like Robert McNeil was there. I think Peter Jennings was there. Dan Rather was there. That the people who were journalists and had an opportunity to stick their nose where it don't belong were rewarded by just shutting up. Is that it?
Well, David, I'm working on another book, and it is solely about the Kennedy assassination. I've been working on it for 10 years, hopefully only a couple more years on it. But I just spoke to Robert McNeil a couple of weeks ago. He was very gracious, a very gracious man. He wasn't curious about the Kennedy assassination. He believed Oswald did it. He hadn't looked into it. He hadn't really read much. And as he mentioned to me, his partner all those years on the McNeil-Lehrer report, Jim Lehrer, was also in Dallas. And you can go on and on and on.
I didn't know that.
It's unbelievable, the number of famous people who went to the top in journalism who were in Dallas. It's quite staggering statistically.
So what is that? What does that tell you? In order to make it in corporate-owned, CIA-controlled, government-controlled corporate media, what does that tell you?
I don't know what to conclude about that. I think with a more benign interpretation, it would be that weirdly, the very fact that they were there became something that burnished their resume. It's kind of like, I covered 9/11, when the buildings fell, I was down there. People say, wow, you were there, and I think that gives
I disagree with you.
Cachet.
I disagree with you. I think they showed a willingness to look into the abyss and blink. Like Dan Rather, they showed a willingness to take it just far enough, but not reveal the secrets.
Oh no, I don't disagree with you. There are two different issues. The other
I mean,
one
you
I
can
mentioned.
trust them. In other words, you could trust Robert McNeil.
Well, I think the fact that none of those people, and I'm fairly friendly with some of them, but I think the fact that none of them have ever spoken up, have ever showed an interest in this thing. I mean, my God, when you're there and something terrible happens, I think you really ought to take an interest in it and want to know what the story is. But they didn't. And you're right. The fact that they were there and they then went on to these careers and they never really made a point of saying, let's see what was going on here, is significant. Absolutely.
Somebody like Seymour Hersh, he pays a price, right? Somebody.
Well, Sy has always paid a price, but also the controversy around his work has also, benefited him, of course. Sy, as you know, is not a person who believed in the Kennedy assassination being a conspiracy. He wrote a book. He was more focused on the Kennedy brothers as being what's the right word, ladies' men or whatever, and some of the other stuff that didn't reflect too well on them. But I know Sy and I'm friendly with him. We've had some conversations and I've made the argument, and he has my book, and we were able, I think, to come to some sort of an accommodation on some of these issues.
But they tried to ruin The Secrets of Camelot, I believe.
Yeah. But it's not the Kennedy assassination that people have gone after him on. It's other things. But I think he's a great journalist and admire him. Everybody makes their own peace with these things. I mean, people like Howard Zinn and some others who are very courageous, Noam Chomsky, all sided with him being a lone nut on the Kennedy assassination. And I believe either they didn't know and they didn't want to look into it, or they felt that life was hard enough for them, being the brave people that they are, and they simply couldn't take everything on. I get the same thing where people believe that there's more to the 9/11 story and they want to know why I won't expose the truth there. Well, I don't know what the truth is. I think there are a lot of questions about what happened there and what we know, but I'm not willing to go where a lot of people go, where they have absolute certainty of what happened. The whole nature of being a good journalist is that you're totally agnostic about everything, and you refuse to take sides on anything or to make a statement or accept somebody else's statement until you have a chance to, in an incredibly detailed way, go through everything. And that takes years.
Right. You are a real journalist. Graduate. You went to Columbia School of Journalism?
I did, yeah.
You teach at Columbia School of Journalism?
I have, not currently, but I have in the past years, yeah.
And so this is the problem with the way Americans have been trained to read the news. When you ask questions about 9/11, when you point out the inconsistencies, people will say to you, what are you saying? What are you saying? To which I reply, No. What are you not saying? In other words, answer my questions. Explain why the bin Laden family was flown out. Like nobody was flying out on 9/11, but the bin Laden family. What are you saying by asking that question? What are you saying? What are you not saying by not answering that question? That's all journalism is. You don't have to have a grand unifying theory to explain the Kennedy assassination, contragate 9/11. Journalism is just raising questions that are not being answered. But the American people don't understand that. They think there's an agenda and you're trying to say something. No, you're trying to find out what people aren't saying. That's it.
Well, that's right. And when I call people to interview them, a lot of them say, "What's your angle? What do you think? What are you trying to get at?" And I try to say I'm agnostic. I know you've got another guest here. I want to let him.
You should do his show. I don't book his show, but I can sometimes. Professor Ben Burgis, do you know Russ Baker?
I do not.
Well, you should have him on the show.
He would
make a great guest for you. He really would.
Well, just to say, happy to do other shows, happy to talk about these issues. The main thing I wanted to say was when I so much as spoke about 9/11, just to say there were a lot of unanswered questions, I then was attacked on Wikipedia by unknown individuals. And to this very day, they attack me. They put in pejorative stuff, just simply saying that I spoke at a conference on that topic. And I can tell you that people will cancel me for that. That's the society that we live in. You really cannot ask questions about anything. But I understand now, because things have gotten so out of control over vaccines and COVID and everything else. Everything's all mixed together now. And so people, in the second anyone hears anything that is slightly off from the sort of PAC statement of the week, they immediately think, well, that person's got to be a nut or something like that. And this is very, very dangerous, because when you live in a society where orthodoxies dominate everything, and it's not possible to have a conversation and to wonder about things, we are indeed in real trouble. That's why I started Who, What, Why. Just move to wrap up here and let your guests go. I started whowhatwhy.org. It's a nonprofit news organization. We are deep diggers. We start in agnostic about everything. Very proud of that. And everything we do, no ads, no paywalls. Everything is just supported by the public. And we're eager to go into a new year and to tackle a lot of other exciting topics. We're always open to hearing from folks about anything they think we ought to be looking into.
Right. And you're covering what the mainstream media doesn't really cover, like the Pandora Papers, Ukraine, the myth of, well, I won't go that
Well,
far.
I would say we're
Well,
covering a lot of the same issues, but we're trying to look at them in a new way. We're
Yeah.
also looking at issues they won't cover. When we heard that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, our first question was, well, why would he do that?
Right.
And how was that possible with cameras there and close supervision, that he was even able to get those implements? The second you even asked that, the media immediately announced the government has determined that he killed himself, and that's the end of it. And none of them bothered to look. The only one that did actually was 60 Minutes of all, actually had a session where they questioned whether this story had been told. But that's what we do. We go in with true journalism and true agnosticism, and we will look at anything that seems important to us.
Citizen-supported journalism, no ads. There are no ads. No
Right.
ads.
Yeah.
Imagine that. No advertising. Russ Baker, how do people follow you on Twitter?
Oh, it's Real Russ Baker. That's my personal one. There's also one for Who, What, Why.
Go to whowhatwhy.org and donate. You know, if you have some extra cash, citizen-supported journalism, no advertising over at Who, What, Why. It doesn't get any purer than whowhatwhy.org. Go there, look at it, read it every day. And of course, Family of Secrets, buy it, please. Buy the book. And if you don't enjoy it, I'll reimburse you. Will you come back? There's so much to touch upon.
Oh, I always enjoy talking to you, David, anytime. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to pass Professor Ben Burgis your information. Joining us is Professor Ben Burgis. He is the host of Give Them an Argument, and he is author of a new book, Christopher Hitchens, on the life of Christopher Hitchens. It comes out in January. Ethan, who's coming up later, read the book and could not stop praising it. And where are you coming from today?
Michigan.
You're coming from Michigan.
Yeah.
I'm getting a little organized here, so stay with me for one quick second. The Kennedy assassination.
Okay.
Do you think there was a conspiracy?
Maybe. I mean, it's hard to say. I think that I find it a little implausible that, like, certainly on some kind of high level, like the CIA or, sort of forces deep within the government actually wanted Kennedy gone. I just don't think that he actually stood for anything that was very much of a threat to them.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not to say that it's out of the question that, I mean, on the lower levels, people talk about like the CIA and the mafia and the Cubans as if these are three different entities. And in practice, I think there's a lot of overlap. And, could you have had multiple people who, for whatever reason, they were conspiracy theorists, who, many right wingers hated Kennedy for various weird reasons. Could have wanted to kill him, maybe, right? I also think I'm not ready to rule out that like it actually could have just been Oswald. I have to say, I mean, I remember when I was like, I don't know, I guess I was 21 on 9/11. So sometime before that, right? Like thinking, watching the Oliver Stone JFK movie and thinking it's like, oh yeah, a lot of this looks like, it doesn't add up, the, magic bullet, all this stuff. And then I remember after 9/11, when I started seeing people who are 9/11 truthers, like real serious 9/11 truthers, who, people who said use a controlled demolition, stuff like this, and they give their
Right.
explanations. Um, it really struck me at the time. It was like, wait, what? You're a structural engineer now? I mean, like everybody's a
Right.
structural engineer now. Like that's
I
I
always,
don't.
I always love the people who say buildings that large don't fall that way. And I always ask, really, how many buildings that large have you seen fall?
Right, exactly. It's like based on my personal math, I don't think that's
Right.
how it's like, okay, come on, buddy. And then so like that kind of made me question what I thought earlier about the JFK case. It's like, okay, do I actually know more about ballistics than I do about structural engineering? No, I really don't, right? I'm not, so as far as the physical evidence goes, I'm a little agnostic about it, but I'm wary of jumping to the conclusion that's true. I will say, by the way, um, the one of my all-time favorite Christopher Hitchens lines
I was just going to ask you about that.
was when he said, like everyone of my generation, I can remember where I was the day that John F. Kennedy almost killed me, meaning the Bay of Pigs.
Right. So you are the author of Christopher. You're the author of Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong.
Or
And
not the Bay of Pigs, or the Cuban Missile Crisis, you know what I mean? But yeah, sorry.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, but actually, he almost killed us both. I mean, actually,
I
both.
mean, the Bay of Pigs, he should have gone further and just vetoed it happening at all. But I mean, I guess to be fair, he didn't, he didn't give the like insane right wing generals what they wanted there. But but the Cuban Missile Crisis is what he was talking about, and the joke does make more sense in that context. I messed it up, but anyway, I'm sorry, I interrupted your flow.
So the new book is Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters. He was a thinker, a writer, a pundit, a journalist, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Did he have unanswered questions about 9/11? Because he changed, 9/11 changed Christopher Hitchens. So did he have?
Yeah, I think no, right? I mean, I think he definitely assumed that 9/11, certainly as far as the sort of who did it and why question goes, right? I mean, I think he assumed that uh, it was it was Bin Laden, for all the reasons that we all normally think, and I don't think. I don't think that I don't think he would have come to the conclusions that he did politically if he didn't think that. Now, I will say that it doesn't necessarily work the other way around, right? I mean, just because you think that doesn't mean that you're going to come to those political conclusions. I mean, I thought that, and I still do. I mean, I still think that it's overwhelmingly likely, right? That it really was Al Qaeda and it really was all that, right?
Well, looking back,
but I mean, I was still very opposed to the war in Afghanistan, et cetera, because I always thought that like even if you believe that, that doesn't get you very far towards in the direction of saying that we should be bombing, invading, and occupying entire countries in response to this.
right. Let me just state up front, I'm not a 9/11 truther. I just feel there are unanswered questions that should just be answered.
Who was it that called you on September 10th and told you not to go to the towers, stuff like
APAC.
that?
APAC. I got a letter from APAC. Stay away from the towers. Not. I got to be careful these days. People don't understand sarcasm or irony or whatever it is. But if George Bush lied about Saddam Hussein,
Yeah.
knew that Saddam Hussein had nothing to do with 9/11. He knew there were no weapons of mass destruction. Maybe. He lied about Mullah Umar and the Taliban being behind 9/11. Why would he stop with 9/11? In other words, why do we assume he's telling the truth about who orchestrated 9/11? Why should we believe
I
him
certainly
there?
think that that the assumption that George W. Bush's honesty, I mean, if that were the only reason to think that it really was, Al Qaeda really was using planes, etc., then I would agree that would be a pretty lousy reason to think
Right.
so. I have to say, my inclination is to say that even completely suspending that premise, right? Say, okay, look, George W. Bush obviously would have no compunction whatsoever about being dishonest about this. Even suspending that assumption, is it still the simplest explanation that it probably, really was Al Qaeda, and it really was, for using planes, and it really was like most of the other things that, truthers will question? Yeah, I think it probably is. Like, there are presumably like lots of cases where, nobody's very confident about the honesty of governments, but like we still think, it's improbable that
Right.
that it's a big, like that something else happened, right? And I'll also say, like, one reason for that is, which again, sure, like I think people who got taken in by Bush's foreign policy, like Hitchens did, thought that, but I mean, Noam Chomsky has always been super dismissive of 9/11 trutherism too, right? And I think he probably has good reasons to, and he points out that that there's a sort of weird inference from, there's a government that has something to gain from it to they're the ones who did it. I mean, lots of people had something to gain from it, like lots of governments around the world, gained from it. But I mean, I also think that I wonder if they would have been able to successfully keep it secret for the last 20 years. I mean, not that they would try to, but whether they would actually succeed in doing it, right? I mean, if you think about how relatively few years
People
after
keep
the Gulf
secrets all the time. People keep secret. I think that's a myth. I think the mafia has proven that people will obey the vow of omerta.
I mean,
People
to a point. I mean, an awful lot of mafioso flip and tell the government everything, when they're arrested, and like certainly in the case of stuff that's made up to justify wars. I mean, like, not very many years between the Gulf of Tonkin and the Pentagon Papers, or the I mean, like, think about how much has come out about the maneuverings to cherry pick evidence about weapons of mass
Why
destruction.
did they keep?
Think about Snowden and Assange. Like I'm not saying that it's 100% certain that it would have come out, but I am not that confident in the ability of the ability of the American federal government to keep stuff secret.
I'm going to argue with you. You gave me an argument.
Sure.
Look at the price that Julian Assange is paying for this. Look at Chelsea Manning. Look at the price, the messaging. You spilled the secrets. There's a price to pay. I think we're pretty good at keeping secrets in this country. Harvey Weinstein, for example. It was in plain sight that he was a rapist.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody kept it secret because nobody wanted to be the one who went to the cops.
Was that everybody kept it a secret, or nobody went to cops? Those seem like pretty different claims to me.
It was
like it seems like there were an awful lot of people telling each other.
Look at Jeffrey Epstein. It was an open secret that something was going on, but nobody wanted to pass judgment. So you go to his apartment, you see a foot massage, something's up, doesn't smell right. But, he just donated all this money to Harvard. I better keep my mouth shut. People are
Yeah.
pretty good at keeping secrets.
I mean, that's an interesting example because, of course, he had the previous conviction for the same stuff many years before, and in between. Like if you read, do you remember that book, Game Change, about the 2008 election, which came out in what, like 2009, 2010, something like that. There's a line in there in that book, that just sort of offhandedly refers to
Is that-
rumors to rumors that Bill Clinton was flying around with this guy Jeffrey Epstein, and they said something or other about underage women. It was like 2 sentences in the book, but but I mean, it's in this incredibly popular book that came out.
that Heilman and
Yeah, that thing. Yeah,
well, Halperin, it turns out.
yeah, is
Me
himself.
too.
Yeah.
I mean, there's an example of Halperin, chronic sexual harasser, masturbator,
Sure.
writes a book and mentions Jeffrey Epstein, but he's got something to hide. He's
No,
going to
he does have something to hide, but he's still willing to spill the beans. But-
enough.
Okay, but
He doesn't want to
the
be-
point is that it's not very much of a secret when there's like an offhand reference to it in a bestseller, like 10 years before he's arrested.
So
I mean, obviously that's not the same as being brought to justice, but if we're talking about just keeping things secret, like nobody involved is talking, that seems like a very different thing.
Jeffrey, so can I pursue this with you?
I mean, I would say we have 10 minutes left, but yes. Sure.
Okay. So Jeffrey Epstein,
Mm-hmm.
I almost ended up going to his apartment because Woody Allen, he would throw dinners for Woody Allen. And a friend of mine who's a comic knew Jeffrey. Yeah. And he said, Jeffrey Epstein likes to create these salons for Woody.
Wow.
And he said, now I got to warn you, Jeffrey got into trouble, but no, he didn't know she was underage. And I remember looking him up in the New York Times. If you read the coverage in the New York Times of Jeffrey Epstein, in the lead up to it was like, yeah, he didn't know, he promised to, and everybody kept it secret. Ken Starr kept it secret.
So wait a second. It doesn't sound to me like you're describing things being kept secret. It sounds to me.
No. In there was two stories. There was the official story about Jeffrey Epstein, but the New York Times and people around Jeffrey Epstein spread, and that was he didn't know she was underage. It was a prostitute, but he didn't know she was underage, and that covered. Everybody kept it secret. Everybody.
Well, except of course the fact that there were these widespread rumors that even made it in, like I said, in passing into a best-selling book 10 years before he was arrested. So that sounds like a really lousy job to me of keeping anything a secret.
There are a lot of things that are out there but can't be proven.
Okay, right.
Look at Trump. Look at how people look at Donald Trump is not going to, you think he's going to go to prison?
I think that's a completely unrelated question to what we're talking about. What is it that you think's been kept secret about Trump? Not that he hasn't been brought to justice for, but what's been kept secret?
You can keep something secret by revealing everything. I'm not trying to be clever here.
I mean, I don't. Okay, that doesn't sound like a secret to me.
Well, hang on for 1 second.
Okay.
If you have a secret, and the Clintons taught me this, you do a document. You do a document dump, where you say, hey, I have nothing to hide. Here are 50,000 documents. And you have to pour through all these secrets, and the secrets end up contradicting one another. And the stuff with Trump is that if you do everything out in the open and there are no secrets, you can keep every secret. It's really hard
So I would say, all of Trump's dirty laundry and all of the things that you want him to be brought to justice for are all extremely a matter of public record. And
But
what
they've
you're
been
just what you're
politicized. But they've been
sure,
politicized.
sure, but that's a completely separate question. Whether something's been politicized, whether something's been presented in a way as to hope that fewer people notice it, whether somebody's been brought to justice and faced accountability for what they did. None of these things are even remotely the same question as whether they've been able to keep something secret. In other words, whether lots and lots of people aren't hearing from people who are involved in something about all of the gory details of it, which again in the Trump case is the case, in the Epstein case is the case, in the
Look at Russiagate. Look at Russiagate. What happened with Russiagate was there was a secret. We know that he was trying to court Putin. We know that he was laundering money for oligarchs. We know that. But you ask a lot of people on the left now, they're furious with Rachel Maddow for pursuing Russiagate. There was no there.
Okay. So I think we have had an argument about Russiagate before, and I think
but that's the point I'm making. I'm not arguing.
But we should wait to have one again until we've got 2 hours to spend doing it.
The point I'm making is that you can keep a secret. You can politicize a secret. People will
politicizing a secret and keeping a secret are completely different things.
No, you can keep a secret by politicizing it, by getting enough people to believe.
But even if for the sake of argument you're right about the Russia stuff, which by the way, for the record, is not my position, but even if for the sake of argument you were, then there's a huge difference between getting lots of people not to believe something's true and keeping something a secret. Those are just completely separate issues.
The secret loses its currency once it's
okay, that's fine, but it can lose its currency without being kept secret. And in the 9/11 case, for this to be true, that there was a big government conspiracy, that it was an inside job, whatever, it wouldn't be that people involved about it have told a bunch of people and we know a lot of details about it, but also lots of people don't believe those details because it's been politicized. That's not the sort of situation you'd be describing, right? The sort of situation you'd be describing is something being kept a much better secret than any of these cases you're talking about.
I believe, here's what I'm saying to you. I believe that that the CIA or whoever was behind the Kennedy assassination, whoever was behind 9/11, that if you do a document dump, the truth is contained within there. You don't need secrets. You don't need to keep a secret.
So where's the document dump with all the stuff about 9/11?
That's an issue. But what I'm saying,
this just seems irrelevant to the original conversation.
What I'm saying is that secrets can be kept by revealing everything, so nothing is true.
I mean, even if for the sake of argument, I accepted that was something that we should describe what you're describing, that we should call that keeping a secret. Even if I accepted that, I don't really see what it has to do with the original thing, because the sense in which that would count as keeping a secret would be very different from the sense in which, for example, the inside job 9/11 conspiracy would have been kept a secret for the last 20 years.
I think the information, as they say on the X-Files, the information's out there. Hey, quick question. What was FDR's reaction on December 7th, as he pronounced it? What do you think he thought on December 7th, 1941? What was his immediate reaction?
I have no idea. I expect you know more about this than I do.
He would have jumped up and down if he could. He wanted to go to war in Europe, correct?
Sure.
So, just wanted your reaction to that.
Well, I mean, I think that was covered earlier, right? That saying that somebody, who benefits is often a good first question for investigating something. But if you go from, here's a party that would benefit from something, therefore, they made it up or orchestrated in order to get that benefit, you end up in a lot of very strange places. For example, you end up believing some things that would probably be the opposite of what you think about, Pfizer and Moderna.
Mm-hmm. He used Pearl Harbor to go to war in Europe. Hitler declared war on America, but so what? We did that. If we had anyway. Listen, I'm going to give you this argument. It's Christmas. I'm feeling benevolent. I'm wrong. Let's ask Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld.
Yes, let's ask him, please.
You heard this, and
David, you're completely wrong.
Thank you.
Front, right, and center. Are you saying that we should not have gone to war in Europe?
No, I'm just saying that had we lost in Europe, we would have looked back and asked more questions about why the Pacific Fleet was so vulnerable on December 7th. And we would have looked at cables that went back and forth between Churchill and FDR saying, my hands are tied here. I can't get you the weapons you need. And Japan attacked us. Hitler didn't. So
By the
there's
way, about secrets.
yes.
I don't believe in secrets. And in all my years of practice, I've told this to people. A secret is something that you've told nobody else, not even your best friend, because your best friend probably has another best friend. And it's just going to be a daisy chain. And overnight, 1 million people are going to know it. Now, and just like with Epstein or with all of these scandals, lots of people know it. That doesn't necessarily mean that anybody is prompted to go to the authorities or thinks that they will be believed or thinks that they may suffer some consequence. But secrets are very, very rare in my experience.
Here's what is not a secret. Ben Burgis's book is a masterpiece. Blurb the book, Ethan.
I just read it over the last 2 days. It's fantastic. It's entertaining. It's illuminating, especially for someone who knows very little about philosophy like myself. It's a great primer on philosophy. It's not primer, is it? People say primer, but it's a primer. Whatever it is, it's fantastic. And it goes hither and yon. I learned about the Tsar. I learned about Descartes. I learned a million different things in this thin little volume. It's fantastic. So Ben, wow.
Will you loan it to me?
No, you have to buy one.
Buy 10 copies for every library. And although I haven't read it yet,
Hirschenfeld's are very on point tonight.
I'm giving it the Feldman guarantee. If you buy the book and you don't like it, if you don't laugh your ass off.
The other thing I really loved about it is there's a whole section that goes into these debates that then you can go back and watch the debates on YouTube. So you can see the things that were referenced in the book. Like
For example,
Hitchens v. Hitchens. This was fantastic. These two brothers out in Michigan, Christopher debating his brother on the Iraq War decision and then on religion. It's amazing to watch these guys in action, especially after having read Burgis's take on the whole thing. So it's very cool.
Thank you, Ethan.
By the way, Ben, one further point. We can't settle this tonight, but I think we may have a conspiracy theorist on our hands here. This Mr. Feldman. So,
yeah, it kind of sounds like it.
Doesn't it? Yeah, okay.
No, I am not a conspiracy theorist. I know the three of you got on the phone about an hour ago and said, let's accuse Feldman of being a conspiracy theorist so we can take over his show. I know what's going on here. I'm anything but a conspiracy theorist. And I'm sick of the three of you plotting against me.
Nice.
I don't like cabals and I don't like kebabs.
But hold the book up one more time there. Go by and read the name of the book, the full title.
What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters.
And I'm giving it the Feldman guarantee. Buy the book. If there isn't a laugh on every page, I will reimburse you. I haven't read it yet, but I know there's a laugh.
I think there's some pages without laughs, but Iraq, whatnot. But Yeah, no, I really, really appreciate that. If I could just plug really quickly before I go off the air.
Yes.
So tomorrow, there's or I guess people listening to this as a podcast today. I'm gonna have an article in the Nation that's like kind of previewing the book, so people should check that out.
Wow.
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 Subscribe to Jacobin. I subscribe to Jacobin, support independent media, and support The Nation magazine. These are, I always talk about charity and what to give to and what not to give. We are losing our democracy, and the only thing between us and fascism is Jacobin and The Nation, and give them an argument. Read Professor Ben Burgess over at Jacobin, The Nation, and listen to Give Them an Argument. It's a great podcast. Are you
I
going to be
listened to it
next week?
today for the first. I listened to it today for the first time. I went to your YouTube channel. I watched you looking at an old Sam Cedar thing and going through that.
Oh yeah.
The thing about
Yeah.
Ayn Rand, the Ayn Rand
Yeah.
one, it was very funny.
I was fired from
Yeah.
giving an argument. He fired me from giving an argument.
Yeah. I
Wow.
fired him for the thing that I wasn't paying him to do. I just stopped asking him to do it for a while.
Wow.
I was looking for
It
every
was, it was
Sunday night.
because, yeah, it was because he's a conspiracy theorist. That's why.
Yeah, you're against me. Oh, do we have you next week, or are you?
Yeah. Let's. So next week's what? That's the 30th. Yeah, sure. Sounds good.
Okay. Thank you. I wish you and yours a happy and safe Christmas. Merry Christmas. We say Merry Christmas on this show.
Merry Christmas. I noticed that recently. I was doing some Christmas shopping today, and I noticed that as a Jew, I'm saying Merry Christmas to all of the Gentile shopkeepers, and they're all saying Happy Holidays back to me. everyone's being very polite. Everyone's dancing around it.
All right. Well, low Saturnalia and happy Kwanzaa and whatnot. So see you next week, guys.
Festivus.
Thank you.
Bye.
So here's something my son said to me, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld.
Yeah.
He said,
It's just called the Oedipus complex. Okay. go.
"Oh, okay. Well, that solves everything. Moving on."
For a complex, that thing is extremely simple.
I want to ask you about the electric complex in a second.
What did your son say? Let's hear.
Son said, my son, I don't want to embarrass him. I have a son who is a Marxist, but he's now working. He's working for a living, which is, I'm very proud of him. And that he's still a Marxist. And he said to me, if I change my last name, I'd have a lot more money. And I said, why? He says, I always feel obligated to leave a bigger tip. As my
This
last
is a real
name.
thing. This is actually, I've experienced this also.
Very
And also,
common. Very.
yeah, and I refuse to pick up change on the street, although I want, because I don't.
That's where I draw the line, my friend. I will bend over and pick up. So it is a real thing, because I find.
Especially when I'm giving out a sticker for my album. Like today, I was giving a guy a Christmas bonus, and I was, it's the UPS guy, but I wanted to give him a little cash. So I was going to give him $10. But then I said, you know what? I'm also going to give him a sticker for my album, which is called Thug Thug Jew. So I'm like, wait,
Right.
if I'm giving this guy a sticker that says Thug Thug Jew on it with my picture on it, I got to give him 20.
Right.
I
Same
can't
for
have
them. Yeah.
Here's what I find. Tomorrow night, Christmas Eve, I wait until the sun goes down before I start poisoning the wells. I don't, because I think it's a bad look to do it out and like, there's another Jew poisoning the wells. I do it under, cloak of darkness. So we
The
don't.
problem is that the wells, like here, every house has its own well. So if you're poisoning the well outside, you're just poisoning your own water.
So it's a real. Go ahead. Doc.
Yes, because we have all been tainted with this same prejudice, so that we feel that we have to fight it when nobody else is thinking about it very much, but it's in the culture.
So speaking, we were talking to Dr. Harriet Fraad, Monday's show about identity politics. Is identity a neuroses? Can you become neurotic if you're Jewish? Can you be neurotic if you're Black or LGBT? Does having an identity, being part of a protected class, does that create neuroses?
You need an identity. It's an essential part of development. Can you be all twisted up inside about your identity? Absolutely, but an identity is crucial. This is who I am.
Well, this is from the Buddhist perspective, this is your illusion of who you are. In fact, there is no identity. It's all just a big story that you tell yourself and you tell the world to do battle with the ultimate vast yawning nothingness of everything.
But my identity, I don't wake up every morning and say, I'm a Jew. That's not my identity.
Yeah, but
Wake up every morning and say, I'm a self-hating Jew. It's complete. No, I wake up, but that being forced upon, let's say you're Black. A Black person doesn't wake up every morning and say, I'm a Black person. But society puts that.
I think that's probably a giant generalization, and lots of people do have that as a primary feeling about themselves, and it's a totally personal thing, and it's also a personal thing whether it ends up causing you grief and grief to the people around you, which would be, I guess, towards the neurotic end of things. You can have that as a very strong and fundamental and primary part of your personality and sense of yourself, and have that be completely healthy. Or a source of suffering, I think.
I'm confused.
Yes, you are.
Our identity, how we self-identify. What does that mean? What does it mean to self-identify?
You have a sense about yourself. You don't go walking around all day and saying, I'm an American, I'm white, I'm Jewish, I'm a comedian. If you have to do that, you've got a problem. But all these things are firmly placed they are within you to be called upon when necessary. So this Black person who gets up and takes the subway and goes down to Wall Street and doesn't see anybody who looks like him, then it's going to be more apparent to him what his race is. But in schizophrenia, for example, one of the most disturbing symptoms, one of the earliest symptoms, is a loss of identity, a loss of this feeling of who I am. It gets fragmented. And it's a central part of the psychosis.
Identity, this is identity is who is you trying to match who you are with how others perceive you?
No. If that's what it's all about for you, that's a problem. You should have your own sense independently. This is who I am. This is who I affiliate with. This is who I'm comfortable with. This is what I believe in. All these things are part of your identity. I like to wear brown shoes, whatever it is.
How many different identities are there? What's the taxonomy?
It depends how many pairs of shoes you have.
Well, how many? If you had to break it down, how are there? I know there are like archetypes in comedy, right? There's the troublemaker, there's the hero, there's the anti-hero, there's there's 7 classic archetypes in a movie or a sitcom. But those aren't identities. How many different identities? You can have several identities, right?
I don't think so. I think you have to have a basic primary identity of who you are. It contains many different aspects. You could be a sailor and a bookkeeper and a
Are we talking about
husband.
Are we talking about Halloween costumes? Because I can be a sailor, but I definitely don't have the bookkeeper costume in my Halloween.
All right. So is that the purpose of Halloween?
There you go. Yes, actually, it's to, in a fun sort of a way, to take on another identity. That's
And
what
that identity normally just being Dracula or slut.
All right. One of my earliest childhood memories was being traumatized in kindergarten. There was a parade, and my mother and her friend dressed me up as Mr. Clean. They put a bald fright wig on me and a white t-shirt and white pants.
And they made you clean the school.
And they made me clean the school. And I was humiliated. I found it humiliating. I was angry. It was one of my earliest memories of my mother. And she had a very attractive friend, gorgeous friend, Betsy. Her name was Betsy, gorgeous. And they were laughing at me. They put a fright, I'm being serious. They put a bald wig on me, messed up my comb over at the time. I was 5. I already had a comb over. And white shirt, white pants. And I had to go to, and I hated them for laughing at me and Mr. Clean.
This is the source of your problems. Which
I'm
are
being serious.
What's that?
I'm being serious about this.
I'm being serious. Not this one incident, but that you would have a mother who would humiliate you and laugh at you. That's a problem.
But wait, in defense of his mother.
Oh,
The
liberal Buddhist over here.
She very well might have thought she was, having fun, not at your expense, but with you and introducing you to this fun holiday with some original content, not being the fireman, not being the policeman, not being Batman. You were Mr. Clean.
But my mother, and I'm not making this up, and then we'll change the subject. My mother would have preferred me to be a virgin. This is the truth. My mother did not want me to fall in love with anybody. She wanted, and the white, you wear white on to signify to be a virgin. The last thing, my mother did not want to share me with another woman.
Clearly,
it sounds like a reverse Oedipus with a backflip. Your memory, it triggered a memory of mine, which was that on
I think we had a breakthrough here.
I think we did.
I'm being this is the God's honest truth.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, your mom dressed you as Mr. Clean. My mom dressed me as the turtle from Turtle Wax, which was completely humiliating because nobody even knew who the turtle was. It's just the name of the product. No, that didn't happen. But
I'm having this. Hang on for one. I'm sorry, but my mother had this friend named Betsy who was knock out gorgeous, just one of the most beautiful women who ever lived. Right, and the two of them were laughing at me, and even at 5, I knew that Betsy was.
And you wanted her to be impressed with you and admire you, not laugh at you.
Exactly.
You've never forgotten that.
But or laugh at you, but at least have the courtesy to also sleep with you.
and they were laughing at my virginity, the whiteness, the cleanliness,
and the baldness,
and the. And I lost my virginity at a very late age.
Could we get her on the program next week and question her about this?
Yes, I lost my virginity at such a late age at the brothel. I got the senior discount. That's how old I was.
Was it one of those crazy coincidences where you happened to lose it to a guy with a mop?
To Mr. Clean. To Mr. Go. I interrupted you. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm
No,
being
I,
honest bro, about this.
I had nothing, but I did want to say to you, I have one of my earliest memories. It's also, I think it could be a thing that's common to comedians or performers. I had an early humiliation memory, which was that I was going to this, it wasn't very orthodox, but whatever that nursery school was on Pelham Parkway, we had Israeli teachers, and one of them was very hot. And I remember I guess it was for Independence Day, for Israeli Independence Day, they suddenly had us. There was like a school function. I must have been in second grade. They suddenly said, "Oh, we're dancing as a class." They dragged us up on stage to dance in a circle. We hadn't rehearsed, and I already had the sense of you can't go on stage without rehearsing. This is horrific. It was absolutely terrifying and humiliating. So.
Yeah, and she was Israeli. Was she carrying a gun?
She was carrying.
That's what I think is so sexy about Israeli women. I always,
yeah, and I said I don't want to get on stage, and she pointed her gun at me and said, "You're going on stage."
So Christmas is upon us. I say happy holiday. I say Merry Christmas because
Absolutely.
I feel because what do I care?
Yeah.
What is this big thing about not saying Merry Christmas?
Yeah. It is. It's the most wonderful time of the year. I mean that. It's not just a song lyric. It's festive. I like the solstice. I like any extreme. I like the shortest day of the year. I like the longest day of the year. What I don't like is those average days, like around March or like October. It's boring. I like it when the Earth is really leaning. You're almost falling off.
Right.
I find that exciting. By the way, I heard something amazing. I read this. I don't know if you saw that New York Times op-ed about. Thank God, like thanks for the solstice, basically was the subject. I don't know if you read that thing, but among the tidbits in there, you got to read this thing. You know how long it takes for Uranus to go around the sun? You know how long a single year is on that planet? How many of our years it is?
Now he used the term year.
84 years. 84 of our years to get around once. That's just mind-blowing. I know it's not a big deal, but to think about that many people live a whole life and they never live one. There's no anus joke coming up. I'm actually thinking.
Well, you said, what would Freud say about Uranus and Sun with your father? What would suggest some kind of toilet training issues that?
I believe, yeah, probably.
That a full year would be 1 year. You were 1 year old, and Uranus and Sun. Am I doing well, Dr. Hirschenfeld? I think there's some toilet training issues here.
Ethan, are you wearing a tie?
I think it's a strip. No, I'm wearing a hands-free device.
Okay. Because I didn't think this venue called for.
By the way, these are Beats by Dr. Dre. People are confused. They think he's actually a PhD. It's not a medical degree. It's Dr. Dre. He's a PhD in audiology. It's not a medical doctor.
How often when I'll ask this of Ethan.
Yes.
When you practice without a license, but
yeah.
How often are you paying?
But I do have a permit. I do have a learner's permit.
Which allows him to carry a gun also.
It allows me to practice psychotherapy as long as a licensed psychotherapist is sitting next to me.
How when you listen to one of your patients, do you pay attention to the accidental puns that they make? Are there some patients who drive you nuts because they keep punning unwittingly?
The pun is the gateway to the unconscious. It's the royal road. The pun, it's the rocky road, if you will. It's if we can use a Baskin-Robbins metaphor, it's the richest, creamiest area. Because, for example, a patient just today said to me, "You've forgotten to bill me. What are you, some kind of a quack?" And I realized that there was a duck, there was an embedded duck reference in the bill comment that the patient was unaware of.
Right.
So I
Well, there
quacked.
was, I'm not fat shaming here, but there was a morbidly obese guy who did some work at an office where I worked. And uh, he would pun all the time. And he would say, we got to switch from MS DOS to Apple. I am fed up with this. It's just too heavy a lift. And he was doing it in front of a room full of vicious comedians who are just, he was morbidly obese. And when he left the room, we would count the puns that he was like challenging us to.
He might have been auditioning for a writer's gig. It sounds like he was.
Like they would say, like, when are you coming back? He says, well, I have a full plate today. And we all look at each other like, what? Come on, man. What are you doing? So
That's not conscious.
It's not conscious.
Yeah, I think when somebody's obsessed by food, it comes out in their language. But I'll give you another one of my professional secrets, speaking of secrets, and this will no longer be a secret. Whenever anybody says, I am not, you can be sure that they are.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not fat shaming. Yes, you were. I'm not a racist. Yeah.
It's not about the money. It's not about the money.
Exactly. It's about the money.
Right. Believe me, when I say it's not about the money, it's
I'm
not
not
about
lying.
the money.
Yes, you are.
That is true. But
It's not. You don't really believe that as a hard and fast rule. Right?
I believe
You're saying it. You're saying it opens up the question, right? You're not saying it's an admission of some kind.
I think we profess things to kill the thing we are.
Okay, there you go.
I think I think there are, I don't want to reveal too much about myself, but I think my politics, I live in fear of going down the wrong path politically. So I overcompensate out of fear that, I could just give up and become a right-wing
Right.
right-wing putz, because it's so easy. It's the path of least resistance to just,
That's it's interesting you mentioned that, because that's exactly what the Burgess book is about, the Hitchens thing. He just is trying to figure out what the hell happened to this guy, who was, for him, kind of a hero and a great leftist, Trotskyite, and then so it's just trying to figure out how the hell did that happen.
do people stop? This is a serious question, Dr. Hirschenfeld. Do people stop thinking? Because the older I get, I'm not talking about senility, and I have noticed that some of my friends, and I'm tempted to just stop thinking about important things because the clock is ticking. Why bother? And you just coast, and you just make the easiest intellectual or anti-intellectual choices. People stop thinking. They stop being inquisitive about themselves, right?
Well, some people do. And I would question how inquisitive they were to begin with. If it's, if it's really an important part of your identity to be inquisitive, you're going to, keep it up forever. There's this story about Feynman. He was sitting in his wife's hospital room. She had terminal cancer. And there's something dripping into her arm. And he starts coming up with some kind of I forget exactly what they were. He starts figuring out things having to do with the rate of flow, or God knows what it is. If you're curious, you're curious, and you don't stop being curious.
Right.
I will say, though, I know what you're talking about, David. And actually, again, when I was reading this Burgess book, it's dense in places and difficult, and it is much easier to read the paper. It is. And so it's probably a good idea to resist the urge to do the easy thing. And at least you got to take some time out of the day to exercise that analytical brain muscle.
Yeah. I've always been inquisitive since I was a child. I've always asked the important question over and over again: why is everybody more successful and happy than I am?
Uh-huh.
Just seems to be the same. It's one of the great mysteries of the world. Why is everybody having a good time, but not me? Well,
And why is everyone?
everybody-
Oh, go ahead.
After you.
No, please, doctor, go ahead.
Everybody has a few central motivating fantasies that never change. They accompany you through life. What therapy can do is help you understand what they are so that you're not driven by them to the same degree. But I don't think they really change. It's part of your identity, who you are. Anyway, I so rudely interrupted you.
and Freud teaches us that, I think, that you can repair the past. Is that a fair? No?
You cannot repair the past or change the past. You can.
Oh, David, you're thinking of Doc Brown from Back to the Future. They do look similar. They have the white hair. Go on.
Yeah.
You can mitigate the influence that the past has over your current life. You can't change it. You can't. I mean, this Mr. Clean travesty that you went through, that's always going to be there, but maybe someday you'll be able to see yourself as a hairy non-virgin.
A filthy, hairy man.
And
Harry
just ravishing Betsy.
Right. Yeah. Well, she cries instead of laughs.
Well, but consensually.
Yeah,
You're both crying.
Consensually.
But you're both crying.
Consensually crying. Thank you. I look forward.
I don't think you would want her anymore. Are you still in touch with her?
Well, I don't want to get into that's off the record. I can't reveal.
Okay.
But I do notice that older women, older women are not as unimaginable to me as they were when I was they're anyway.
They have their charms. Yes, they do. Okay.
Ginger from, forget it. Ethan Hirschenfeld, Thug Jew.
Can I plug one
Yes,
of your
please.
guests? I also got this in the mail this week.
This you got somewhere
in LA. It's very funny. Yes, I like it a lot. Jose Arroyo, very, very funny comic. So I'm populating my library with Feldman guests, and I'm enjoying the hell out of it. So
books are the greatest gift because you're not only gifting the person who receives the gift, you're gifting the author, and it's a gift that keeps on giving because books in print are read by more than one person. You can leave it in the laundry room for somebody to read, and you can buy books and give them to libraries. If there's a book that you really, really think a lot of people need to read, buy 10 copies of it and walk around to libraries and give them out.
Amen.
Yeah. Thank you. And don't buy them on Amazon unless you have to buy. Like I think somewhere in LA you can only buy on Amazon.
God
Merry
bless.
Christmas.
Merry
Christmas. Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Very quickly.
Chinese
Ethan,
food.
Chinese. Let's ask Ethan what do you like better, Christmas Eve or Christmas Day?
I looked this up. When was Jesus born? I did look this up recently because I was like, what is this? When is it actually happening? And they say it's right at midnight. So take your pick. Christmas Eve, if you like it. Christmas morning, it's right there. That's what it says, according to The gospel according to Wikipedia.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And when he was born, the doctor slapped his butt, no sound, and then he turned the other cheek, and then there's a joke there somewhere.
and he said, doctor, why have you forsaken me?
Yes, there's something. Thank you, Dr. Philip
Peace.
Feld.
Thank you, David Feldman.
I think we had
Thank
a
you,
good.
doctors Feldman and Hirschenfeld. Thank you.
Thank you. Thug Thug Jew. Watch it. Spend Christmas Eve watching Thug Thug Jew.
Yeah, that's
Please.
a good idea.
Yeah.
Bye.
Let us now go to California, where the great Emil Guillermo is standing by. I have to put something in my stomach. So
like what? Like what? An implement?
No, I forgot to eat today.
I almost did too. I ate before I came in. I saw you.
Eddie Brill and I went out for dinner at a vegan restaurant last night. It was so good.
Yeah, in Manhattan.
Yeah, it was so expensively good.
What did you have?
I had a vegan Reuben sandwich with sauerkraut, with melted vegan cheese. And, it was unbelievable. And then I had,
Thousand Island dressing.
it was all vegan.
All vegan. Yeah, I know, but my wife makes a vegan
tempeh. With tempeh.
Yeah, tempeh. Yeah. I had a vegan Reuben the other day too, at a place in Berkeley, the butcher's son. But tell me more. What did you have? Did you top it off with a vegan bread pudding?
I had apple pie,
Apple pie, yeah.
pistachio ice cream, and I didn't.
Vegan, right? Vegan.
Of course, that's all they serve is vegan. Oh, it's just vegan.
And it's so convincing, right? You didn't miss the meat at all. In fact, you probably went back home and said, "Is this meat? Is this meat?" Right? You probably.
Yeah, it was delicious. We have to. Here's what I want to do. We're going to take a quick break so I can put something in my mouth. And you're listening to the David Feldman Show. Where is my? Hang on. So we're going completely old school here. All my equipment is. I can't use my equipment because I have to wipe my computer clean in order to use the equipment. So everything looks a little old school. When we come back, we will talk with Emil Guillermo, but I want to put something in my mouth, if that's okay.
Sure. I'll hang out.
Okay?
Yeah.
All this talk about food.
Food? Yeah.
Yeah. What did I do here? Hang on.
Okay.
Here we go.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. To tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
The David Feldman Show, wherever you get your podcasts, that's where you can find us. The David Feldman Show. iTunes, Stitcher, Spotify, and we have a YouTube channel. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Office hours Friday night at 8 p.m. Spend Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve with us. Let's bring in my old friend, Emil Guillermo, host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. And he is a columnist for ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. It is good to see you, my friend. Happy holidays. Happy Merry Christmas.
And yes, I'm so glad to hear you and the Hirschenfelds talking about Christmas and Christmas Eve, because I was actually I was wondering if I had to say happy holidays to everyone, but I guess Christmas is the generic, right? We can say Christmas.
I think there's so many problems. I think there's so much to worry about. If somebody says, it's Christmas. What's the big deal? It's like July 4th.
Yeah. It's just it becomes a generic thing. Is there really a baby Jesus in the crash? I mean, come on. It's just Christmas. That's the name. That's what they call it. I started feeling more open during the pandemic about last Christmas, of course, was like a disaster. Well, I stayed in. But this Christmas, I am Grinching it. I'm Grinching it because of Omicron. Do you say Omicron or Omicron, David?
Omicron.
Omicron. That's the way the Greeks would say it. Do you have any Greek professors in the professor? Are they any of them Greek special?
Yeah, I think pie is next. I'm in the mood for pie.
Pie, yeah.
Hang on, let me just brag to you about Leslie made me beans. Now,
olive, no oil, right?
Rancho Gordo.
Uh-huh.
You know about Rancho Gordo heirloom beans.
Okay. That means they're old beans.
Look at this. Look at this bean.
Legacy bean. Oh, good. Those are big. Rancho Gordo.
There's a white lima bean. I'm not a big fan of lima beans. Big, like the size of scallops. You can get heirloom beans that are the size. It's like eating scallops. And she puts it in some broth. Yeah. And it's like I'm eating garlic and onion, but there's no garlic and onion in it. And it's like it tastes like a chicken broth. It's like mind-boggling.
Yeah.
So,
well, heirloom anything is good because it means that you're in the legacy, right? You're in the old stuff. You're back in the good vintage. You're not getting the new small little lima beans. You're getting the big. That's why they're big. That's the way it is.
I hate to plug Rancho Gordo.
Yeah.
Because there's a waiting list for the really great heirloom beans.
Yeah.
Because people have caught on to Rancho Gordo. So don't go to Rancho Gordo. No, I'm kidding. It's the best. Rancho Gordo is such a great gift to give to people. Give the gift of beans.
The gift of beans is good. And, a little side of Beano isn't a bad thing if you don't really know your friends as well. You might want to help them out a little bit because some people are afraid of beans. That is the truth. People don't, they avoid, people avoid beans. You shouldn't avoid beans.
They don't give me gas. Beans don't give me gas.
They don't?
No. Your stomach gets used to it. And you're supposed to, if you do if you soak them overnight.
Yeah. Even then, though, Asians generally have a kind of a lactose intolerance kind of stuff, thing going on. So
putting milk in your beans, what does lactose have to do with it?
Well, but it's part of the digestion. Well, no, you're right. It's. I just said something that was totally illogical. You might say I pulled it out of my nether parts, but it has to do with digestion, is what I'm saying. And beans have a way of playing with your digestion. But David, I have with me, I feel kind of like I have the new American crack right here in my hands. Do you know what it is?
I'm telling you, these beans.
And it's not. I have the new American crack in my hand. It's not Rancho Gordo beans.
It's so good. What?
You're making my mouth water now. But
beans are so effing good.
Thank good. You know what I had before I came on the show? I have a blueberry burrito. I take blueberries. I put them on. I put them in a
Oh, the
flour.
crap. It's a crap.
Well, no, but I don't cook it. I don't. I just it's like raw. I have one. Have one tortilla with a whole banana, and I eat that up. And then I have one burrito, and I put nothing but blueberries, and I roll it up, and I eat that. And then I have one burrito when I really feel like I've got to gorge out. I get some potato chips and I put some, like kettle type potato chips. I put it in the burrito and I crunch my way in this potato burrito crunch. And that's what I usually have after fasting for 16 hours. And then
Are you an intermittent faster?
I am an intermittent. I've been intermittent fasting for, I'd say about 2.5 years.
Every
It
day?
works. Every day. Sometimes I do the 14-hour fast. Sometimes I do. It depends. I do it every day, but sometimes I vary the length. 14, 16, 18. It depends on my.
You drink coffee while you're fasting?
I do drink coffee, but I don't put anything in it. Except I have discovered. Here's my secret, because I know you have the doctor come on with Ethan. You talk about Freud, and I like that thing he said. When people say I am not, it usually
Right.
that dip.
Right.
That they are. It's like, I'm not a racist. I'm not smart. I'm not a David Feldman fan.
Right.
So what was I saying?
Crack.
No, crack. Yeah, but crack. All right. I have in my hands the new American crack. What everyone wants right now, especially if they want to, consort with people this weekend. You know what it is?
Oh, I know what it is. The Pfizer therapeutic for COVID.
No, I don't have that. I don't have that. I'm sorry. I do not have. I'm not on the short list for that. I have the rapid test.
Oh,
I got it right.
wow. Let me see it. Who makes it?
This is made by iHealth.
Hold it. Hang on.
I don't know if that is that like some kind of iHealth. This sounds like an iPod, this, that. Who are those? Your
I can't
tampons?
hear you.
What are they? Look like a tampon box.
I'm sorry. So I have. What do you have?
I have iHealth.
How much was yours?
I only paid like $80.
How many tests do you get? Because I have this.
Yeah, but Binax. Oh, that I didn't pay $80. I paid $17 for this.
I paid $25 for 2 tests.
Wow, I paid $17 for 2 tests, and I figured, well, if I was the type to go on eBay, because I know this is really high, I could maybe sell it for, I don't know. I mean, there are people who, these eBay, what do they call them? The arbitragers. I could be a testing arbitrager. I would keep it for myself, because I'm going to need it at some point.
Yeah, don't you think that Biden's decision to buy 500 million home tests should have been made like on day one? Before, I mean, this is what
he should have given tests to people. Yes, he should have given tests to people almost. I mean,
even Republicans
Yeah.
would support testing because it's personal responsibility.
It just seems they just discovered testing this week. Like, oh, but by the way, you need to be vaxxed. You need to be triple vaxxed. Oh, but you still need to test, and we just haven't gotten around to that. So, and
Actually,
now,
there's more money in testing when you think about it than there isn't. Well, the therapeutics.
yeah.
There's more money in therapeutics probably,
Well,
but testing is.
I heard a story that they had something ready to go. And it wouldn't have been like these tests are like 93%, reliable. Someone had some tests ready to go. They were like 80%, maybe 75% reliable.
You're more likely to. I understand. You're more likely to get a false positive than a false negative.
Yeah, that's why they give you 2, just to make sure, right? Because a lot of people also will test at the wrong time. If I was going to have people to, the family was going to come. I told my daughter to stay in New York, don't come. So she didn't come. All my other daughters are not coming. So, but I was prepared. If they knock on the door, I was going to go up to the window on the second floor. I was going to put one of these things in a bucket outside the window. I was going to lower it down, and I was going to say, go ahead, test yourself before you come in. Show me, and then go to your car, and then come back in, right? And then put the results in the bucket so I can see, and then I'll like hoist it up in the window, and then I'll like go downstairs and open the door.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Prepared to do that for public health. For public health.
Before I have a party, I'm a big entertainer, right?
Of course you are. You are the entertainer, David.
And before one of my dinner parties, I pass out Cologuard.
Cologuard. Oh,
yeah. I force everyone to test for colon cancer. And
that way,
we mail it in, we sit and wait for the results, and we bet. We bet on who's got it and who doesn't. We just sit and wait.
Well, while you're waiting, you might as well make it competitive.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then of course, the upshot is when you get back the results, you're dealing with people when they're the least full of shit ever.
Right. The Reverend is popping in.
Yes. Oh, does he have a Cologuard story?
No, but what we're going to do is I'm going to turn his video off.
Oh, okay.
The Reverend is always trying to proselytize.
There it is. Yeah. Those
and this time of year, it's his busy season.
This is it.
Oh my God. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn on the streets telling people to ignore Christmas, that whole church and state proselytizing that the Reverend Barry Lynn does.
You go walking with him?
We walk and try to convince people to keep their mouths shut about their religious beliefs.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that about him.
He does. He's always trying to convert people into shutting their mouths about their religious beliefs.
Well, David, I have discovered, I've told you I've started meditating within the last year and a half or so.
Here we go again. Yeah.
But we're not going to get in meditation.
You learned this at Harvard?
No. But now,
hang on, we have a poll going. How many minutes into this segment are we going to take Emil to mention Harvard?
Hey, meanwhile, did you know that Harvard did?
Here we go.
The freshman class was 26% Asian American. The freshman class. So when the conservatives try to say that Harvard discriminates against Asians, well, not true. Not true. Patently not true. So that's just a fact, and that happened last week. They announced the early admits, and the regular folks get to apply, extend the deadline to January 1st. But 26%, that's some discrimination. It's the largest.
See the Obama daughters vacationing in Hawaii.
Are they? Well, that's where that's the.
Did you see what they wear?
No, I'm not.
It's unbelievable.
What did they wear?
They were wearing string bikinis.
Yeah.
Princess Margaret, and Queen Elizabeth, when they would never be seen in bikinis like that.
Well, how old are they? They're of age. They're like 18, 19.
Yeah, but they were with their father and mother.
And they were also in their string bikini. What?
Do you allow your kids to? I mean, there was nothing to hide.
Well, look, David. The Reverend Barry's listening. I am Catholic, and I am a little bothered sometimes when I go to church and I see people with like spaghetti strappers. People in the summertime when they're dressed for the beach. They should be dressed for God.
Whatever happened to shame of your body?
We need more shame. Actually, look, yeah. I'm not bothered by it. I'm not bothered by it as long as they know the limitations of their body. I mean, I'm all for someone, like Mama Cass in a string bikini. Now, there's an image. Power to her. right?
Mhm.
Mamas and the papas. But
Let me ask you a question.
go ahead.
Were you an exhibitionist? There's certain people who just like to be seen.
Oh, this is like your turtleneck scarf thing. This is like your easy assessment of people. So I was not an exhibitionist. No.
Okay.
I this is why I like the pandemic. I'm an introvert.
Right.
That's why I stand in front of a gong.
How is COVID in California today? How's it feeling?
You know, it's rainy, and so
Well,
people.
that's good.
Yeah, it's good. So people are staying indoors, which is what they should do. I've stayed indoors. I've talked on my show, Emil Muck's Takeout, on Twitter and all the other places. I have just talked about how I have canceled Christmas for me. I know that no one wants to cancel it. Right? Biden doesn't want. Everyone's saying don't cancel your plans. They don't want to be the bad guy. But I don't mind being the bad guy for me, saying, hey, look, kids, stay away. Mom and dad are going to stay here. We'll Zoom. This is normal for me. I'm Zooming with my friend David Feldman. Take a number. I'll talk. I'll Zoom with you after. And this is no. I like this. I like this.
Right.
And in fact, my friend Ishmael Reed, his play is opening up tonight in New York at the Theater for the New City. It's called The Slave Who Loved Caviar. It's about Andy Warhol and Jean-Michel Basquiat's relationship. It's a satire, and it's funny, but it's deep. It's worth seeing, but box office is being hit, right, by COVID. So they're now going to go live stream. They're opening tonight, but there's going to be a link to see the show live stream from the Theater of the New City. But, you know, it makes you wonder if they had just done the show in Berkeley or Oakland, where they're from, and just live streamed it out, they probably would have saved a little money, gotten out to more people. And that's the hope now, that COVID's hit box office, but they're looking to maybe draw a bigger audience because they have a worldwide market.
What are they shutting? I have a friend who's going to California for Sketchfest.
Yeah.
What do you think?
They're going. I see the ads for Sketchfest too. There's going to be a Will Durst tribute or fundraiser. You know, Will's not performing, but I don't know if they're going to have it. You know, the last couple of years they've been online, and it's been kind of sad because, you know, Sketchfest was always one of the fun, you know, events in January in San Francisco, comedy wise. I don't know. San Francisco is a little like they have lightened up on mask mandates. Throughout the state, there's a mask mandate, but in certain counties where the numbers are lower, like San Francisco, I think Alameda County, you know, they've been allowed to not have the mask mandates, indoor mask mandates. But now with Omicron, and it changes, right? Every day it's a new story about Omicron. Like today they say, well, we're finding out it's not as bad. It spreads fast, but it's not as bad. So it's okay if you're vaccinated and boosted, not okay if you're unvaccinated. So
And does it also stop being as contagious as it once was? Isn't South Africa saying?
They say it's going down, right?
Yeah.
They say it's not as severe, but once again, these are real-time numbers that they're trying to update as the information comes in. I don't know how reliable it is, but they always put that positive spin, and it makes me wonder that, well, really no one knows. And if no one knows, I think I would rather err on the side of caution, right? I mean, I'm used to it now after 2 years. I mean, it's kind of a shame because I was starting to go out more, say 2 years ago, and then because of the pandemic, we had to do everything inside, and I've gotten used to this now. I mean, right? This is the, for lack of a better phrase, hasn't this become the new normal, right? This has become the way we deal with people. I mean, I actually look forward to talking to you this way, David, because I know that it would just be terrible if I had to see you in person.
Let me ask you a question about the COVID test.
Yeah.
So they're $12.50 each.
Yours is $12.50. You got two for yeah.
Yeah.
Mine was $17. So two.
So, and you shove something up your nose. What if, like, you have guests
Mhm.
and you just pass the swab around and everybody puts it up their nose and you go, well, one of us has COVID, the party's over.
Community. It's a community swab. Here we go.
And because we all passed it back and forth, we all have COVID.
I like that. I'll write it into a novel. I think that sounds like a good
We're
party.
almost out of time, and
Hey, I wanted to talk to you about
frivolous and fun. It's the holidays. What do you want to talk
It is.
about?
But David, Marjorie Taylor Greene, last week she made a big deal about how diverse the Republican Party was. And then she said, and look at the brown people and the black people and the yellow people. And then she got a whole lot of flack. Marjorie Taylor Greene saying the word yellow. She is the wrong color to say yellow. Only yellow people can say yellow. And yellow people, Asian Americans, never use the term yellow. I haven't used the term yellow about another fellow Asian American for, at least a generation. I mean, I think I might have been a teenager when I last used the term yellow. And you know why? Yellow it's a negative. It's a slur. Remember Jimmy Breslin at Newsday? There was an Asian woman reporter that he was mad at. He called her a yellow cur. Do you remember that? Google Jimmy Breslin yellow cur, and it like destroyed his career. It was like the Jimmy the Greek thing, right? And yellow. So it's not a term of love, and it definitely is a term of fear. Yellow peril, definitely a term of fear. And here's Marjorie Taylor Greene saying, "Oh, the yellow people." The only way you can get away with that litany, black, brown, white, yellow, is if you, and this is like the old joke. I don't care if you're black, white, brown, orange, or purple, right? Who are the orange people? Because that's the irony, right? That's the joke. This was unironic, it was earnest, and it was ignorant. And just another reason why.
And we would expect nothing less from.
This is the expectation, but the thing is, unless Asian American activists brought it to the attention of the media and other people, hey, you can't call this yellow. I mean, I know it's a term, but it's negative. It's like going into like a room full of rappers and using the N-word and saying you're down with them. I'm down with the people. You are my N-word. And just see what kind of reaction you get. So, I mean, that's the kind of reaction Marjorie Taylor Greene was wrong for yellow. That's
good. I like that.
That's my message today. Read it on my ALDEF column. Also, they try to make a big deal about Asian and black, like the New York Times did a big story about Asian-black relations. They try to make it sound like we don't get along, even though black people have victimized some Asian Americans of late, but that's criminal element. That's the communities aren't warring. And if anyone saw that New York Times article, I thought
it reminded me of the supposed tension between blacks and Jews.
Right, exactly. Well, here's the thing, and I know these young reporters are earnest and they want to this is thesis journalism, where you come up with an idea. You go out and you talk to the people who will feed that idea, because if you put that stuff in there yourself, that would be opinion and that would be wrong. But you talk to people who parrot back your idea, you put the story together, and that, unfortunately, is why there's a lot of bad journalism out there. It's thesis journalism. They put a fine point on nothing and make people alarmed that, well, it looks like maybe there's a difference between Asians and blacks, but there is no difference between, or there's no.
A conservative friend of mine couldn't wait to say, you do know that most of these hate crimes committed against Asians are done by African Americans. And I'd say, so whether or not that's true, what does that mean? So that means Asian Americans are safer if the hate crime is committed Well, it's not being done by white people. So, if that's true, so what? What does that mean? Well, everybody talks about how bigoted white people are, and it turns out,
Irrelevant.
it's irrelevant.
Yeah, and that's the sort of thing that happens all the time when in the silos, right? You look to see how people do their journalism, both on the left, on the right, in the middle. I guess the New York Times is more like the middle, but I don't know. I saw that, and I write about that in my ALDEF column. The other thing I do is I write a Christmas story, and tomorrow on my show on the internet, I will be telling the rest of my 3 trees Christmas story, because trees are very important, in the Filipino Christmas tradition, especially the plastic ones. Do you have a plastic tree, David?
Yes, I do. We cut them down. Yeah, we go to a plastic tree farm.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
So they're sustainable plastic trees.
The perpetual evergreen. That's the way to go. And so I talk about my tree, and have you ever had an aluminum tree?
No, I've never had a tree.
You say Christmas and you've never had a tree, David?
No.
Aluminum tree. I talk about my aluminum tree tomorrow and the beauty of the aluminum tree. And I also talk about the birth of my firstborn tomorrow on my show, Emil Amok.
And how do we watch that?
Oh, you watch it on you always say you watch it on Twitter, and I think that may be the best way, because it's there and you can use your finger on the old Periscope graphical user interface.
Right.
And there it is. But it's also on YouTube, and it's also on Emil Guillermo at Facebook. And do you think 2022 is the time to dump Facebook? Time to dump Meta? Because I'm still with it. I'm telling you, if I dump Facebook, I'm all in on TikTok. I'm all in on TikTok.
I don't know. I only use Facebook to promote this show, and
Likewise.
occasionally I will,
Occasionally you'll.
I'll get into a flame war with somebody.
I don't. No flame wars. I do it to promote, and that's where the people are, and that's good. Hey, David, I did say that I was Catholic. I'm still Catholic, but I want to say on your show that I'm really have become a devotee. Oh, no, that's too strong. I admire Marianne Williamson a lot, and that's just I just see her writing, and
she's become a little to the left, more to the left than she's ever been.
Yeah, she's more to the
Howie
left.
Klein loves her. She's endorsing a lot of good progressive candidates, and
She is surprising, because when I've known about her for a while, but during the debates, right, I thought she's going to be kind of a crackpot, but she was really, I thought, very good in the debates, and then, still marginalized because she's one of those spiritual types. But I've been reading some of her more political stuff that she's written within the last 6 months. And A Course in Miracles. If you want some easy reading, there you go.
mm-hmm.
Not bad. It's as good a brainwashing tool as the Bible, and maybe better. Maybe better.
Do you have crystals? Do you have crystals?
I don't have crystals, but I have.
I do in my urinary tract.
You have crystals?
In my urinary tract.
I have a garland gong and a seaweed sucking otter. I don't have any crystals. I'm sorry.
We have to wrap it up.
Okay.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you. God, that Marianne. Did you hear the rumor about Marianne, or about Michael Jackson having his plastic surgery to look like Marianne Williams? Is that true? I don't want to start any rumors, but I think I heard that a couple of years ago.
I thought it was Diana Ross.
I think it was Marianne Williamson he wanted to look like, and then the fentanyl got him. Anyway, hey, look, Merry Christmas to you, David.
Merry Christmas to you,
friends.
And we'll see you next week, I hope.
Of course, and I hope people will join me when I tell the rest of my 3 Christmas tree story. And the Reverend Lynn, nice seeing you again also.
This is his busy season. I gotta get to.
I can tell. Look, we almost kind of match the plaid. We're
Yeah.
the plaid gang.
Yeah, we do.
Emil Guillermo, follow him on Twitter at Emil Amok. Read him over at ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. If you have some spare cash that you'd like to donate, that's a good cause. They are the Anti-Defamation League of, right?
Yeah, for
Brit-
Asian Americans based in New York, out there advocating
The good
for
fight, fighting the good fight. And of course, my friends over at PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, a great and important organization. Thank you, Emil. My best to your family.
and you as well.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Let us now go. It looks like Massachusetts. Are you in Massachusetts?
Yes, I am. I
The
am in
Reverend-
Massachusetts.
The Reverend Barry W. Lynn joins us. He is a champion for separation of church and state for nearly a quarter of a century. He ran Americans United for separation of church and state. And besides being an attorney, a member of the Supreme Court bar, he is also an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. This is your busy season. This is when you go around door to door, knock on people's doors,
Yeah.
and say, have you heard the news? You have?
Yeah.
Well, shut your effing mouth about it, right? I've gone with you. I've gone door to door,
Yeah, I know.
shopping malls.
Yeah, we used to do it so much more regularly, but with COVID, it's hard because I thought about doing it again this year, but I thought I'm going to knock on the door, say I have some good news for you if you can show me proof of vaccination.
Oh,
What the hell is wrong with this country? You can get on airplanes without being vaccinated. That's insane. I
yeah.
mean, I'm thinking of going to the West Coast in January, and I have tickets and all that, but I don't know. It doesn't freak me out to go on an airplane. It freaks me out to think about getting on the plane, going through the airports with
What happened?
I don't know.
You sound good. No problems here on our end.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Oh, here we go. Join, leave and join. I don't know.
Oh, we lost the Reverend. He'll be back. You're listening to the David Feldman Show. There he is. Hang on. Unmute. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn. Bring him in.
There we go. And you can see that I do have a conifer, a Christmas tree right behind me. It's very small.
Mhm.
Why do people buy cut Christmas trees? We buy live trees, and then we sometimes just immediately plant them in somebody's yard, possibly with their permission, or we put them in the ground for a year. That's what I think we're going to do with this one, and then bring them out again next holiday season.
What a great idea.
Yeah. So you only buy one, and you don't have to buy a cut tree. I've never understood why
Well,
people buy
there's a-
cut trees.
Well, Oregon, it's part of the gross national product or gross state product of Oregon. People, Christmas tree farms are big business. But that's a great idea to prune a Christmas tree. Just keep pruning it down. It grows. And then when you're ready to take it out of the ground, will it survive being planted and replanted over and over again?
I don't know over and over again, but I think twice, yes. And you buy one that's small like this one, and then you put it in the ground for a season, and then you unearth it next holiday season, and you don't have to spend any money at all. This is good. This is a very good thing.
Sustainable.
Sustainable.
You're going to be spending Christmas with your grandkids.
I am.
What is your indulgence? What is Christmas Day? What do you do where you say it's Christmas Day and I'm entitled to blank?
let's see, lox and bagels. I'm serious about that. That's what we've had that for, I don't know, 30, 40 years. And
Bagel-
orange juice.
It's not lox and bagels. It's bagels and lox.
Whatever it is.
Ethan, help me. Oh, Ethan was going to come in and correct you. Nobody calls it lox and bagels. What do you, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You take the Nova Scotia and put the bagel in between two slabs of Nova Scotia? Is that how you eat it?
Of course not.
So then it's bagels
What
and
do I
lox.
know? Do you
Well,
know?
maybe,
Wait
you know-
a minute. Wait a second. So when I was on radio with Pat Buchanan, I was on right before Larry King when he was on in the afternoons, and I started doing his television show. And the first time I did it, he said, "Barry, I used to see you every day. I always thought you were Jewish." I said, "Why?" And he said, "Because I don't know any non-Jews who are named Barry."
He's got a point.
Well,
Barack Obama,
yeah, he changed.
Barack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what, when people,
You know that if Barack, let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
If
please.
Ehud Barak, the former Israeli prime minister, married Barack Obama, what would his name be? If Ehud Barak, let's see if you can answer this question. You're a lawyer and a minister. Let's see.
let me write this down.
Do the math.
Okay, yeah, I'm doing the math.
Ehud Barak,
Yeah.
who used to hang out at Jeffrey Epstein's apartment,
Okay.
former prime minister of
Yeah.
Israel. If Ehud Barak married Barack Obama, what would his name be? Let's see if you can get this. Let's see if you can figure this one out.
It would be,
Carry the.
he wouldn't have to change his name. He'd still be Ehud Barak.
No.
He'd be Ehud Obama.
There you go.
What?
No. There's no right answer.
There certainly isn't. There are right answers to so many questions, just not that one.
Okay, so you have bagels and lox,
Yeah. And orange juice.
and that sounds about right.
Yeah.
And
But
then you want to take a nap. Then you have like something sweet, and then you
Yeah.
pass out for 2 hours, right? Do you have like
Yeah.
a thing where the kids open up all the presents?
generally, sometimes we let children open one present Christmas Eve. And Christmas Eve is I'll tell you what's very important to us traditionally: eat oysters on Christmas Eve.
That's sweet.
I don't know if it's sweet, but it's tasty.
Right. Now, I, in a previous life, was part of an intermarriage. So
Mhm.
what I used to do on Christmas Day was I would keep score. Like they would hand out a big family and there'd be just like, 100 kids getting gifts.
Sure.
And I would keep score as to who got the best gifts. And I would put in,
Really?
and some people felt triumphant and some kids felt cheated less than, and they started to cry. But I turned Christmas into a competition. One of you is going to get the best prize. These are not gifts, these are prizes. And I would let them know. And then when I gave out my gifts, I would explain why one child is getting a good gift and one child isn't. I think it's important for them to know if they've been good or bad.
Wow.
That's,
Usually Santa does that. Santa says, I give presents to good kids, and then I bring in my friend Krampus to give you bad gifts and also a whipping. So I can see you're a very, very big traditionalist. And all
I'm more.
this.
I did like a more Old Testament Christmas. That's how I celebrate. I like the way Moses in the desert celebrated Christmas
Yeah.
when they were leaving Egypt. I celebrate Christmas in accordance with Leviticus, how it was handed down.
That's good. This was you referred to this as an intermarriage, I think was the phrase you used.
Yes.
With you,
I was a man. She was a woman. I was a man. It's a mixed marriage.
That's great.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
parents didn't approve.
No.
You're
I
going
can
to marry
understand that.
out of the gender? How are you going to raise the kids? Yeah, intermarriage. Yeah,
Yeah, that's good.
yeah.
How you doing on any romantic relationships? Because as you know, I've offered. You asked, and I agreed that in the event of another marriage, I would be happy to do it.
I'm
Can we
hanging
talk
in
about
there.
that.
I don't talk about
Okay.
my personal life. You got to understand, Reverend. And then I want to talk about important things. But
Okay.
a man of my stature can't be saddled by one person. The women find me so irresistible
Yeah.
that I'm just constantly. You've seen me do stand up.
Yes, I have. I have.
It's like Tom Jones. I'm like Tom
Oh
Jones,
yeah.
except I throw my panties at the audience. The difference is instead of panties being thrown my way, I throw my panties
Yeah.
to the audience.
That's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm actually getting in the Christmas spirit. I'm, in all seriousness, I feel very relaxed because I don't know why. I actually kind of hit me. Things are very quiet, and for some reason, I get a sense that people, because the news is just so bad, that people are being nice to one another. That they're kind of observing what Christmas should be about. I think to some degree.
yeah, I've noticed that up here. I mean,
Humility.
well, and people allow you. There are a lot of really terrible intersections up here near Hanover, Massachusetts, and it's very difficult to get out on the street and go left, for example, but people will wave you through, and that's great, and that's very nice, unless they have failed to notice that there's a car behind them going through that could hit you. So you have to be a little careful. But I like the thought of it. I like the support.
And I'm being serious here. Random acts of kindness. I know you think I've been doing this all week. I did it yesterday. I talked about this on Monday's show. I was waiting in line today to get a cup of coffee, and there was a young couple right behind me. And I just turned around and I said, I'm not going to call you two privileged assholes. I could right now
Yeah.
recite a litany of why you two are privileged assholes, the scum of the earth, everything that's wrong with this country. But because it's Christmas, I'm going to perform a random act of kindness and not explain to you why you're assholes.
Yeah.
And it felt great. And they thanked me for that. So
I'm sure they
random
did.
acts of kindness.
I'm sure they did. And they're probably still talking about it
Yeah.
today. And like right now, they're talking. Remember the fellow who told us he was going to perform a random act of kindness by not telling us how horrible we are. And they may even be putting it on social media. They may be on Facebook tonight. I mean, I'm sure you didn't ask who they were.
No.
Because what difference does it make?
But yeah, it's random.
It's random.
You know, I go outside most of the time now, and I catch a glimpse of me in, a storefront window.
Mm-hmm.
I think people who have any interaction with me think I'm out of my mind.
Really?
I look like, when I go outside, I shave only when necessary, and I dress in ratty. I haven't bought pants in 6 years. And I think anything that comes out of my mouth, people just assume this man's crazy.
Yeah. It's so wait a minute. We've established that you haven't bought a new pair of pants, that you throw all of your underwear at audiences when you do stand up.
I do the show Commando. I'm Commando.
Yeah, really? Wow.
Yeah, completely, except for the shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but why would
Yeah,
I
Tom
buy
Jones-
pants? It's been 6 years.
Tom Jones didn't he open his shirt a lot? You didn't
did.
open your shirt. So you can
That,
understand.
I don't think the audience could handle that.
I
So
don't-
let's talk
I
about.
don't think they could either.
Let's talk.
Yes.
What are some reasons to be happy? Now, there are some. COVID, Omicron, we're being told, while highly contagious, is probably not as bad as we've been led to believe. There's a new therapeutic
Mhm.
that is like Tamiflu.
Correct.
It'll be available to everybody in August. Rapid test. They finally realize, oh, maybe we should test for this thing as well.
That's right. And all of those are good things. And but the downside, if it is a downside, and the doctor's not here, so I don't want to go into this in detail, but everybody might get this disease eventually. But depending on how many people are vaccinated and how many next iterations of this we have, this could be in the long run a good thing.
And
Right.
Walter Reed is working on a new type of vaccine that can not only vaccinate you, it will inoculate you from COVID, but also they say maybe flus, and now flus weren't mRNA. Flu shots
Right.
past were not mRNA, but now because of COVID, they're going to have more accurate flu shots. If you don't die from this or get very sick, there's some good news that comes out of this 10 years down the line in terms of new discoveries.
That's true. That's
So-
true. That's good. And I hate to say anything good about the future of governance, but I think when the Congress gets back, the Senate will have realized that it made a huge mistake in trying to put all kinds of issues that people like us like into one giant bill, which of course just allows people to have trouble with one piece of it or another. So that when you fix some of the things that Manchin wanted fixed, then Sinema comes in and says, but I still won't let you raise taxes on corporations. So that's her sticking point. And then down the road, there are going to be people who have sticking points about other things. But I do think, and there was an article in the Washington Post yesterday, and I agreed with the sentiments, that there will be a vote on Build Back Better without the child tax credit to make Manchin happy. They will not increase taxes on corporations, and then Sinema will be happy, and then they'll have their 50 votes plus one, and they'll pass it. And then they'll go, and they ought to go, with a child tax credit, which is wildly popular and easily understood by the hundreds, thousand or so people who benefit from it. And then they pass that, and you're almost certain to pick up a couple of Republicans on that. So they're not going to need to have it filibustered. So I think there's a real possibility that in the first 2 months of the next year, there will be something like a Build Back Better bill, which is, was always a stupid name, I thought. And then they'll pass a child tax credit, and that'll get through too.
Well,
So we might actually achieve something.
but don't you need the parliamentarian to allow? I think you're only allowed 2 reconciliation bills.
Well, that would be 2. It's another year. It's another fiscal year.
And is
So
it
I think they can-
is it like minutes for your phone? Can you carry over into the next year?
Well, I don't think they have to, because how many things did they pass by reconciliation this year, 2021?
Did they pass anything? Was the
Possibly
CARES Act?
one.
Was the CARES
Yeah.
Act reconciliation?
I think it was. But it's not, you got 2 more next year. And what I've just described are the 2 things you ought to be able to pass. And the parliamentarian, of course, should be fired. I think we started talking about this last week.
Right.
She's been there for, I think, a decade. And you don't get to just pick anybody as a parliamentarian. They couldn't pick you or me, because there's a whole parliamentarian school that people go through in the hopes that they are eventually chosen to be the Senate parliamentarian. So it's not easy, but there's still no reason to have to feel like you must listen to everything that the parliamentarian says. He or she, in this case, she, could be wrong. And you could just say, you're fired.
Right. Right. So you're saying that they have to disentangle these omnibus bills, these big budget bills, and have people vote on each issue one by one, even without reconciliation, like a voting rights act, voting rights bill. That it seems to me that Pelosi and Schumer, if they have any hopes of going back into the majority in 2023, they have to put all these bills up for a vote, thumbs up, thumbs down, and tell the American people what they stand for. Have it get rejected.
Of course, it's an extremely good tactic to do that.
But
because nobody even, to this day, nobody even knows what's in the Build Back Better bill. Although it's better now, more people have some vague idea about it. But this is like the old Tonight Show when they send somebody out in the street. How many branches of government do we have? People don't know anything. If you ask them what's in the Build Back Better bill, they might have vague ideas. It's something about kids, something about pre-K, but they never spent any time explaining what it was. And it was so big, and it included so many controversial matters, just to people who are kind of in the political middle. And they don't understand, well, why are we doing something to help the environment, but at the same time, we're trying to have pre-K? Just take one issue and force these votes on it. It's not too late to do that. And it's good, as you point out, to be able to say, here are the things we tried to do. And here are the things that your senator, talk about Pat Toomey in Pennsylvania, he refused to vote for it. Now, we, whoever the candidate is, who's a Democrat, they all claim to be real Democrats. There are 3 viable candidates in Pennsylvania. They say, I would have passed this. I would have voted for this. Vote for me if you like this idea, and then talk about it.
Right.
I mean, this is not rocket science, but it's just communication science. And I hate CNN constantly puts up pictures of all the Democrats who are retiring or trying to get into higher office. And the implication is they have seen the end of Democrats in the House and they're all quitting. And I think CNN wants Donald Trump to be back in office. He's a hell of a lot more interesting than Joe Biden for television. And I think they want him back.
And worst case scenario,
yeah.
What happens if Trump becomes president? What happens if Trump has, as he did up until 2019, a Senate, a House of Representatives, and the White House? What happens? And how bad, except for, I'm going to ask you a foolish question. Looking back, it was bad. It was chaotic. What did he get away with? Looking back at those 4 years, the tax cut for the wealthy, the storming of the Capitol, trying to steal an election, using his office to, hold up
wealthy for his entire family. Yes.
Yeah. Holding up money to Ukraine for dirt on Joe Biden.
Yeah.
He definitely made it easier for white nationalists to make life uncomfortable for people of color, if you were Arab or Hispanic.
Sure.
The gloves were off. Are the undocumented workers, is life easier for undocumented workers right now compared to what it was under Trump. Feels like they're in the same position, but Biden isn't relishing their pain. Same things are going on, right?
Well, yeah, although some of this, courts have ordered him to continue certain immigration policies. I don't know exactly which ones that he wanted to stop, so that, and this is part of my constant complaint about the corruption of the federal judiciary. And one of the things that could happen, of course, is he could easily get one more person on the court. So it'd be a 7-2 conservative majority. And I just learned just the other day of a really important Supreme Court case that hasn't been argued yet involving the Environmental Protection Agency. And without getting into the weeds, but basically it's a challenge to the idea that the Congress can pass a statute and then allow agencies to have delegated authority to figure out how to achieve something,
Right.
like emissions controls. And
it's a precedent. It was a precedent established where the Supreme Court said when it comes to legislation involving cabinet level agencies, the Supreme Court will play second fiddle to the interpretation of the agency. They'll interpret the law first.
Yeah.
Right. And the Supreme Court says, we'll back off unless you really want to challenge this.
Right. And that's why this case is so important, because in the long view of it, what they could say is that this kind of discretion given to agencies is itself unconstitutional. So this has implications not just in the environmental arena, but in healthcare too. In other words, if you had to write a statute that indicated exactly how you would, in the event that we ever got around to covering hearing aids, for example, you'd have to specify exactly what you could charge for them and how you would distribute them. And that this is crazy. Congress is too damn lazy to stay in session long enough to write the general bills, to think that they're going to write specific bills about everything, or carbon emissions. Can you imagine what 435 members of the House trying to figure out exactly what the requirements of CO emissions would be? That's impossible.
So there's a gentleman's agreement that these laws that are passed will be administered by the administrative state, and then each administration would have its own different interpretation unless it's taken all the way to the Supreme Court. But what we have now is a court that's been handpicked by the Federalist Society, whose goal is to dismantle the administrative state and reduce Washington, take Washington back to Herbert Hoover before the New Deal. They think the golden age of government was pre-Roosevelt, when there was no administrative state and that Washington was a small town. That's their goal, is to make Washington small enough to drown in a bathtub. And if you dismantle the regulatory powers of the regulators, everybody's going to go home, and there won't be 3.2 million people working for the executive branch.
Yeah.
That
is their goal. That is their goal.
Yeah.
And with the Supreme Court, they're likely to be handed some new ammunition in moving it in exactly that direction. So we're not going to just have to worry about religious schools getting tax dollars and handguns being available in the subways of New York City, but we got to worry about big systemic problems. And of course, just the other day, the Supreme Court agreed on January 7th to have a kind of emergency session to consider the constitutionality of the COVID mandate for companies that have 100 or more employees. And, it's very bad news when a decision in this case from the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals, which is, relatively conservative. But when the Supreme Court agrees to hear it, they usually agree to hear decisions they disagree with so they can reverse them. And that would be horrendous, because if you really can't, I mean, I'm really on this tear, and I wasn't kidding when I talk about why is it that you can get on an airplane without having proof that you were vaccinated. I mean, when we saw a couple of weeks ago West Side Story, we had a show. We have one nonprofit movie theater in Washington, D.C., and it does require, and they're very strict about this, that you prove that you have a vaccination card, that you've been vaccinated, and you don't get in. They don't sell you a ticket unless you show them your card. And that's in a movie theater. It ought to be that way in everything, in any way. And I understand, that they're still doing the ball drop, I guess, in Times Square. They're going to require that all those people who go to be vaccinated, and they're going to restrict the numbers of people. But to tell you the truth, I think the mayor, possibly even the soon to be new mayor, are making a big mistake to have this massive group of people come on New Year's Eve to watch the ball fall. You could do that on television like they did last year.
Yeah.
What do you think? I mean, would you go? Would you go to Times Square to see the ball drop?
I would never go, in the best of times.
Right.
Okay. There is a feeling, especially among young people, if you're young, there are two thoughts. One is they need to work, they need money, they're willing to sacrifice some of their health in order to pay the bills. I mean, there is an economic consequence to shutting down the economy because of COVID. So
yeah, but wait a minute. But nobody's making money at the ball drop in Times Square except the people who sell funny hats and horns. I mean, it's not like I'm not suggesting you'd have to be vaccinated in order to go to work. But I'm just saying when you have these
television show, I mean, the ball drop, there's a lot of commerce involved in that. People on New Year's Eve, they just don't go to Times Square to hang out, and they buy alcohol, they buy cigarettes and, party streamers, and they go have dinner first. I mean, it's a big night for restaurants. So I think I can understand why somebody who's in their 30s says, I have to pay my bills. The eviction moratorium is over. In 3 months, I got to pay back my student loans. Double vaxxed. I got my booster. I might get this, but it won't be a death sentence. Am I going to live the rest of my life as a hermit? I do understand that. And it's easy for some people, Catherine Liu, author of Virtue Hoarders, talks about how she says there's a certain type of person whose job is answering emails. There's a certain type of people whose job it is just answering emails. I'm a comedy writer. I'm lucky enough where I'm basically answering emails or going on Zoom. Yeah. Not everybody has that luxury. So I don't sympathize with the anti-vaxxers, and I don't sympathize with Ron DeSantis, but I do sympathize with people who can't make ends meet, who say, you know what, I'm willing to sacrifice I'm going to play the odds here. I have to support myself.
Yeah, I still don't see the connection, though, notwithstanding, yes, people can go to dinner and they do. But of course, you don't go to dinner. If you go to the ball drop, you better be there in the morning. You better understand that there are no bathrooms there, all of those indignities. But if you have dinner,
ball drop.
no, you have to be able to hold your bodily fluids, as I understand it, from the time you get into the area until they let you out of the giant holding pen around the ball drop. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm not.
So there's something more than a ball dropping.
It could be.
So then,
could be. Look,
that's insanity.
Yeah, I know. It's
I have to pee just now that you tell me that I have to pee.
I know.
Just the thought of it makes me have to pee.
You can leave if you need to, but I can. No, I mean, look, it's if they told, okay, so Joanne and I have gone not just a West Side Story, but we went to a movie on our way up here to Massachusetts. We stopped and saw one of my last living relatives, and then we were right across.
Who's in that? Who's in that?
Who?
My last living,
Yeah,
one of my last living relatives.
Bill, my cousin Bill.
Oh, I thought it was a movie. Like West Side. So you said we saw one of my last living relatives. I thought it was a movie.
Nightmare Alley. We saw Nightmare Alley, which led me to question why in the world are we remaking all of these movies? Now, something like West Side Story, the casting was so horrible. Maria, of course, is supposed to be Puerto Rican, was played by Natalie Wood. And there's a wonderful woman who in fact is Puerto Rican, who's already been nominated for a couple of prestigious awards. She can actually sing. Natalie Wood never sang in that movie. They had somebody dub all the songs. Mm-hmm. And but you get to the end and you go, okay, the casting is better, but why did they really need to make it? Why did Steven Spielberg decide this was the movie he was going to make again? And we had the same feeling with a movie I really like. I like the original Nightmare Alley, which takes place in a carnival, and which is about the premise involves geeks. I never saw a geek because by the mid-50s, when I was obsessed with carnivals and fairs, they had already outlined this. The benefit of people who don't know what a geek is, these are people, usually male alcoholics, who are told, we'll give you a job. All you have to do is go into this pit with a couple of chickens and conceal a razor blade in your hand and cut off the neck of the chicken. It'll give the appearance that you're biting it off. And then, of course, you do that for a couple of months, and then the carnival boss comes and says, we really need you to literally use your mouth and bite the chicken's head off. And that's kind of the premise of Nightmare Alley. And it was a wonderful movie. It had Tyrone Power in. I think it was made in the late 40s. And, it's a perfectly fine movie. This one is a little more graphic. It shows in a little more detail. I don't do spoilers, but how bad it is that this guy who's a con artist, mentalist, who claims that he can communicate with the dead, just how sinister it is and what the terrible consequences of that kind of fraudulent activity can be. And it's very graphic, but which it wasn't in the 1940s version. But, did it need to be remade? I mean, does Hudson Hawk need to be remade? Does, really, do we need to start? How about Santa Claus Conquers the Martians? Maybe we should remake that too. And, this is.
So what have you been watching? What do you watch? Because you are a big fan of movies.
Yeah.
What do you recommend?
Well, I mean, I love Tick, Tick, Boom, which is another musical about Jonathan Larson, the guy who wrote the play Rent. This is about his earlier life before Rent even opened. And I found, it just absolutely stunning movie. I liked, although I don't like most of Jane Campion's movies, I liked The Power of the Dog, which is, these are both streaming on various services. You don't even have to go out to see them. And it's not that I
Seeing
dislike.
the Ricardos.
I started to watch that and I really liked it.
Oh my
And-
God.
No, well,
Oh, it's one of the biggest pieces of crap.
no.
It's Aaron Sorkin at his best, which means it's a piece of crap. It's a great thing to hate watch. It is so. It is
Okay,
so. horrible.
Okay, my television broke, so I only got through half of it. But here, and Aaron Sorkin is a strange character because you either love or hate the writing. You obviously hate it. When he did the trial of the Chicago 7,
Not
there's an
good.
what?
Not
well,
good.
No, well, it's if you don't know anything about that time and you don't know anything about what's true and what's not true in the story, I could see you going, yeah, that's interesting, very powerful. But if you did, as I did, and you knew David Dellinger, for example, and in the movie of the Chicago 7, he's portrayed as having a fight with a guard in the courtroom. And of course, he was a total pacifist. And I watched a webinar with some of the participants, including Rennie Davis and the daughter of Dave Dellinger. And she said that all of the things in the film about her dad are just complete lies. For example, she was his daughter. In the movie, Sorkin has a son for him. And Dave Dellinger is presented as a guy who coached Little League. And his daughter said he never was interested in baseball. He never coached Little League. But these are all things that were set up and
Well,
totally out of character.
You're a lawyer. Why do you think Aaron Sorkin takes liberties with the story? I think I know why. You have to take liberties with a true story. Otherwise, it opens you up to a lawsuit. If you have these blatant liberties that are taken with the truth,
Yeah.
you then can't be sued for misrepresenting. You can't be accused of slander or libel. You have to take a true story and alter it just enough so the people who were involved in that story can't sue you. We took a lot of liberties. We took a lot of liberties in this.
Yeah. I don't think though that that's the thing that was motivating. I just think it is, in fact, if you want to do a story and you want to show that this world famous, Dave Dellinger was, pacifist before there were pacifists. And I don't think Sorkin's going, he might sue us if let's make up really bad things about him instead of just altering things a little bit. I mean, that scene in the movie is completely unnecessary. There's no reason. You could show him getting angry, but you don't have to show a guy who is a dedicated lifelong pacifist grabbing a guard or appearing to slug him. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. I don't think they's worried about that. I think it's just, it's a better story conventionally if he fights back.
Right.
And if he's seen as a guy who's such a everyman that he even coached his son, who doesn't exist, Little League.
Well, you got to watch Being the Ricardos. It's up there with Showgirls in terms of it being horrendous. Do you remember a show called Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip? It was
No.
There were two sitcoms that came out that try to capture life behind the scenes at Saturday Night Live. One was Aaron Sorkin doing Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip. And then there was 30 Rock. 30 Rock was fantastic because Tina Fey told her story, or a version of it, whereas Aaron Sorkin knows as much about the inner workings of Saturday Night Live as he does the West Wing of the White House. And he just took liberties with what he fantasized producing a live comedy show is like, with, and it has the annoying walks and talks, and it was so heavy-handed and pompous. Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip. If you're a comedy writer, there's not a single professional comedy writer who doesn't think Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip is as bad as 30 Rock is good. It's just a joke.
Yeah.
And it's just this pompous, self-serving look at comedy, as though it's as important as serving in the Oval Office. It's just, just heavy-handed. This is what Being the Ricardos is. It's as bad good as Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip. And he tries to portray Lucille Ball. He tries to portray Lucille Ball like she's Charlie Chaplin trying to solve the city lights scene with the blind girl figuring out who gave her the rose. And there's this great documentary. There have been several documentaries about Chaplin trying to figure out that move in City Lights. And Aaron Sorkin decides to steal that to explain how Lucille Ball worked. It's so pompous, so self-serving, so bogus. But most importantly, the biggest crime that Aaron Sorkin commits is J. Edgar Hoover is the hero of this story. J. Edgar Hoover is the hero of Being the Ricardos. It is so tone deaf, so wrong on every level, and fascinating to watch because Nicole Kidman almost makes it as Lucy, as in her day-to-day life.
Yeah.
But when Nicole Kidman, who is one of the greatest actresses ever,
Yeah.
she tries to be Lucy, who was the greatest. It's like Julia Louis-Dreyfus and Lucille Ball. Can't get any better than that. And you really begin to realize what a genius Lucille Ball is when you watch Nicole Kidman trying to do the grape crushing scene. They recreate the grape crushing scene.
That's about when my television broke.
And
I
did you,
have fixed it, so I'm gonna, now
it's fascinating. She doesn't even come like 1/100th close to Lucille Ball's comedic ability.
Right.
It's just fascinating to watch how bad it is. Aaron Sorkin is,
So aside from that, no. So we fixed the TV.
Showgirls. I recommend Being.
I love Showgirls.
I know.
I'm the only person on earth, except for my wife, who also like. And what's her name? Elizabeth Berkley? Is that the woman who?
And Joe Esterhaus.
Yeah, but Elizabeth Berkley was in the movie, and when I was doing radio, I had her on my radio show once, and I said that so many people had criticized Showgirls. I said, but my wife and I sat there. I think we were the only people in the theater. No, everyone hated it, but I thought that it was actually a pretty powerful statement about the exploitation of women in Vegas. And Elizabeth Berkley literally started to cry on the air. She said, nobody's ever said that. Nobody's ever affirmed anything. And Elizabeth Berkley then went on to run a women's empowerment nonprofit. And, but I realize I'm in a very small minority.
You're barking up the wrong pole. You're barking up the wrong pole. There are three great movies: Beyond the Valley of the Dolls.
Yeah.
It's a miracle. Have you ever seen Beyond the Valley of the Dolls?
Of course I have.
It is. So you don't hate watch it. It's just something. The badness is precious.
Yeah.
It's precious how bad it is. Where you just go, oh my God, this is a miracle of badness from start. The Oscar and the Prod. What was Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. in? It was either
Um,
the Oscar or the prize.
what's
Another
the prize about?
Maybe it's about the Oscar. If it comes on, it's just so good.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's a good train wreck, is what you're saying.
you know, and Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip, if you're a comedy writer, is just rivetingly horrible. And Being the Ricardos, it's a master's class in schlock. It really is. And West Wing, I can still watch The West Wing and get the chills. That fantasy world of.
Yeah.
But boy, Being the Ricardos, I could watch it again. It's so bad.
Well, now that I have my TV working, we will watch the ending, possibly even right after we're finished here, and just so I can tell you whether you're right or wrong at the end.
Well, they make
Next
J.
week.
Edgar Hoover the hero at the end.
Yeah, well, I'm looking into that. I'll
that-
give it a fair trial.
That I don't
No.
understand. And go ahead. Well, we have 5 more minutes.
Okay. Last week you asked me, you said that a listener had asked about,
Yes.
yeah, and I did a lot of reading of their materials, but I don't have time to talk about it. But next week I would like to talk about it, because here is a religious right organization that has been pretty effective already, has bigger plans, and has what the Democratic Party and most liberal groups don't have, a plan to get from A to B to C. But I'll talk about it in a little more detail.
Right.
next
It's
week.
what the Democrats are missing.
Yeah.
Jeff Green, a billionaire Mormon, he left the Mormon church 10 years ago, and he wrote a letter this week to the Mormon church saying, take my name off all your buildings, give me back my records. I don't want anything to do with you. And to prove it, I'm giving $600,000 to an LGBTQ
Right.
political rights organization.
Yep.
Did you hear about that?
Yes. And but I think I'm only in the Internet Movie Database with about 2 movies, one of which was The Mormon Proposition, and I'm in that for a few seconds, a few minutes, I guess. And but it's a movie that shows how much the Mormon Church did to pass really bad anti-gay legislation in the state of California. And it's an interesting documentary.
8. Talking about 8.
Proposition 8.
Which they blamed on black people. They blamed.
Yeah, but it was all the Mormon Church money had a huge role to play in
Right. It's interesting. Emil and I were talking about Asian hate crimes, and they're trying to blame them on black people. And I remember the anti-gay, 8 in California. This must have been 12 years ago.
Mm.
They voted to not legalize same-sex marriage,
Yep.
and they blamed the black churches
Yep.
in California for killing gay marriage, when in fact it was the Mormon Church, which didn't allow black people in until what, 1978, 1970.
Yeah, they had a change of heart.
Yeah.
And I'm part of the people. I know I saw this. I didn't even know it was in this film, but I saw it at the American Film Institute, and there were a bunch of gay activists who were there to comment on it. And one of them, who I guess had been a Mormon, but he thought that the same kind of words of wisdom would come eventually to the Mormon Church leadership about their anti-gay activities as their anti-black activities. That he was perhaps overly optimistic about it, but he was convinced that eventually they would see the truth, and that the truth included not being so hostile to the gay community. We'll see if that ever happens.
Religion ruins everything. I was, like Gabriel Boric, his name was like this 34-year-old socialist who just got elected president of Chile.
Mm.
And I'm reading about him and I'm going, God, this is so great. This is so great. And then you read that that Chile's Jewish community is terrified of him because they sent him a gift for the Jewish New Year. And he wrote back, you want to give me a gift? Give the Palestinians a homeland. Israel's killing a nation of killers. And I thought, boy, it's just like, can I have 1 week where I'm feeling good just about something? And now the Jewish community in Chile is terrified. And I think this is why the left, anyway.
Yeah, the left. It's well, we'll talk a little about this next week when we.
Yeah, it's hard to be a leftist.
Yeah, well, it's not necessarily hard, but it is, some would say, hard to convince other people to join us.
It's almost as though there should be a separation between our religious beliefs and the public square. It's almost as though politics should have nothing to do with people's religion. Have you ever thought about that?
Yeah, I think I read a book about it once, but
read or wrote?
A little of both.
Boy,
I'm ready to get. I'm finally paid to piss people off. The book, it's almost ready to go to the editor. I mean, and I'm sending some excerpts to a couple of people, but I'm kind of thinking maybe I should just self-publish the thing. It's so long, it's so detailed, and how many people are going to buy it? How many people are going to buy it? Maybe they don't care. Maybe I could come on. I do actually want to do a reading for office hours sometime in the next couple of weeks.
Well, I would love that.
A little piece of it.
We would love
done it. I've done 2, and I actually the feedback from listeners and viewers has been extremely helpful. So I'd like to do it again.
We're going to be here Christmas Eve doing office hours.
Yeah, I will not be. I did let people know I could not do it New Year's Eve.
I think we're going to do The Godfather, a table read of The Godfather.
Really?
Yeah. Reverend Barry W. Go to barrywlin.com for a treasure trove of his appearances and some of his sermons. We didn't really get to talk about what Christmas means to you, probably because I don't care. No, I'm kidding. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Merry. And happy holidays to everyone.
Don't you happy holiday me. Don't patronize. Merry Christmas. I have no problem. You have a problem with Merry Christmas?
No. No, when I used to do Fox all the time, and I did endless shows about the war on Christmas, and how would I know that the war on Christmas would get so intense in 2021 that someone would burn down the $500,000 fake tree right outside the Fox offices in New York City? Who would have thought of that?
And you know who burned it down?
A man who had no home and who he wasn't even put out on bail.
And what would Jesus say?
He'd say,
burn, baby, burn.
Burn, baby, burn.
Hey, it's the holiday of light.
Thank you. Of course it is.
So light it on fire. Burn. Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you.
And my best to all of your wife and everybody. And
Thank you.
Enjoy the grandkids. I don't know why, but enjoy them. I think it's a waste of time. The Reverend Barry W. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. And it's time now for the professors and Mary Ann. I'm bringing them in right now. We have Professor Mary Ann Cummings, who is a physicist and a parks commissioner in Aurora, Illinois. We have Professor Ann Lee, we have Professor Jonathan Bick, and we have Professor Adnan Hussein. And I will give everybody a proper introduction once we get everybody in. Thank you all for showing up. I know this is normal people are, with family or depressed. So I'm glad everybody's here. Let me just ask, judging by backgrounds, I see that Professor Bick, Professor Lee are in their usual setting. It looks like Professor Hussein is in a more, rustic, it looks, and let me ask Professor Marianne Cummings, I know you were driving through COVID. You said there was a COVID storm? You have to unmute yourself. So I think I'm going to guess that Professor Cummings and Hussein are not in their home.
That is correct.
You're in Michigan, and I'm going to suggest that Adnan Hussein is somewhere. Oh, that's right. You emailed me. So you're in Connecticut.
I'm in Connecticut. That's right.
Okay. Are we happy?
Well, I'm happy to be with my in-laws. So that's positive. I was hoping to see my sister in New York City, but with the Omicron storm that Professor Marianne, mentioned, driving through to get to Detroit, everything seems to be, shut down. So any possibility to see family and friends in New York City seemed impossible, dangerous. It's impossible to find a PCR test. You can't get a PCR test in the tri-state area. You can't get the results back, within the 72 hours that you need in order to return and cross the border. So, that's that looks like a rapid antigen test. Yeah, those seem to be also few and far between. We happen to have a box that somebody gave us, and I feel like if I went down to Times Square and waved it around, I could probably get $1,000 for this box.
Right.
20.
Right.
So it seems like COVID is resurging through this Omicron, and it's just timed perfectly to make holiday cheer kind of dicey. So I'm happy, but I could be happier.
Right. Professor Marianne, you would think that Ron Klain, the chief of staff, who is supposed to be the genius behind fighting Ebola in the Obama administration, they would have bought 500 million rapid tests back in February of this year. Why are they?
Or at least back in October. But apparently in October, the Biden administration rejected a proposal for hundreds of millions of these rapid tests being made available right before the Christmas holidays. And that's just frustrated everybody. And then I just saw the coverage in Vanity Fair, just came out today, that described this. It seemed like, as much as the rhetoric was different, they have amazingly similar focus to the Trump administration. The Trump administration was get the vaccine out, get the vaccine developed, get people vaxxed, and get people back to work and open everything up. And, the idea of just a universal lockdown with everybody being supported with UBI and guaranteed income and surety for all the small businesses, that seems to have been completely beyond our capacity. So even something as simple as, just have people have masks and tests. I mean, we can ramp up. We're rich. You can do this, and in fact, it looks like experts in their own administration were urging them to do that, and they just kind of rejected it. They thought, well, we're going to be vaccinated enough, and And it also, they didn't want apparently to be sending mixed signals that, you know, if they were telling people to gear up, you know, for a Christmas surge, that might, you know, give the impression that they hadn't quite gotten on top of COVID.
Right. Let me ask Professor Ann Lee.
Yeah.
If you're born in France, you get swag. Like your mother is sent home with a care package and free health care and all this emergency preparedness stuff. My mind immediately goes to, well, the French then probably sent masks out to everybody. They sent tests out to everybody. And then you read about how other countries have handled this crisis. They're just as bad, if not worse, than the United States. Other industrialized countries that surpass us in safety nets blew this as well. So this is not a strictly American conceit. Is that fair?
Well, that's fair, but it's a trade-off. In other words, if the Biden administration had gone sending out lots of test kits, and of course Biden said today, "Oh, gee, I wish I had pushed to get 500 million kits out." Blah blah blah. The reality, of course, is that if you send the kits out, more people will travel. And when more people travel, you're going to get a larger spread. I mean, I think that there's an epidemiological trade-off between those two elements. The fact of the matter
that people would get the tests, some of them would take it, some of them wouldn't, but it would create the illusion that this thing is under control.
Yeah, and it would be worse because then you're going to get, and in fact, because people are doing it anyway, they're traveling anyway. The data says that people traveling the road yesterday or today is higher than it was last year anyway. So, people are going to travel anyway. So that's another issue. But in terms of mass transport, that's what they're trading it off against. And then on the other hand, they're mishandling it, but I like to think that they're doing a slightly better job than the entire disinformation campaign and the attempt to weaponize it and et cetera, et cetera. And in fact, that's interesting as well. The kind of fracture with Trump being sort of abandoned by some of his, getting booed by his followers.
You tell everybody what happened. That's fascinating.
Well, after he admitted with Bill O'Reilly in Texas that, they were doing a little back and forth and trying to appear all correct about it, and that they'd both been triple vaccinated, there were boos in the audience. They were doing their little road show and people booed, and not an insignificant number of people booed. And then on the internet, on Twitter, they decided that Trump had been replaced by a clone, which makes no logical sense, but it's quite amusing that it must be CGI or something, and if they had cloned him, he wouldn't be full sized, it's just, it makes no damn sense. And why would he come back sort of looking as, terrible as he does? If Trump had any control over it. So
he'd look
anyway,
like Pompeo does these days.
Oh, right. So anyway, that's fortunately, not gone very far, but the reality is, of course, that there are Trumpists who, are kind of annoyed by this. They're really quite committed to being anti-vax.
Right. Professor Jonathan Bick.
Hi, David.
The fact that Omicron is around our necks, and yet Americans are, Professor Marianne and Professor Hussein, they go and they see family and loved ones, that they have to be around their loved ones. Is there not something human about that, that we are social animals, that we are willing to risk our lives? Is there not something beautiful about people having to be around loved ones this time of year, even though there is a risk? Isn't there something almost can't you forgive? Or that maybe Professor Marianne and Professor Hussein want to kill their loved ones and spread the fire. I don't know.
Well, that's what they told me, but I wasn't supposed to say anything. Yeah, no, I mean, there is no doubt that human beings are social animals, and to try to deny that causes a lot of misery and a lot of problems. Margaret Thatcher famously said, that society doesn't exist. And basically, the Thatcher-Reagan approach to life is to have atomized people, homo economists, everyone competing against one another and only looking after their own narrow self-interest. That's been disastrous. And I think we see the results of that in our response to the COVID crisis. I mean, there are countries in the world that have dealt with this better than the United States and most of Europe. China, if you believe the figures there, that's where the virus started. They have fewer than 5,000 deaths. The United States has over 800,000. China has 5 times our population, or thereabouts. Right. So, I mean, if you look at it that way, the US is a failed state compared to that response in China. They were willing to take drastic measures. I mean, people are going around saying, oh, the shutdowns don't work. They work if you shut down the country. Not if you shut down part of a state here, part of a state there, one state here, and then lift it. And then the whole thing, the virus moves around the entire country from one place to the next.
But what about Great Britain? I mean, when you look at the EU, you're seeing a similar crisis, aren't we? So the argument would be made, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. The argument is, well, we value freedom. So freedom of movement, freedom of choice. And that's the argument that Great Britain has this. Doesn't Great Britain have the same problem, if not worse, than we're having?
Yes.
And what about Canada? Doesn't Canada have the same problem, if not?
In many countries in Europe as well.
So is it fair to say that we are a freer society than, say, China?
Oh, I think we are.
And with that comes the freedom to assemble and to evaluate the risk. And so, because I did it over the weekend and last night, Leslie and I went out to dinner with Eddie Brill, an old friend, and it was, I thought, I'm going to risk it. I'm going to do it. I can't keep, you take. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I understand. Believe me, I understand. It's just a question of, should you be doing it when this new variant is out there and it's surging? I don't know.
But they're saying, again, I'm not going into Joe Rogan territory. I wish I'd give anything to it. But they're saying that Omicron is not as lethal as the Delta virus, Delta mutation. They're saying that if you're fully vaxxed, you're not going to die from this. And
it's very unlikely that you'll die if you have 3 shots, right? If you have the full shot and the booster, yeah. But again, we don't know the long-term risks of this, right? There's no way to know that. So a lot of people suffer from long-term COVID symptoms. You have to take that into consideration. And I don't know if we've had enough time to definitively know that this variant is less lethal than the other variants. I don't know.
All right, so I'll change the subject, but let me bring up Great Britain during the Blitz. One of the things that they took pride in, Professor Marianne, was the West End of London continued to put on plays while the Germans were bombing. People were willing to go to the theater, even though they were sitting ducks.
And the royal family did not leave.
And the royal family and Buckingham Palace got bombed.
And to this day, I know the last time I was there, I visited the Albert and Victoria Museum, or maybe I got that the other way around. But there's a whole wall that is all pockmarked with bombs that they have not repaired, and they kind of deliberately keep that up as a kind of memorial to, basically we muddled through even as the Jerrys were bombing us. And in Britain, I think there is very similarities to our population, to our demographics, at least age-wise. But the one big difference between Great Britain and ourselves is that they have a national healthcare system as under assault as it has been for the last several decades, especially with Tories in charge. I was just checking the Worldometer's website, and it turns out that America is by far leads the industrialized world in terms of deaths per millions from the variant. I mean, there's a clutch of third world countries worse than we are. A lot of them are very small, and some Eastern European countries that are just now, but a lot of them are just now seeing the big surge in COVID. They didn't deal with it last year because it wasn't really prevalent this year. The variants were something that they just could not deal with. So I think that, and I'm looking with fingers crossed because at Britain's figures, because they're 2 weeks ahead of us in terms of the Omicron. I'm being Joe Biden here. Omicron taking over, and their death rate hasn't risen. So the same thing with South Africa. Their death rate. Now, we don't know. I think Professor John and our friend Henry Hamamaki would caution us too. He says we don't know how the illness plays out. It could have a longer lead time. It could take longer to die if it's going to be fatal in you. So so we have to just be very careful. I'm the only kid here in my parents' house. I mean, there's nobody else here, and we're just kind of all keeping mostly distanced. My parents are triple vaxxed. I'm triple vaxxed, but it may very well be. I mean, the sunny side of this is that if this variant is not as lethal and is as mild as they say, and unlike the original COVID, I mean, it's very much like a common cold. And many people don't even know they have it because the symptoms are so similar to a common cold. Sneezy, runny nose, scratchy throat, cough, things like that, but nothing too much more serious, like struggling to breathe for several days on end. That might just be how it kind of inoculates against itself. If that much milder version is that much more contagious and displaces the Delta. So what's hard to find is there's a couple sites, a couple people that have been tracking it who have YouTube channels that, and they're tracking. In the UK, they track which one is Omicron and which one is the Delta. And the Delta hasn't quite gone away. It's persisting. They thought that it would be continuous, it would just continuously go down. The number of cases with Delta would go down quite precipitously, and they haven't. They've persisted. That's a little bit of a worry, because if the Delta variant persists while this Omicron wave goes through, it might actually emerge even more virulent. So, but as Henry or Irritable would tell us, immunology is complicated.
Right.
It's just
Can I
hard
can
to
I just make
extrapolate. Yes.
make one point? So I think something Marianne said is very important, that she knows that her parents are triple vaccinated.
Right.
She knows that who she is visiting is taking this seriously, taking their health and the health of others seriously. They got vaccinated. They probably, I'm sure, wear quality masks when they go out in public. They're taking precautions. If you know that your family is doing that, then sure, go visit them. If you know that your family contains people that are not doing those things,
Or liars like mine.
Well, I have 3 siblings who are unvaccinated and are insisting on being that. And I'm just trying to convince one of them, like, look, this person even likes going to Michael Osterholm's site because it's interesting. He does a weekly, but he is insistent. He said, look, this variant is going to find you. It is going to find you sooner or later. You can't just hang around even with vaccinated people. There's no herd immunity. You're not protected. And Professor John, to your point, yeah, if my parents weren't triple vaccinated, I wouldn't be here, even though I am. So it's because I could give them the disease just as much as anybody else at this point, especially, it is a much smaller load and the casual transmission rate is lower, but when you're in a saturated situation, like in a house for hours on end, it doesn't matter if you're 50% less loaded with the virus or 100%, if you're exposed to it. In other words, it doesn't matter if it's a half hour before you get it or an hour before you get it, you're in the house. It's a saturation type situation. And, so.
Let me ask you, I'm not joking here. I'm out of my mind. There were 12 years of my life spent in comedy clubs, 365 days a year. But for 12 straight years, I never left a comedy club. And so when I finally stopped being in comedy clubs and being out among people, I went, it's not so bad to just isolate and not be like, I like not being around people. And so when I'm being serious, it's just that, I got it all out of my system. I don't think most people are like that. And one of the things that has occurred to me is the metaverse, this thing that Zuckerberg wants to build, where we put on our Oculus glasses. Apple's getting in on this. This is where we're not going to need human contact. We're going to. I see you shaking your head, Professor Ann Lee. In my mind, I'm buying into this idea, this terrifying idea, where it's kind of like Inception, where we can ignore the world, put on these glasses, and live in whatever universe we choose, and human interaction will be rewired so that we won't require what was human interaction. When I see people going out and sitting in traffic and flying, it makes me hopeful that Zuckerberg and the metaverse won't succeed, that they cannot do this to us. They can't rewire our brains. We're still going to be social animals who require reality, verifiable reality.
Well, yes and no. When you look at the failure of immersive environments like virtual worlds, such like Second Life, for example, you see also human failings also come out. So on the one hand, there was a movement, there still is, a whole set of ideas about being able to teach immersively and to teach in an augmented reality. And that can be good. I think it's an incredible challenge to try and do it properly. But on the other hand, you have people constantly trying to play with the sort of informal economy of being in that world. And the reality, of course, and there's a good ad that's out right now, two guys playing each other with immersive goggles on, but they both stop at pause at some moment and don't realize that they're complaining through the wall against each other, that their neighbor is being too damn noisy.
Right.
And I think it's counterproductive relative to selling the technology, but it is actually a reality. It is like bowling alone in that sense. So I think that there are going to be incredible contradictions, and ultimately, with all due respect to material analysis, it's all to sell you 5G bandwidth. It's all about 5G bandwidth. It's the only way you can run that crap is with 5G. So it's just going to be pretty amusing. On the other hand, you have all these Trumpers who want to burn down 5G towers. So it might actually, regulate itself.
But in all seriousness, this is not like being futuristic. Do you worry that as the Earth recedes and the ocean moves forward, that all we're going to be left is with virtual and alternative reality, and we'll just embrace?
No, I think Jeffrey Toobin has taught us that, that there still is an analog reality that we live in.
Yes.
But I think your point is that more importantly, there is a physical reality. I mean, unless we develop our psi powers, kind of like on the level of cats, that might take another like 1 or 2 million more years of evolution. We are going to require technology. We're going to require physical generation of energy to build factories, to build the stuff that allows us to have, and 5G, that's considerable amount of physical infrastructure.
What it was, we say psi power. What'd you say?
Psi powers.
What's that?
Did you watch Babylon 5? I had a boyfriend who did. There was Psycor, like the guy who played Chekhov in the original Star Trek what was his name? He was like
Psi powers. Psi powers.
Like, you basically can use
the Psycor.
Highly developed mental capacities that actually can, have physical effects.
And
like
cats have that?
Huh?
And you're
Cats?
saying cats have that?
Oh yeah, I'm sure they have that. I mean, they live in a whole new. But they choose, they're comfortable now, and we're doing all the work for them. So, why bother?
Yeah.
Koenig, yeah, Walter Koenig. But what was his name? Bester or or something like that on Babylon 5.
Yeah.
Professor Hussein, do you worry about like 3 generations from now, humans being hardwired differently and they just check out of reality? We do it with pot, alcohol, Netflix, games. I mean, humanity rears its ugly head like in Gamergate. People can lose themselves in games, but then the sexism and the horribleness of humanity sets in. But I mean, there are going to be gated communities of alternate realities that will be better than
everybody will have their own office hours with some other group that goes on forever and ever, and
right.
That's who they associate
that would be one
with.
of those episodes of Twilight Zone that Professor John oh my God, we should write one.
But I mean, I guess I wonder, obviously the pandemic has already accelerated some of those effects, right? I mean, maybe kids, the younger generations were always on their phones and, felt more comfortable interacting through social media almost than they did in person. But now we feel uncomfortable in person unless it's with close, intimate people. And we've done all the checks. We've taken our, rapid tests, and we've been isolating, and we've been, very careful. Then, with people you're very close friends with or family, you can have some social time. But when you meet people in other social spaces that you don't know well, there's an awkwardness, I think, and even, friendships, acquaintances that might have been warmer and there would have been more affection expressed. They've become kind of awkward because we're out of the habit and we're thinking about all the other unseen factors, and nobody knows exactly, how exactly to relate. Should you give a hug? Should you not? Should you handshake? Should you not? Should you, do the foot bump or the, fist thing? So, everybody's trying to work out what is going to be appropriate. And so that's accelerated already the awkwardness of live face-to-face social interaction, and has pushed us ever more into the online sphere, which has been a boon for Microsoft, for Zoom, for all of these tech companies who seem to be very invested in the transformation of the world into a virtual kind of terrain. But I think, I guess my question is how different is online? I think there are real differences, but how different is online behavior, socially speaking, from other interactions? Already we had a very polemical, partisan sort of politics, factional disputes. I think that's gotten worse, but it's not like it wasn't already there. So I think it exacerbates tendencies that are there rather than being completely transformative. So I don't know where it's going to be headed, but I do, hope that we will recover some public ground, some social comfort with one another again. Maybe I'm just, living in an obsolete sense of reality. But we talked about it when we talked about teaching. Pedagogically, yes, you can do a lot of great things online. I think you can use it as a tool to achieve certain ends, but there's something invaluable and irreplaceable to the in-person seminar discussion about, critical readings and thinking together. I just think it doesn't, isn't easily replaced. So if that is lost, something important about human social engagement and how we've developed over millennia, it's not easy to just suddenly hardwire. Maybe we're moving in a different, the evolution of the species, but if you push it too fast, it goes against things that we have already developed that we are comfortable with, that does have value. So I think we'll have to find the balance, because I don't think we're going back completely.
Right. And the other, go ahead, Professor John.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, let's not give up hope either. I think that we can get through this, and it doesn't mean that COVID is going to be around in its current form forever, necessarily. That we can develop vaccines that are more targeted to address, say, the Omicron variant and other variants that may arise. We can develop more and more treatments. There are 2 treatments out there in pill form that have some effectiveness. So, this, we may get through this. I guess,
but we're not going to be the same. Everything changes. Even if nothing had happened, everything changes. Now there's been some kind of acceleration of change. We're not going back to the way things were.
Right. And I think that can be a good thing.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
People who do not need to be in an office should not be there. All the commuting, all that pollution, all the wasted time, all the spending on unnecessary infrastructure, all the stress, all of that nonsense, expense.
to me, it's almost as though it was an evolutionary imperative that we either for climate change, because of climate change, or just for our own mental health and our survival, the hamster wheel of our existence before COVID, we were going to die off if some of us had to stop and just see what our life was, because we still are. Our lives are not good. The gift of COVID, if you survive it, is to examine this idea of going to an office and just having your life drained out of you in an office for no purpose other than being controlled for money, where you can get that money by staying home and doing the same work.
Exactly. I mean, people who have or who are able to work from home, overwhelmingly, they prefer it. There are so many advantages to it. That doesn't mean that we don't have to make public policy changes to make it possible for more people to do it, and for more people to do it in a way that is conducive to having a family, and that the employer and the government should pick up some of these expenses that are associated with working remotely. But I think
the other thing is that I'm not making a joke here. It's going to be bad for lawyers, because men don't know how to behave in an office, and that's created an industry for human resources and lawyers. And I'm still amazed on Zoom meetings how men still cannot behave and watch what they say. I think there are going to be fewer lawsuits by not having men going to an office, which will be bad for the legal profession. Fewer lawsuits.
No, I mean, you're right. There won't be the opportunity for actual physical contact. And if you're on Zoom or some other platform, many times the interactions are recorded.
Yes.
So that will be evidence. It's not like you can do it where there are no cameras or other employees around in the office.
Right.
It is going to.
I'm stunned by people. I am absolutely stunned by what comes out of people's mouths in a Zoom meeting, in an office situation, where you go, boy, I hope my box wasn't lit when that was said. I hope nobody thought I said that. That's it. That is evolution. That is, some people are going to evolve. Some aren't, but this is all privilege. The privilege of, as Professor Liu says, of people whose jobs it is to answer emails. Mm-hmm. So, we're talking about. We're not talking about everybody. Go ahead. I interrupted you. I apologize.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
No, I think, we made some important points there. And I don't see it necessarily as a bad thing. And we have to remember that we are going to get past this, most likely, in terms of improvements in vaccines and treatments. So there will be more opportunity for in-person interaction, but it should be because we want to, right? Because it's under circumstances that are beneficial to us, not because we want to be forced into an office where we can be monitored and compelled just because the boss wants it.
Right. Before we have 20 minutes. I want to make sure we get to I know people come loaded with things they want to talk about. I apologize. Let me throw out one more question. We're told that we've never been this close before to a civil war, not since 1861. There's this professor, I think her name is Walters, who has a new book out. She has a part of some CIA consultant that measures democracies around the world. And in hawking her book, she says this country is not a democracy anymore and that we are on the verge of a civil war. To which I reply, if we're all in our own individual silos and we all hate each other, can we fight a two-sided civil war? Can everybody pick a team? Will everybody be able to pick a side in when I think civil war, I think the North versus the South. Aren't we so divided that it would be like 1,000 armies against one another? Wouldn't a civil war kind of be a parody of the Democratic Party? You know, these 1,000 different special interests all killing each other over nothing. Could we the question is, could we unite for a civil war? Could we get two sides for a civil war?
Well, a civil war assumes just simply a more chaotic situation. And if even if you go back to the 19th century, you know, there were, what are they called, copperheads or whatever in the North, but, you know, there was considerable division in the North. I mean, the draft riots and all those kinds of things. I mean, this is not the same thing will happen in Civil War 2.0. We're going to have largely regional conflicts with small fiefdoms. It's going to look a lot more like Mad Max.
Or Beirut or Iraq or something.
Well, you know, or the Balkans. I mean, what it's going to look like is the Balkans. We're going to have, you know, each state, and you're going to default to your own loyalties. I mean, I will move back to California because I think that fundamentally I'm still a Californian, and we're the 6th largest economy in the world. So screw all of you.
I'm with you, Ann. In high school, I wrote a draft plan. I was that kind of a poli-sci type nerd. I wrote a draft plan for the secession of California from the rest of the United States, and it seemed like it would be fine.
Absolutely.
But I think it's
Cascadia, right. Anyway.
But I think that's exactly the point. Is I don't think even the Civil War, as Ann points out, was a bit more chaotic and wasn't just two clear sides. But it was much more, I think, clear than what will be the case. If there's a breakdown of a central state.
The Civil War had a unifying principle. It had a unified, despite people, and I was guilty of it in high school, trying to sound sophisticated, saying it was about a whole bunch of things like the economic issues, blah, blah, blah. No, it was about slavery. I mean, that was such an overriding issue, and it was structural because the South, their economies relied on slavery. Whereas the North was more industrialized. It wasn't like we were peaceful. We all hated each other. We were just racist up here. It was just that we didn't have slavery as an economic base up here. We had wage slaves. We had massive exploitation of workers. The things that brought on unions, which was a whole nother war. I mean,
I think New York City at one time, because it's a financial capital, wanted to side with the Confederacy because it did the insurance for the slaves and the bonding and the financing. So New York City was not completely on board the North. Go ahead.
No, I was thinking that, I'm a little more optimistic. We may get lucky, and our brothers and sisters to the South may show us, because I never thought it was going to be a civil war or a maximalist Nazi takeover. I think it was just going to incrementally slide into fascism, and all the elements are in place. I mean, the national security state apparatus that we have tolerated, it's going on for a while. It predated the Patriot Act. However, it's been, the Patriot Act has sort of turbocharged it. And we've had, such wealth inequality that big swaths of people just do not feel like they're indebted or they have any stake in the society as, continuing as it is. And, so all of these things were present in fragile democracies down the South. And it's just amazing that, people like the new president of Chile and the president of Peru, and it looks like maybe next year Lula is going to be back in power. And all these are, and they did work within structures and they paid the price. People were in prison, some people were tortured. My connection to Chile and Pinochet was that the director of my yoga center was one of those students rounded up and put in the stadium and tortured by the Pinochet regime. However, his family, he was lucky because his father happened to be the Chilean ambassador to the Middle East. Their last names do not sound Chilean. They're from Lebanon, their family originally. So literally like the president of Lebanon got on the phone to Pinochet and said, we think there's a mistake here, and that's how he survived. But he talked about being tortured and how even early on his yoga practice helped him get through that. Not that you have to get tortured, but I mean, a lot of these, nonetheless, these people did try to work through the system. They were trying, they were protesting, they were demanding their rights because they thought they had them. And these systems were hideously corrupt, but they still persisted. Elements still persisted. You still had enough. I know he's not popular in lefty circles, but Glenn Greenwald talks a lot and has written a lot about how he has dealt with living down in Brazil, which again he says it's a fragile democracy. There are institutions. It's very dangerous. I mean, he's got enough money. His husband is a congressman down there, so they've hired personal security. But for over a year, he was threatened with being thrown in prison because of what he revealed about of the current regime down. And as a result, he was revealed that Lula was imprisoned, was impeached and imprisoned on basically trumped up fabricated charges. And so
let me ask Professor Adnan Hussein a question about this, because Guerrilla History, your podcast, covers Latin America extensively. Does America deserve any credit for South American countries, Central American countries, not turning into full-blown fascist states like Nazi Germany?
Well, only in the negative example that perhaps people were scared by what was happening in the United States, and also were alarmed by the consequent effects of Bolsonaro's Trumpian sort of campaign. This was an example for people to rally around the left and actually recruit some of the liberal left to actually vote not for these centrist parties and centrist candidates, but to look for somebody who was more committed to, anti-fascist sort of politics. So that might be, through a negative example, but I tend to think that this wave of pink, red, rosé, whatever color you want to characterize the ideological orientations of Boric and some of the other victors in recent elections, that this happened also in the late 2000s. You had quite a number of socialist and left victories that happened, I think, partly because the United States was so busy with Afghanistan and Iraq that its historic domination of Latin, South America, with the Monroe Doctrine, it actually opened up space for resistance to form rather than just be completely undermined and crushed. And I think perhaps in some ways, the internecine civil war-like conditions that we're all fearing has prevented the US from really aggressively pursuing its usual internationalist sort of politics. There's been so much internal attention, and also the focus on China and East Asia. This has drawn, I think, perhaps some resources, attention, military is being redeployed and shifted around. Intelligence is monitoring more closely other world areas. And I think this has given space for left organizing in our hemisphere. And I think that's promising. I really think in some ways, some of those victories in Venezuela, Lula originally coming in, to power in Brazil, what happened in Bolivia with Evo Morales, and even in Argentina, which historically has sometimes had more conservative sorts of governments. They had Kirchner. This was in part due to the resistance that was taking place in Iraq. It just sapped the U.S. energy, the whole deep state, the whole defense industries. They were focused in a different region. So maybe something like this has happened here.
Can I interrupt you? I just wanted to ask you, because Boris, his victory seemed pretty substantial when they thought that it was just a very, very, very close race, and there was a lot of voter suppression going on. But there was a tremendously more support than people had thought. Do you think that was driven in part by kind of a repulsion against Trump? I don't think he was worse than anybody else. It's just he was personally repulsive, whereas, we had more polite veneers on our
Absolutely. Policies may not have substantially changed when it comes to that permanent state, apparatus and their involvement in our foreign policy, but it did scare people. And I read a lot of interviews that had quotations where people said that, well, this was a rejection. We were sort of frightened by what's happening around the world, especially Trump. This kind of language suggested that it did mobilize people. And I think what's significant is that it mobilized people who I think are not necessarily reliable far left voters. I think people who are maybe center left and so on, who sometimes might split their vote or be a little cautious about a more radical candidate. And I'm not saying Boric was some extreme left winger. He's a social democrat. He's a democratic socialist. He's he's not Evo Morales or, an old Hugo Chavez type figure, but I think nonetheless, people felt more comfortable because of what they were afraid of in this case. I think it would be great to have. I should look into inviting Alex Avina to talk about what's happening in Latin America. I think he'd be a great guest to put this all in context.
We've had him on twice through Henry.
Exactly.
Very, very quickly. So, like Operation Condor, the 70s, the CIA. I don't know anything about this, but it does feel like the CIA worked with Latin American countries to install juntas that repressed the left using torture, pro-business, safe havens for American capitalism. Horrible. Hundreds of thousands of people disappeared. I'm not defending it. I'm just asking I'm trying to ascertain the human character. Because the CIA was behind Operation Condor, because the presidents up until, Reagan were orchestrating the coups and were paying for the torture. Does America have a limit to how much torture, how much fascism, how much genocide it will abide in South America? If a junta comes into power that's just way too genocidal, does the CIA step in and say, wait, we're all for right-wing death squads, but you've crossed the line here? Is there a limit to how much fascism we'll accept? Like Hitler, we liked Hitler more than we liked Stalin, but then there was, okay, hang on, this is going too far. Searching for America's character, there is so much fascism we're capable of accepting. Is that fair?
I would say, David, you should take a look at El Salvador and Guatemala. I think if there is such a threshold, it's very, very high.
I think it's less a function of us, even though I will admit that Professor Hussein has a point. I think it's much more a function of actual courage of people working through, in very dangerous situations with fragile institutions that require their courage and their participation, because it can often mean imprisonment and death, but they do it anyway. So I'm talking about countries that have that established, like Chile, like Argentina, like
Jacobo
Brazil.
Zimmerman, people who are willing to put it on. Yeah.
Yeah. And as opposed to countries where they really did have to overthrow, the previous regimes, but even though they do have some civil structure, like I'd say Venezuela is more along those lines, certainly Bolivia more along those lines, and definitely Cuba. So you have those two, and it would be a wonderful world, I think, if these were the two guys who, the lefties were like the Castroites, and the more quote unquote conservatives were more like Boris or Lula, or that was the axis we're having these discussions. But maybe they're not so in conflict. I think that I just wanted to make the point that they're showing us down in South America in situations far worse than even here, because we still have a level of robustness that they haven't quite achieved yet nonetheless, they can still working, without completely burning it all to the ground, work within these institutions. I mean, they can overthrow parties, they can overthrow individual, administrations, but they work within the basic framework of their country. So it gives me some hope. And I think we can take some hope from that.
Hey, Allende committed suicide. New York Times.
Hey,
The
Epstein.
New York Times this week said Allende, they were reporting about,
Breaking news.
they said, like in the third paragraph of the story I was reading about the elections in Chile, Borca is the first socialist since Allende committed suicide in 1973.
God.
Oh, okay. We have to wrap it up. Let me ask very quickly, let's go around the horn. I know everybody comes loaded with what they wanted to talk about, and I was very piggish. Professor Lee, what very quickly, what was on your mind tonight that we didn't get to?
Well, I was just I'm grateful that the legal system is beginning to see where the reality is with the rejection of Michael Flynn's lawsuit for a restraining order against the select committee. I think we're beginning to see reality poke it. So the rule of law, at least at certain levels. And as I said before, I'm waiting for Trump to make some, sort of gaffe where he calls SCOTUS his judges. I just want that one soundbite. That one soundbite will probably save us a lot of energy. That may not happen, and he actually is quite disciplined normally. But if for some reason he's off his Adderall or whatever, that will be an important moment if we can get him to do that, because he does do that. I mean, right. So anyway, that's kind of where I was at. I've become a little bit more hopeful that some things are falling into place. On the other hand, we're still mad at Manchin, but I think there's still ways of getting around all of that eventually. But so I'm even optimistic about that, whereas other people aren't.
That's something I'm going to ask in our next segment. That's interesting. Professor John?
I just wanted to say that, we were talking earlier about the need for social connection. And I want to thank you for creating a community here that has helped a lot of people through these difficult times when we couldn't interact face to face. And I think that's an example of, how things can work, even though we're not right in the same room with one another, to meet at least some of those human needs that we have.
We have to thank Dr. Frankenstein, Professor Harvey J.K., for our community.
And thanks to Professor K as well.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. Thank you. I always say about office hours, it's not us, it's me. Without me, no, I'm kidding. No, and I'm enjoying I'm a broken record on this, but office hours has become just something I can sit back and watch, and I see people. I always think of Lane. For some reason, Lane is the embodiment of office hours, for obvious reasons. I think we're going to do The Godfather. I think for Christmas Eve, I want to do The Godfather. It's ambitious. I think I'm going to do it late. We'll do a reading of The Godfather. The script is in the chat room. I'll put it in so everybody could look at it. And then
who needs the script? Don't we all have that memorized?
I know.
The entire film, David?
I don't know. I have a tradition of watching The Godfather on Christmas Day. I don't know why, but I always end up watching The Godfather on Christmas. And I thought it'd be fun to read the script, the shooting script. And I want to be Connie. I always wanted to play Connie.
It is about family, David.
It is about family. Well, thank you. Professor Marianne?
Well, Amazon agreed yesterday to a National Labor Relations Board deal for workers to more easily organize. And, they had been dealing with regionally uprisings of their workers. But I think the one that kind of triggered it was the Attorney General of New York, Letitia James. She filed a motion earlier this month that was ordering Amazon to rehire Chris Smalls. And she was going to make a big deal out of this. So I think that there was only a brief summary of this that came over my newsfeed, but I'm thinking that was probably recently initiated by Letitia James. So I think we need to have Chris Smalls on again to
I know. I think David Feldman needs to go to Staten Island and JFK to march with.
But the point is that there's been a tremendous amount of pressure on Amazon, and they had some setbacks. I think a friend of the show, Kshama Sawant, beating her recall election, and it looking like that tax on Amazon is really going through. And victories tend to spawn other victories when workers see that one group of workers or somebody over here took on the world's biggest company and won. It's contagious.
Christian Smalls is something else. I've seen pictures of, he's been on the show, but there's some pictures of him that I've seen in Jacobin and stuff. And he's like something out of the 60s. There's just something I would follow him. Anyway, Professor Hussein.
Oh, well, we're keeping Minsky and K and Minsky show waiting. So just very quickly, I'll say that I was thinking a little bit about this report that the US and Japan have drawn up a joint military plan in case of emergency related to Taiwan. Of course, we know that they've had a military plan. The question is, why is this being released as news now? I think it's clearly part of the ratcheting up of pressure to intimidate China and also to get everybody prepped for more hostilities in the future. And that's a subject that we talked about on an episode of Guerrilla History with Emmanuel Mess, one of our intelligence briefings that should be coming out tomorrow. So look forward to that. And I guess just to wish everybody very, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. And in that spirit, there's an episode of Revolutionary Left Radio with on St. Francis of Assisi, patron saint of ecology and brother to all creation. That is a really fun conversation between me and Brett O'Shea, neither of whom are Christians, but who both really like St. Francis for some of the values that he So you got a Muslim Marxist and a Buddhist communist talking about why we should still take some lessons from St. Francis. So that's a good holiday themed subject.
Fantastic. Thank you, Professor Ann Lee. Thank you. How do people read you over at the Daily Kos, Professor Ann Lee?
I blog under Annie Lee, ANNIELI, one word.
Right. And thank you for your contributions on Discord. Professor Jonathan Bick, look forward to seeing you. I hope we have a Twilight Zone episode for tomorrow night.
We do. We have a presentation ready to go.
Professor Marianne Cummings is a elected Parks Commissioner from Aurora, Illinois, and a physicist. As Professor Harvey J.K. once said, what are all these fucking physicists doing here? Do you remember you said that? There are like 5 physicists at office hours. And Professor Adnan Hussein is chairman of the religion department over at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. And listen to Guerrilla History and the Mujlis. Who's on the Mujlis podcast?
Yusuf Fakiri, brother to Suleiman Fakiri, remembering 5 years of the campaign for justice for Soli. Suleiman died in custody at Lindsay Jail, beaten to death, and we're still waiting for justice.
Thank you. New music from Professor Mike Steinel.
Misky and Kay, they go together like PB and J. Like Thelma and Louise, like mac and cheese, like Sacco and Vanzetti, like meatballs and spaghetti. Alan's in LA, Harvey J's in Green Bay. When they get together, they got a lot to say, 'cause they're Misky and Kay. Mitski and Kay, they go together like curds and whey. Like Starsky and Hutch, like Pennsylvania and Dutch, like Beavis and Butthead, like beans and cornbread. Alan runs the PDA, he fights hypocrisy. Harvey writes books about democracy. Mitski and Kay, that's right. Mitski and Kay, Mitski and Kay, Mitski and Kay. Alan's in LA, Harvey J's in Green Bay. When they get together, they got lots to say. Mitski and Kay, yeah, Alan Mitski.
Professor Harvey J.K. is author of FDR and Democracy and Take Hold of Our History and countless other books. Buy his books. They're all great stocking stuffers. Please buy those books. And of course, Alan Minsky, Executive Director of Progressive Democrats of America. And I'm a bad person, Professor K. You have to unmute you. Yeah. You've been muted. So while you're figuring out how to unmute, I can't hear you. So I was supposed to have lunch with Professor Harvey J.K. last Wednesday. And he came down with a cold. He had flown into New York and he canceled. And I never checked up on him to ask if it was COVID. You're back. We have you now.
Yeah, I mean, it showed me that I wasn't muted and I had my microphone plugged in, which I always do with you, but I couldn't figure out how to make it better. So
you know how bad it's gotten with me?
So I unplugged it.
I was watching Netflix and I turned up the volume so I could read the subtitles. That's how old I'm getting, where I'm just
Wow.
kind of like, I'm gonna turn I can't see the subtitles. I'll turn up the volume. I owe you an apology. I'm a bad person because you had a cold and I was,
I mean, okay. So everyone knows I was in New York last week.
right.
You and I were supposed to get together on, was it Wednesday we were going to
Yeah.
get together?
Yeah.
And the first day in New York was okay. And the second day, I could feel kind of a sore throat kind of thing. And I didn't sleep. Actually, 2 nights I practically didn't sleep, but I had, decent time. But when I woke up on the Wednesday, I figured with what was going on, I should go get tested. So I did get tested. I didn't have COVID. It was just it's just a really, really bad cold.
There is a bad.
But I canceled. It's not you. I canceled just about everyone. I finally on Saturday I got to see someone who I never expected to see in New York, but otherwise I canceled all the stuff like getting together with you. I was going to get together with Nomiki Khan, with Cale Brooks from Jacobin, those folks, and one by one, they all got canceled.
Yeah, everybody.
Now I still have the cold.
Yeah. Let me just alert our affiliates that we are running about 30 minutes behind. So we have Liam McEnany finishing off today's show.
Oh.
Yeah. So, but we're running a little behind schedule. So we're starting this segment and then
give Alan and I one sentence each and we'll be okay.
Right. That's right.
Actually, I was thinking when listening to Mike Steinell's song that I should really give him more of a challenge and change the family name back to Kamenetsky. So it would be Minsky and Kamenetsky, which, by the way, would be much closer then to the whole concept of Sacco and Vanzetti.
Yes. Who was I confuse Sacco and Vanzetti. Who was the Jewish Sacco and Vanzetti? It was one guy. It took place in an elevator.
You don't mean, I assume you don't mean Leopold and Loeb.
No. There was a Jew who was accused of doing something to a girl in an elevator, and he was put to death. And I can't remember his name.
Yeah, I know.
Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. No. It was like around the time that it was
anarchist.
Leo something. I can't remember. Professor Ann Lee knows. She knows. Anyway. Let's start with Professor K, author of FDR and Democracy. Joe Manchin. We haven't talked about Joe Manchin. You had said a year ago, if Joe Manchin didn't exist, Chuck Schumer would have invented him. So my question to you, Harvey J.K., Professor Harvey J.K., are we to believe that there's one Democrat in the Senate who speaks for fossil fuel industry, the American Dental Association, the healthcare industry, and the coal companies, that there's only one man in the Democratic Party who has a vested interest in making sure Build Back Better doesn't get passed. There, but for the grace of Joe Manchin, we would have this sweeping social safety net not seen since FDR. Are we supposed to believe that it's just Joe Manchin?
No, it's really hard to believe it's just Joe Manchin. Okay. When did Kristen Sinema disappear from this conversation?
I know.
Number 2, when did Chris Coons all of a sudden no longer appear on the horizon as an obstacle? I think there was more than that one obstacle. Otherwise, you could imagine, maybe 49 Democratic senators could just beat the shit out of Joe Manchin and have done with it. I mean, it's really hard to believe. But I've argued for the past any number of months that the Biden, or what I like to now call the Bidenettes, really just had I don't know what they imagined, but how is it possible that they didn't, in some fashion, sort of engage the Democratic base in some kind of public fight for these things? Okay. Now I realize progressive Democrats of America were out there doing stuff, and Alan, I'm surprised, is still awake at all these days, given what he's gone through this past year. But it's also the case that in a fashion, we kind of failed. I said this day on Twitter and some people got upset, but I don't give a shit. The fact is that we kind of failed ourselves. Okay. I mean, there were groups like PDA and others that were sort of making themselves heard, but there was no sort of, the labor movement didn't mobilize at all to whatever, as weak as the labor movement is, the labor leadership failed to really pull people out. They needed to make noise. They needed to make sure that Manchin was, that if it was only Manchin, okay, that he would forever be remembered as an utter shit that he is. It's just striking when we look back at the past year, the lethargy that prevailed until all of a sudden this past few months, workers, not just, the effort down in Alabama was great by those workers who pursued it, but the real struggles emerged this past autumn into the winter, Kellogg's and others. And it's just striking how all of a sudden now Amazon is ready, with pressure from the NLRB and the pressure from below that is clearly building, things have moved a bit. It's that kind of stuff we should have seen sooner, more of. I'm not letting Biden off the hook at all. All I'm saying is that the forces that could have mobilized without waiting for an invitation from Joe Biden just didn't. And it's essential that in this next stretch of time that some kind of percolation occur in labor and someone like Sarah Nelson becomes president of the AFL-CIO. Otherwise, we can...
So far, all we've seen is one Starbucks store in Buffalo. Go Union. That's all we've seen.
Somebody sent me something today about that there are more filings.
I know, but
pursuit. Right? No,
there's the illusion. And there are. I mean, Alan Minsky, your response?
Well, there's a lot there, but I mean, I definitely think that labor has some momentum right now, and let's keep it going. I think one of the reasons is I think the general public is broadly sympathetic to workers in ways that we haven't seen in a while, and I think there are a number of factors playing into that. Certainly, the consciousness that has led to the Great Resignation informs. Good night, Ma. Informs.
Are you with your mother?
I am. I'm up in Rhinebeck, New York. Sorry about that.
All right, said hello.
Thank you.
Wow, you left California. Good for you.
I did at the worst time possible, just in the hours before we got on this Zoom, this podcast. United and Delta have canceled 200 flights for tomorrow, and I may be stuck here for quite a while. So we'll see.
Geez. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
And anyway, so in terms of
they should change their name to Omicron. Get with fly Omicron instead of Delta. Go ahead.
I think what Harvey says is broadly true. In spite of our best efforts, and I don't want to disparage any of the rank and file from any other organizations, but when at the end of the day you're relying on a small group of people doing hunger strikes, it's really a fallback position for the sort of most committed when you can't mobilize your mass base. And so, in the question then about there being only one Joe Manchin, I think the sort of dirty secret about Build Back Better is, yes, it's better if it passes. And yes, there are a number of very good things in it. But there's a lot of means testing, sort of the neoliberal strategy to social spending. And not only that, before Manchin intervened, and notice he intervened primarily on the child tax credit. That's because the fossil fuel industries, they got a lot of stuff they wanted. There was a way to bend this bill and to claim that it's pro-environment by loading up on tax credits, 45Q tax credits, infrastructure for carbon sequestration capture, which is all just the logic of continuing the fossil fuel industry. So, this was far from in fact, if there's a silver lining to it failing entirely, is how much of the stuff in there is pretty lousy. But politically, and the fact that if it does pass, you can remake it in later legislation in ways to make it better. And I think history, per the climate emergency in particular, will force us to do so. But if there's that silver lining, and now there are rumblings that he's coming back to the table and he's going to continue negotiating with the Biden administration. There's no doubt that the squad were right. Whatever comes out now will be weaker than the 1.75 trillion. So we really do have to put a stake in the ground and applaud the very few group of House members who saw this coming. And that didn't include Pramila Jayapal and Ro Khanna. We have to call it like it really was. It was just the 6 squad members who called it right. They knew that if you separated these 2 bills out, this was going to happen, and it happened. So,
what would have happened if they walked away from the bipartisan infrastructure bill and say, you get nothing? Because it sure feels like Manchin is campaigning on the bipartisan infrastructure bill. My news feed is lousy with commercials for Joe Manchin telling the people of West Virginia what he's delivered to them. I don't know what he needs, but it looks like for some reason this was the hill he wanted to die on. I don't know what's important to this piece of excrement, but his donators needed the bipartisan infrastructure bill, and had the left said, you get nothing until you pass the social safety net bill, you'd be walking away from some goodies that people would benefit from. But there are inherent problems with this bipartisan infrastructure bill, which Professor Marianne has talked about. It's, a love letter to neoliberalism. So what would have happened had the Democrat, the squad, the left, behaved like the Freedom Caucus? What would the consequences?
They were poised to do that, and it all took place in the idiotic context of the Democratic Party panicking in the wake of the Virginia result. So
it was the Progressive Black Caucus that kind of got co-opted by the neoliberals to pass the right.
Everybody except those 6, so including Pramila, unwilling to try to organize her caucus further. It got a number.
I do recall something I did say months ago is that you watch, the whole thing will work out, and capitalists will get richer, and the rest of us. I said it right here. I mean, I said it.
Mm-hmm. Are you saying I told you so?
What?
Are you saying I told you so?
Well, it's not. I don't take pleasure in having. I take a giddiness, in fact, because it's just another example of if you don't have labor, you don't have a left, and if you don't have popular pressure, you're not going to get what you really need. I mean, you can't do big things without popular pressure. You just can't do it
without sufficient countervailing force.
Yeah, right.
So to refresh my memory, there was a will to keep these 2 bills together, but
they weren't supposed to be 2 bills.
Right.
This bipartisan thing sort of developed in the course of the original 6 trillion being reduced to 3.5 trillion. I mean, it's brilliant by the neoliberals, just absolutely brilliant.
And they got the Congressional Black Caucus broke. They couldn't. That's what caused the split. That's what allowed the vote on
this. I'm keep telling, because I didn't know this part of it.
Alan, isn't that what happened? Is that Pramila Jayapal was fighting for the Progressive Caucus, and they were going to not vote on the bipartisan bill, but then they outflanked her by going to the Congressional Black Caucus, and they said they would vote on the bipartisan bill.
That rings a bell with me, but I can't sit here and.
But I'd love to know
go on record as saying that's exactly what happened. But yeah,
I'd love to know how they made that possible, unless it was Clyburn once again.
Yes. Exactly.
I mean, it's
how politically detrimental would it be to say nothing? You get nothing, and then go into the midterms and have the progressives blamed for nothing.
It didn't happen that way. So I think
no, but how would that play out in front of the American people if the left were somehow
Well, it wouldn't win the Democrats more votes.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I mean, you understand that people voted for Biden because they thought they were voting not only anti-Trump and let's end the pandemic, but there was a presumption on a lot of young people and others who you know, that things were going to happen. I do recall, let's see, $15 minimum wage. I do recall student debt relief. I mean, all these things, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how people expect young people to turn out to vote for the Democrats. Okay, I just don't get it.
Quite sure that I agree with that. I mean, if I recall down the stretch of the election, there was some gesturing that things could be achieved by a Biden victory along those lines, but I attribute Biden's victory to the fact that he was not Donald Trump.
Yeah, sorry. I did notice I did start off with that. Okay. But midterm elections, as you know, it's not Donald Trump versus Joe Biden. It's Democrats who have failed to deliver to the look. What makes it all the worse is I think right now we would be in the midst of that call a year ago for we've got to win both seats in Georgia and then look at all the things we can do. Right? I don't know if anyone will remember that, but they'll still feel the letdown of all the promises. They will.
Make the case
that the primary promise at that point was around the Relief Act and the size of the checks.
Yeah, and then they didn't. And then even though I understand that $600 or whatever it was already provided, the point is that all too many people think, wait a minute, where's the 2,000?
Right.
And then look, everything's running out right now. Okay, so they extended the moratorium on the student repayment stuff. Why the fuck sorry, I never remember if I'm allowed to use the F word.
That's okay.
Why the fuck doesn't he just sign off on some massive, relief? I'm sure Marianne will tell me, but all I know is that why doesn't he do it? It's illogical to me if they want to win. Get truly cynical. They don't really want to win, and who do they care? They're rich. They live on the east and west coasts. Who the hell cares about the Midwestern and even Eastern and Western students who don't have the money, have got these student debts? Hell, they already screwed students when they started licensing all these damn, college diploma mills where most students go in, take student loans, never finish, and some scam artists walk away. I mean, it's just what we've done to this country over these years is just absolutely sick.
Yeah, it reminds me of right before the Soviet Union fell. Nobody saw it, supposedly. And then when it fell, CIA analysts said, we didn't know it, but there was nothing there. It was just this empty, the Soviet Union was just this empty edifice with no loyalty. And I feel that with this country, there's nothing there.
I do think we're approaching the number of people who participate on Monday and Thursday nights is probably equal to how many people watch CNN.
Yeah, are there numbers is it that bad?
Do you think? Yeah, I mean, who watches CNN? Who watches any of those things?
Right.
They're not. Do they even get 1 million viewers?
Cuomo got it. I think Cuomo was popular, but the Democratic Party, new polling out, is the least popular iteration of the Democratic Party in 40 years. The ABC Washington Post poll is 40 years old, and the Democratic Party is at its lowest approval rating since they started polling.
Yeah, so let's see: Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just name the names and name.
Well, there's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of reasons for that, but I also think right now we can't. It's funny because he did today announce that he was extending the moratorium on student loan payments, right? And there's the moratorium on evictions that's ending still, but and then there's the ending of the unemployment checks. But everything else,
and the child tax credit.
The
child tax credit's going to end. Boy, that's going to be brutal. So this is going to be a real avalanche of, but nothing will top what's happening.
Even Bolsonaro is
Oh, Bolsonaro.
fine,
You mean. Yeah.
whatever his name is.
Yeah, Bolsonaro.
He is giving out welfare checks
Oh,
to get.
he has consistently, actually. It's boosted his numbers throughout. But the Omicron variant right now, yesterday rather, they already have the numbers for yesterday. The highest number of positive cases reported globally since the pandemic started by a long shot. Okay, so I don't think that the Democratic Party coming into office, I think one of the assumptions was from the people who voted Democratic that the COVID-19 pandemic would be handled better by a science-believing administration than by the Trump administration. Now, obviously, all the blame cannot be laid at the Biden administration's feet, nor can the fact that the Republicans would go on to rebel against the vaccines in the way that they have. But nonetheless, there's no way that that's not going to really just be everything else we just listed, and then add this on top of it. I expect we'll see even lower ratings from the Democratic Party in the next few months.
Yeah,
and then I imagine we'll have a rebound by summer, because that'll go away, that'll get better. The death toll won't have been as high, even though the caseload will be much, much higher. I mean, I don't have a crystal ball, and this is what they seem to be suggesting will be the case. And so far, they've been accurate with the explosion of cases from Omicron. Now, I don't know how he handles all the economic things, but certainly here's the thing: the explosion of cases with Omicron now should grant him license. Every single one of those things that we just checked off, he now has to go back and extend. He has to expend the moratorium. He has to extend the child tax credits. However he does it, executive action or whatever. If he wants to see the Democratic Party even live to see another day past November 2022, he has to take action. And the Omicron variant gives him all the excuses he needs.
I'm reading hospitals are going under because of Omicron. So hospitals are going to be coming to the federal government for bailouts. And we're going to start bailing out these effing for-profit hospitals without the Democrats saying it's time to nationalize healthcare. You want to get bailed out? We've already been paying your bills. And they're closing. All these hospitals now are closing to belt tightening. We have to earn a profit. It's the economy, stupid. James Carville's famous statement in '92. People vote based on the economy. Is that still true today? Because the new polling shows when they ask, how do you think Joe Biden is doing on the economy? Something like 32% of Americans think he's doing a good job on the economy. That is 6 points lower than anything Donald Trump ever got on the economy. That's how unpopular Joe Biden is. When it comes to the economy, he has sunk lower than Donald Trump at Trump's nadir. So the American people, there's a direct correlation between how you keep your promises and your popularity. The American people.
So he not only, the promises were not kept, but not only were the promises not kept, most Americans probably don't think of Biden as doing things. Okay, so he shows up in the afternoon to give a talk, not at night. I bet most Americans have no idea what he does.
Am I missing something, Professor K?
That's a big part of it too.
I used to watch presidents when they had press conferences.
Yeah.
When they delivered speeches, I used to watch. I watched Bernie. I watched Trump. I rather just read what Biden said. I have no interest in hearing what he has to say. He's a doddering old man. Yeah. I'm not interested in what he has to say. Am I missing something? Should I be watching his speeches? I can't sit through them.
I don't watch them because they're on the afternoon, and I don't know they're about to happen.
Is there some charisma, Alan Minsky, that I'm missing out on with Biden?
No. No. The answer is no. Just 2 letters, N-O. You're not missing a thing. There ain't no charisma there. And, I was at the check. I actually went to a supermarket where they have the checkout, and usually go to Trader Joe's in Los Angeles. So I was at the supermarket here, and there's the World and the big picture story, along with something about Eddie Van Halen's ghost in the upper right hand corner, was about Biden having dementia. So that's how they're spinning Biden, and it's not a compelling or dynamic look for the Democratic Party. And there's
political
no doubt
malfeasance. It's political malfeasance what Obama, Clyburn, Perez all did when they put the thumb on the scale and put.
Well, that was a political coup.
Yeah, but it's also it's a class coup too. It's a coup to preserve the ruling class.
Yeah. Alan, can I just ask you in this vein, since I've got this other figure in my head all the time when we talk about these things. So are you going to be staying in the house, or are you going to be going out at all? What are you going to do?
It's very cold here. I'm going to go out, but I don't know how the heck I'm going to get back to LA. And, I actually very, very nervous, very unhappy about all of these decisions, terrible decisions. Couldn't talk my partner out of going to England, where she went today with our daughter. And, but having said that, though that's horrible, those flights, everybody on them are tested.
Yeah.
And they'll be tested coming back. And whereas I, going back to New York, will be on a flight which is America. Who the hell knows who has what,
Yeah, I don't know what's open at Hyde Park, but if you get a chance, if you want to go down
I'd love
there.
to go down there, of course. And I don't know if it's open.
I'd give anything for us to meet at Hyde Park.
Oh, that'd be beautiful. All 3 of us.
My Zillow porn is Hyde Park. That's what I
look wow. Really? Oh,
yeah, I look at homes in Hyde Park. Yeah. That's what
It would be great. The museum, which is totally redone, which tells the whole story of the administration and the New Deal, is really really good. Really is good.
I asked this earlier of Professor Ben Burgess. What was FDR's reaction on December 7th, 1941, when he heard the Japanese had attacked our fleet? What was his reaction? Personally, what was his reaction?
Specifically, I don't know.
Was he happy?
No, absolutely not. Because he knew, but didn't reveal the degree to which the Navy was hit at Pearl Harbor.
But he needed. Didn't
he?
If
you want to get a complete mess representation, there was the film Pearl Harbor, I think, not too many years ago, with Ben Affleck.
And Alec Baldwin as Doolittle.
Yeah, and they have it where he's notified, and he stands up. Right, he pulls himself and stands up at the head of this table with his cabinet. Well, he could never have done that. Physically impossible.
But wasn't he looking for an inciting incident to get us into the European theater? Didn't he want to get into the European theater?
Yeah, well, but then he had to hope that the Germans, which followed through, declared war on us.
Right, but
yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any doubt that he had every intention of doing what he could to sustain Britain and fight the Nazis. That's okay. So I'm sure, in one sense, he thought, okay, now we'll be going in. But there's no way that the word happiness would have crossed his mind at that moment.
When the Blitz, the Germans were bombing Great Britain, Roosevelt wanted to help Churchill, but
they did. There was Lend-Lease, and also there were things that were taking place in the Atlantic that might well have been inviting of our involvement in the war. But Roosevelt saw something happen in 1937. The Japanese attacked an American warship in China, killing American sailors. And there was no outcry from the American people. Americans didn't want to go to war, and there was no outcry. And he learned basically that you merely, and an attack would not necessarily incite the United States to enter World War II. But Pearl Harbor was on a scale that was just, unprecedented, really. They knew an attack was coming in the Pacific, but they did not, forget any historian that tells you otherwise, they did not know it was coming to Pearl Harbor.
Nobody's head rolled for 9/11. What they did look into Pearl Harbor, weren't there consequences in the American military for?
I'm not a military historian. I don't know.
And if you were to transpose December 7th, 1941 to now, could Roosevelt bring America to war? Hitler declared, I think Hitler declares war on America, and most Americans are going, okay. That doesn't mean we have to go to Europe.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
We're doing in Hawaii anyway.
Well, we'll see what. Look, I don't know. We'll see what happens in the in the former Soviet Republic, the Ukraine. We'll see what happens there. And there's lots of. What's interesting is how little we're aware of the explosive possibilities in the far Pacific and the Black Sea, that kind of stuff. I mean, it's really quite amazing.
But the difference in 41, late 41, and what happened in 37 was the context of the European theater. I mean, for 2 years, the Nazis were winning. Their winning streak was about to hit a snag, right, in Russia, but it hadn't yet. And the things were not looking good for the people who we immediately became allied with. And I think it's a substantially different context. So Putin would have to overthrow the Ukraine, start reclaiming the whole of Eastern Europe, and then probably throw something together on the eastern side of Russia too, before you'd be close to scale.
Brown Harriman, there were a lot of Americans who were doing business with Hitler, IBM, Coca-Cola, GM. When did Hitler become intolerable? When was it? How late into the 30s did Wall Street say, okay, enough is enough?
When Germany declared war on the United States.
It took
either then or once Great Britain and Germany are at war. Those would be the 2 points.
Was IBM?
There's a lot of American activity going on in Germany. Corporate activity, parts for factories and industries. Hollywood films.
Yeah. That's the business of America, is business. And so things haven't changed all that much. We're just aware of it now, right? It's hard to spread pro-American propaganda to Americans.
Well, you in the last conversation you were having about the atrocities of the CIA in the United States and Central America, which can't be overstated, but neither can the atrocities of the United States against the indigenous people on this part of the Americas be overstated. But I do think there's a difference once you get on the outside of the Cold War. And if you do look at the scale and the ferocity and the evil of what we were allied with during the Cold War and after the Cold War, there might be a few outliers, but what was standard American protocol in our foreign policy before the end of the Cold War, no excuse for that. And certainly not for someone with my politics, no excuse whatsoever. It's horrendous stuff. But certainly the rationalization from the status quo and its capacity to rationalize for the general public has not been the same since the Cold War. And so I will say that. And I not to say things have gotten nicer and cuddlier inside the planning rooms of the Pentagon. I think it's just a statement of historic fact.
Right. We have 7 minutes left. Make the case for Biden. I or the Democrats for 2022?
Look, for a start, I don't think Biden will be the Democratic nominee in 2024. I mean, I can't envision it.
2022, the midterms.
He won't
I
be the
made a
nominee.
promise that I'm getting my last licks in on the Democrats, but come the new year,
Look, it is absolutely contingent upon organizations like PDA and our allies, and we do coordinate with the other, large organizations that work on this, from the Justice Democrats to, our Revolution and Sunrise and Working Families Party and all of us, to make a clear distinction to the public between the progressive wing of the party and the moderate wing of the party. We have 22 or 23 open seats now. If we can shift those substantially to the left, if we fail to do so, it will be a lost opportunity. And it's difficult. It's difficult. In California, David, as you know, we just had 2 seats open up in greater Los Angeles. Here's the truth. For all of our efforts at organizing and building a bench, our bench does not have names of stature like Rusty Hicks, the head of the California Democratic Party, has. He can slot in people who are in the state assembly or the state senate to run for those congressional seats, and they'll be the prohibitive favorites, and we have to come up with candidates who can beat them, or we're going to end up with the same old Democrats in Congress. 22, 23, there's no doubt it'll shift at least incrementally, in a tiny incremental way to the left. We have to make it a substantial move to the progressive left in those 23 seats, and also knock off some rotten incumbents. And if we do that, then we can maybe change the narrative going into 2024 about what the Democratic Party is for, which is the only hope that they have, in my opinion. I don't think the neoliberal Democrats have any particular capacity to win elections any way, shape, or form other than we are not Republicans.
I agree.
Go to apps.
But by the way, I'm giving a talk on Monday to the Democrats Abroad Progressive Caucus.
What time?
It's I think it's 11 o'clock my time. They've got some Zoom arrangement. It's a sort of international book club, folks around the world who.
Oh, please send that to me. I got some people. We have a PDA international group we have to send that to.
Oh, okay.
That sounds exciting. Make the case, Professor Harvey J.K., for the Democrats in 2022. I brought you in.
The case.
Make the case. Help me keep the Senate and the House. What do you say to the American people? What record do we have to run on? You've had a year and a half to
After
judge.
I've spent the last 10 months literally berating the Biden administration and the Democratic leadership in the House and the Senate, I'm now supposed to give you the pitch as to how to get them to not only hold on to Congress, but to do even better?
Or scare me about the Republicans. Tell me why I need to vote.
Look, the Republican Party may not look. They're as close to a fascist party that has electoral power that I can't imagine any time since the Southern Democrats, which was a regional party, any party as ugly and vicious as this.
They're thugs. They are stupid thugs.
Yeah.
They really are. And, the more you read about how Trump ran the White House, he would just send thugs into federal agencies like the Pentagon, like 25, 27-year-old thugs to check for loyalty over at the Pentagon. It's as close to the fascist playbook as you're going to see. Alan, can you make a case for the Democrats?
Well, just what I said, we have to try to make the case that we have a group of people who will win the primaries, who are progressive enough that the public will see that it's going to be a different congressional caucus this time that's going to stand on balance for a more progressive agenda. Look, the entire House is up for election, and the Senate, it should be a year where the Democrats, even going with the president expected to lose seats in the House, the incumbents party expected to lose seats in the House, that they could pick up seats in the Senate. We have very few states where we're playing defense, Georgia being the main one. And we have Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and even North Carolina where we could pick up seats. So we could get to 52 seats in the Senate. That would make Sinema and Manchin more marginal. And if we can get through the primary season nominating a heck of a lot more progressives, then yes, I'll be able to make a strong case. So right now, as far as I'm concerned, the case has to be made for the progressives against the moderates. We have to do that loudly, win progressives to get the nominations across the country, and then argue for that party, different things, this current party going forward and winning a majority.
Professor
It's a tough lift, though, given where the narrative is right now.
Yeah, I'm with
That's
Alan. It's interesting that right now Democrats could get more seats in the Senate. What's worrying me really is the House, and
yeah, right. And then also they have to pass the Voting Rights, the 2 Voting Rights Act. If they don't, it is close to even me saying fuck them. I mean, Jesus Christ, if they can't do this, it's an utter betrayal of everything that we've had as a unified set of policies for the Democratic Party. Most specifically, that let's say the Voting Rights Act was a good thing, so let's maintain it. If you can't get behind that, then that really begs the question: what the heck is a Democratic Party worth?
That's right.
And we have to force Sinema and Manchin's feet to the fire on that issue 10 times more than we do on Build Back Better.
When Reagan first took office, it was a disaster. Double-digit unemployment, recession that he caused, worst recession since the Korean War. Nancy was buying new China. They were out of touch. They were portrayed and seen like Marie Antoinette and the Sun King. And the first year into the Reagan administration, nobody thought he was going to get reelected. A lot can happen in a year, in 2 years.
Well, let's put it this way. Let's hope Biden doesn't end up in a debate, if he even ends up the nominee, and says, we're going to raise your taxes.
Yes. Professor Harvey J. Kaye, Merry Christmas. Alan Minsky, Merry Christmas. Pick up FDR on Democracy and all of Professor Harvey J. Kaye's books. They're all great. Take Hold of Our History, The Fight for the Four Freedoms, and all the others.
Thomas Paine and the Promise of America.
One day we're going to discuss Thomas Paine. You know who loves Thomas Paine is David Cobb, who comes on the show Monday. He ran for president on the Green Party, and he's been talking about Thomas Paine. I should have you on with him.
Brought to you by one of Harvey's absences. Harvey was out, and we got David from that.
That's right. Thank you.
Yeah, if you got other good people, I'll back out another Thursday. Are you doing
no,
this?
It's because I have to come up with somebody who's as engaging as you are.
It's very sweet. Are we reconvening next Thursday and then let Liam?
We do 52 weeks a year, 104 shows a year.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm
not going anywhere. You just look at my IMDb page. I'm not going anywhere. My career is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Follow Professor Harvey J. Kaye on Twitter at Harvey J. Kaye, and give to the Progressive Democrats of America.
Go together like PB and J, like Thelma and Louise, like mac and cheese, like Sacco and Vanzetti, like meatballs and spaghetti. Alan's in LA, Harvey J's in Green Bay. When they get together, they got a lot to say, 'cause they're Minsky and Kaye. Minsky and Kaye, they go together like curds and whey, like Starsky and Hutch, like Pennsylvania and Dutch, like Beavis and Butthead, like beans and cornbread. Alan runs the PDA, he fights hypocrisy. Harvey writes books about democracy. Mitski and Kay, that's right, Mitski and Kay. Mitski and Kay. Mitski and Kay. Alan's in LA, Harvey J's in Green Bay. When they get together, they got lots to say. Mitski and Kay. Yeah, Alan Mitski and Harvey J. Kay. Mitski and Kay.
Well, Liam McEnany is no stranger to this show. He's just a stranger to success. No, it's starting. I just know I'm about to get my ass kicked. That's okay.
No, it's I was wondering if a theme song should be longer than the segment it's for. That's
Come on. That's Professor Mike Steinel. Liam McEnany joins us. He is a brilliant
usually
writer.
when a radio station plays a song that long, they're covering like a bathroom break or like the guests getting up and leaving.
How do you know I wasn't taking a bathroom break?
That's very true. I'm
At
sorry.
my age, I can do it seated. Liam McEnany joins us, a brilliant comedian, seriously, a brilliant comedian and a brilliant writer, host of Tell Your Friends, the world's greatest podcast. I believe you are back in LA.
I am back in Los Angeles. I've been here for oh, that's right. The last time we talked, I was still traveling cross country. I was in a park in upstate New York.
Right.
Yeah, I traveled across this great land of ours. And if there's one thing I've found out from just being among the people, common clay, six packs and various great Americans, is this this COVID shit is not going away ever. ever. Nobody's wearing a mask. Nobody's getting vaccinated. It's or at least nobody's admitting they're getting vaccinated. But I went to the Grand Ole Opry, David. This was not on my list of topics to talk about.
No, I'm curious. The Grand Ole Opry. Would that be in Nashville, Tennessee?
That would be in the great city of Nashville, in the great state of Tennessee, in the United States of America. By the way, Opry, amazing show. If you like country music at all, I recommend going at least once. And I'm not exaggerating, there are 4,200 people. That's the capacity at the Opry. There were 4,200 people all jammed in on these wooden pews.
And 5 teeth.
Heyo. Oh, you are correct, sir. No, 2 people wearing masks out of that entire crowd. And they were 2 very elderly men. And everybody else was not wearing a mask. There was a dude in a row behind me who was just coughing, like just a deep racking cough. I got very lucky. I went into the box office and asked for the best seat in the house. So I was like, orchestra, 10 rows back.
But they gave you the keys to your hotel room.
Anyway, long story short, my row was mostly empty except the family of a guy making his Opry debut came to sit next to me for his segment. And then they left immediately afterwards. But otherwise, so I wasn't like crammed in shoulder to shoulder like everybody else. But otherwise, I felt very physically afraid of, because
COVID or just getting beaten up by these people.
I hate to tell you this, David, with my beard and my glasses and wearing a baseball cap, I look like these people.
Yes, you do. You look like you have a 40,000-page manifesto written from your cabin in the woods that doubles as an outhouse.
Well, if I got that published, I'd be a guest on the David Feldman show.
So you were picking. You've been traveling around the country picking comedians for your show on Sirius.
Well, I don't have a show on Sirius. I don't work for Sirius, but one of my hustles is, as us, Gen Zs call it, I record comedians for Play on Sirius XM, and I was in Kentucky. That was like the main thrust of my trip cross country was drive cross country to Kentucky, record the show, then drive back to
No.
Los Angeles.
Without being too, like, Renan Hertzberg?
No, who's that?
He's from Kentucky.
Oh, of course, the guy in Kentucky.
Well, he's from Kentucky.
Mhm.
Are there comedians in Kentucky or from Kentucky? I would assume just, this is East Coast elitist here. I would assume the funny comedians are from Kentucky, but not in Kentucky. By the way, this is why I'm not a big star, because I say things like this. But,
No, it's
is
fair.
there a scene in Kentucky?
Here's the thing. Any great comedian has to leave where they're from to go to LA at some point to succeed, or else, I mean, you've seen this happen when anyone who's done the road can tell you, you hit a place like, we'll call it Louisville, Kentucky. And
Right.
there's the guy who has just been there forever. And at one point he was like the rising star and he became the big name, but he just never left, or she never left. And they just become like that local legend, and you get to see them perform and you're like, oh, that guy's not like, I guess that guy was funny like 10 years ago, but he's just kind of stagnated and gotten a little bitter. And
I almost became, briefly, I feared that in San Francisco. Didn't happen. I couldn't even make it in San Francisco for that to happen to me.
I almost became that guy in New York, I mean, it's one of the reasons I had to get the F out of New York was just like,
Yeah, I was there when you decided to get the F out of New York. You weren't close to being a local hero here.
not anymore. But when I had that show and I made that concert film, I had like a 2-year stretch when people were afraid of me, David.
Well, that's before I moved to New York.
Yeah, that was exactly right.
Yeah.
It's like-
You had 2 years where you got a taste of it, right? You were on VH1. You were
Well, that was like 10 years, but yeah, like basically I developed what was called street cred. I developed a rep in New York, and I was
Yes.
like looked at as someone who might do something. And then it just kind of never happened for various reasons. So I moved to LA to really fail on a big stage,
right. One of my daughters moved to New York, and I said, "Who's funny?" And she said, "My friends like Liam McEnany."
She said that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Is that the one who's now the producer on your show?
I don't really talk about my children on this show.
It's like, oh, David found another way not to pay someone to work for him. That's like, how cheap is this guy?
I'm not cheap. Didn't I offer to pay your transportation over here? Like this Zoom, like the Zoom, I offered to pay for your Zoom, right?
You did. Yes. Anyway, so that's
all right. So the comics in Kentucky,
there's some really funny, I'm sorry,
there's
go ahead.
really funny people in Kentucky.
And there's some very not funny people in Kentucky. But luckily the people I recorded were really good. So
And what are they talking about? What does a comic from Kentucky talk about?
Well, first of all, I was a little concerned because all the comedy clubs were shut down due to COVID. But then I remembered, oh, right, in Kentucky, nothing got shut down due to COVID.
Right.
So these guys have always been.
Okay, so the black comics in Kentucky are funny. I would assume the Asian and gay comics are funny, right?
No, big gay, openly gay community. Actually, in Louisville, there's like a street in kind of the university hipster section of town.
Okay.
Where they do have like gay bars with rainbow flags outside. It was actually very
okay. So they're funny people there.
So I was able to make this trip pay for itself. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay.
I made over.
And they're female comics from Kentucky.
There are female. Actually, there's a woman who I got on Sirius, who is played quite a bit. Actually, who has a bit.
So basically, when I think of a comic from Kentucky,
wait, listen to this. She's
somebody who looks like you.
Wait. She has a bit that starts out, I'm wearing a jumpsuit. And I was like, yeah, I'm in the South. There's no question.
I don't
Anytime-
get it.
and she was wearing a jumpsuit. And
So
she talked about being from Eastern Kentucky and how everyone from where she's from has a tanning bed, and how much hillbillies love tanning beds. And it was very interesting. It was like a fucking. It was. I
they
felt like
make hillbilly jokes?
What's that?
Do they make fun of hillbillies?
Yeah, of course. Eastern Kentucky's full of them. You know, I mean, it's coal mining country out there.
So are they making so it's a class thing. It's a socioeconomic class thing. They're making fun of people for not being
All
wealthy.
right. First of all, you're acting like they're New Yorkers making fun of hillbillies for being poor or whatever. They're saying it's the kind of thing where it's like they're saying, this is where I'm from, and this is what the people where I'm from are like.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You know, it's like I have a friend who's Mormon, and he was afraid to do all of his Mormon material in Utah for the Mormons because he was like, what if they're mad at me because I'm talking about this? And I had to explain to him, look, whenever you're from a particular like culture or background and you talk about that background, the people who share that background are like, oh my God, finally somebody's saying what we're all thinking. Like people love it when you go deep into their culture, like from the inside. You know, whenever I did the road, which I haven't done in forever, I would always walk around the city I was in for a day just to see everything and get to know it a little bit, so that when I was on stage talking about it, I wasn't doing these like generic, terrible, road comics. Always, the big thing in America is you get on stage and you talk about how terrible whatever like city you're in is, and then people just laugh because they kind of hate being from wherever they're from.
Right.
I didn't want to do that. I wanted to be a little more thoughtful. So like, anyway, that's why I'm a great comedian.
Yes, you are. Are you doing stand-up?
I am. I mean, the last couple of years have been a little slow because I don't want to die.
Mm-hmm.
But I am doing a festival in Utah Monday through Thursday.
What's it called?
It's called the Electric Comedy Festival, and it is centered around the Electric Comedy Theater in Zion, Utah.
That sounds fun.
It's a little concerning because we are in the middle of
what?
Huge surge in
the middle of Utah, and the surge, like electric surge.
The Omicron variant surge.
Right.
Are you doing stand-up, David? What's going on with your stand-up?
I'm not doing stand-up. I just can't imagine going to do clubs in right now.
I mean, you never did.
I want to do a live version of the show. The way you and you were my band leader when we did this podcast live from QED, and it was so much fun. It was like 3 years ago. I want to do to me, doing this show on the road would be a lot of fun, but right now it's not going to happen. But that was a funny show.
How come you've never had Janet Coleman on the show? I feel like she would be a good fit.
I don't know who she is.
You don't know Janet? Oh my God.
Bring her on.
I mean, dude, I haven't talked to her. Last time I talked to her, she was screaming at me, which is why I know you two would get along. But she hosts a show on BAI, and she wrote a whole book about the Compass Theater, and just fucking like cranky left wing genius.
So last time you were on the show,
well, you don't like women on this show. I get it. I watched a segment with 6 panelists. 2 of them were women. And those 2 women couldn't get a word in edgewise.
You watch the show when you're not on it?
Of course I do. I have trouble sleeping. This is like the best.
It is. It's designed to help people fall asleep.
What's great is I'll fall asleep to it. I'll get a good 8-9 hours rest. I wake up and it's still going.
We're just starting.
Yeah.
It's just kicking in. I get that there's a listener on YouTube, and he says good night. And when he wakes, and then I check the chat room on YouTube, And he goes, "Oh my God, the show's, I just had a full night's sleep. The show is still going on." He's out of Amsterdam. It's great. What do you miss most about your life pre-COVID? Like I had dinner with Eddie Brill last night.
Okay.
And
we can't get you on Letterman anymore.
oh, really?
Yeah, I think you wasted your time and money.
And I thought, wow, this is great. I really miss, meeting friends for dinner. And I saw a movie, part of a movie. And I thought, oh my God, I haven't been in a movie theater in a year and a half. West Side Story.
Did you fall asleep?
No, I just saw like the first half. I saw West. I didn't see the other side. I had to leave. I don't want to get into it, but it was great. It was good.
What happened?
Oh my.
Halfway through you missed the part where they start building Lincoln Center and just demolishing those homes. The movie has an amazingly happy ending.
Oh, good.
It's just all those slums are gone, and there's a beautiful theater complex there. What's that?
What do you miss?
I just wanted to tell you, my dad used to live on the Upper West Side back in those days, and he had some like crazy stories. What do I miss about my life?
Gang? Was your dad in a gang?
Yeah, he was an amazing dancer. He was recruited actually out of Juilliard to be in the Sharks. Nobody could flick a switchblade like my old pops.
Was your dad funny?
My dad had a great sense of humor, and my dad could tell a joke and he introduced me to things like Monty Python and Robin Williams and George Carlin. A lot of comedy actually we watched together. W.C. Fields.
What's the hardest you ever saw your father laugh?
God, which of my many stand-up appearances that he
did you make him laugh?
Yeah, actually, he was a fan of my stand-up.
Did he have a laugh? Did he go ha 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 ha?
Yeah, he had a big deep laugh. It wasn't like dominating the room, but I could always hear it.
What's the hardest you ever saw him laugh? Were you just thought, wow, he's out of control?
I don't know if my dad was quite like that. I know when we watched Monty Python together, he laughed a lot.
And what did he teach you about comedy? Was there something that...
who made him laugh really hard was Eddie Pepitone.
That makes sense.
My dad really liked Eddie.
Yeah.
My mom doesn't, but my dad really liked Eddie.
Yeah. Eddie is a national treasure.
Mm-hmm.
Eddie, I always say about Eddie is he's the kind of person who you meet and think he can't be as funny on stage as he is off stage.
Right. Like a Joe Ancis type.
I'm sorry, what?
Like a Joe Ancis type.
Joe Ancis type, who tell everybody who Joe Ancis is. The first night I did comedy, I met Joe Ancis.
Did you?
Yep, swear to God.
Was it underwhelming? Because that's all I've ever heard, was he's not that funny.
I met him at Dangerfields the first night I did comedy. He was more interested in getting laid than he was in my asking him all about the William Goldman book. Wasn't interested. Hey, I hear you're the funniest guy in the world who never made it.
Right.
That's what I said. And he goes,
you would hang out with like Dangerfield, right? And Lenny Bruce.
Yes.
And he was supposedly the funniest guy on earth, but he never liked to go on stage and be a comedian.
Right.
And supposedly he basically made his living as this like comedy legend that never performed or was really ever recorded in any way being funny.
Right. William Goldman, in the book about Lenny Bruce, produces these letters that Jerry Lewis wrote to people who booked shows in Las Vegas saying, you must book this man. He is the funniest human on the planet. But just because you're funny doesn't mean you're going to be a great stand-up.
Hey man, there's a million hilarious used car salesmen, but that doesn't mean that they're like funny on stage that way.
There are people in New York City growing up who, Julie Isman, when I was growing up, nobody funnier than Julie Isman. Funniest human being, guy who's like my father's age, and he would come and shoot baskets with us. And if Julie Isman was going to shoot baskets with us, I knew that like I'd be 13 or 14, and we'd be on the floor laughing. There was nobody funnier than Julie Isman and his son, Steve Isman. They never did stand up.
I'll tell you what, I went to summer camp with the funniest person I've ever met in my life. His name was Evan Myers. He was from Philly. And when I started doing stand-up, I just assumed Evan also would, because he was just like just like anything he said just made everyone around him fall. He was like 12 years old making adults laugh.
Right.
I could never do. I'm not funny like that off stage. Like I can duck in once in a while with a funny one, but usually it just like other comedians don't find me funny at all. Actually.
You're not funny off stage.
No,
so
I'm not.
You're like Pepitone. You bring your offstage persona to.
But he never did stand up. I've never heard from him since then. Anyway, do you have a Haftorah behind you? What is that book?
By the way, every book behind me I have read cover to cover except for one. So, like you. So my friend Howie Greenberg and we grew up together, and we were always and Jeff Tatarian, we'd always make jokes. We were just, and I get a call from Howie. He's off at college, and he says, I just met the funniest guy in the world. He is funnier than you and I combined.
When did I meet Howie Greenberg?
You didn't meet Howie Greenberg, but Howie called me from college and said, freshman year, I just met the funniest guy in the world.
Again, I'm very confused. I don't remember meeting this guy.
You saw Eddie Krasnick.
Eddie Krasnick, who's that?
Howie, who's Eddie Krasnick?
Yeah.
You don't know who Eddie Krasnick is?
No.
Oh, look him up. He's the funniest guy in the world. Eddie is a stand-up comic and a comedy writer, and he's, I've palled around. So I met him, like Howie used to tell me for years, the funniest man in the world is Eddie Krasnick. And one day I meet Eddie Krasnick. I see him doing stand-up, and I said, Howie's right. You're the funniest man in the world. Eddie is you should know Eddie Krasnick. Very funny guy.
I'll look him up.
Who was the funniest person when you were growing up? Like Jeff Tatarian was the funniest kid growing up. Who's the funniest kid you knew growing up?
Just said Evan Myers. I went to summer camp with him.
The summer camp isn't the same thing as you didn't grow up with him.
You know what? First of all, is that the world's tiniest TV on a bar stool, or is that the world's biggest bar stool holding a regular sized TV?
Come on.
I genuinely am distracted by everything. First of all, this is not the same apartment you had the last time I was on the show a year ago. Is this one of those SROs for indigent elderly men?
Well, they trust me with a hot plate.
Is it the actor's home?
The actors, yes, I'm at the actor's home.
What's on your whiteboard?
I can't read it from.
I'm thinking of redressing the set. I can't do a green screen.
No,
I've tried. I bought a green screen. I can't get it to work, and I can't make the green screen work. So I
literally put a green screen behind you.
It doesn't look good.
Oh no, of course it doesn't, because it's a Zoom fucking green screen program.
Other people make it look good. I can't get it. Anyway, so I thought, well, why don't you,
light it correctly?
Yeah.
Actually, there's a whole art to lighting green screen, and it has to be extremely evenly lit, or else it looks like ass.
Right.
I'm taking these film classes now. I know that. I made a bunch of short films this semester. I had a very stressful semester. That's why.
Are you going to film school?
So I've been doing. I think I told you this. I've been doing the community college thing since last summer.
Great.
Because I dropped out of college to do stand-up comedy very early in.
Right.
So I figured, why not? It's a good lockdown project. So doing pretty well. And I'm actually applying to transfer to a bunch of 4-year universities now to like really properly go to film school. So I've got my applications in. I have to write essays over the next few weeks. UCLA wants like 20 pages of essays, and USC wants 10 pages of essays, and so it's just like that's been one of my projects. It's just learning how to make film, and apparently it's super easy. That's it. That's all I have to say about it.
In all seriousness, that's fantastic. So what kind of classes have you been taking?
Well, David, I took a jazz appreciation class this semester, which was great. And I'm not just saying that because the grades haven't been finalized yet.
Right.
But also just like really, I like jazz a lot. Obviously, I've got a framed Mingus poster up right here behind me.
Right.
Album cover poster.
And what did you learn taking a class about jazz? Like how do you now listen to jazz differently than before by taking this class?
Some of those guys who did jazz are Black.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So
I didn't know that. I just hear music. I don't hear colors. I just hear music. So you're saying they were Black?
Yeah, and apparently people have been doing it since before Kenny G. So,
no. Is Kenny G Black?
Kenny G is white.
Kenny G is white?
Yes.
I don't hear color.
You don't hear color.
I don't hear color. Is that synesthesia? Were you hear something?
I think it's
colors. Huh?
I think it's anesthesia.
Anastasia, she was the Russian princess who fell asleep. She passed out before they killed the Romanovs, so she lived.
But so in order to be eligible to transfer into these universities?
I'm asking about jazz because we have Professor Mike Steinel, who's a jazz trumpeter and professor of jazz. So what have you learned?
And composer of mighty theme songs, epic theme songs.
Hey, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Okay.
You defend your boyfriend now.
No. Let me just say that you can make fun of Professor Mike Steinel all you want on this show.
Okay.
But when you start making fun of me, then it's personal. You go ahead and trash Professor Mike Steinel or Professor Adnan Hussein. You can make fun of my daughter. Okay?
Hey, I'm not making fun of your daughter.
You can make fun of my audience. You can make fun of all my guests. But when you make fun of me, then it's personal. That's where I draw the line.
So the answer to your question is, I went into this class like knowing nothing about jazz. Like I just listened to a lot of it, and so I just know in terms of like what I like. But I learned a lot of just what basic terms are, what a 12-bar blues is, what hard bop is, what regular bop is, the difference between avant-garde and free jazz. Like I just learned a lot about who made it, who the pioneers were, what the different forms were, and what's going on now.
Right. And so now when you listen to it, do you hear it differently?
No, it also just sounds like a bunch of boobly to me. But
what other classes have you taken?
I took
you're single. Are you involved in a relationship?
Oh, first things first.
Were you going to class or were you doing it remotely?
Oh,
do everything remotely. You're very distant. Was this long distance learning?
It's emotional distance learning. It's I do not get any particular class or course.
Were you going into school?
No, although I'm going to have to in the spring. I'm not.
So this was on Zoom.
Yes, it's on Zoom or asynchronous, which is what they call it when you just do the work and you never talk to your professor and you just get an A.
I see. And this is community college. Did Dan Harmon arrange this for you?
Tell the people who Dan Harmon is.
Chevy Chase. Was Chevy Chase there? So were you like the Chevy Chase character?
There definitely was a class where it was on religion, witchcraft, and magic. And the professor, I'm pretty sure, considers himself a shaman, like a working shaman. And I guess that's all I can say about it. into a microphone. It was a very interesting class. I actually had a friend, my friend who I visited up in the Catskills on my way back.
Right.
I was telling her some wild things this guy was telling us, and she kind of didn't believe it. So I was in New York at the time taking these California college classes, which was amazing. So I went up to her house and sat on the front porch with her in the Catskill Mountains, and she attended my class with me. And it was very interesting. She came away with an appreciation for my ability to tell the truth about the things I was seeing, hearing, and experiencing.
I have, in all seriousness, and then I'll get back to being hostile towards you. I have no sense of humor about pursuing higher education, and I can't think of a better way to pursue higher education than to go to community college. I think it's.
I actually agree with you, and now that I'm going through it, I would say there are definitely things you don't get at colleges where the professors are better paid, right? And there's maybe some professors are there on their retirement gig, but also the film program that I'm taking right now, for the most part, my professors are great, and the woman who runs the program is incredibly dedicated and has gone out of her way to help me with some problems that came up that I couldn't get resolved through other departments.
You fell in love with her, in other words.
No, I didn't fall in love with her, but I definitely have a ton of respect for her. She also taught me editing this semester, and she is an amazing teacher, right? So it's like there's a certain snobbery in America around the idea that a cheaper education is somehow less than, but also
I have no sense of humor about this.
But I'm not kidding either. Like,
I know. I this is something I won't even joke about. I think, in all seriousness, I think
I went
you're going to community college. Right. I have another friend who's your age who's also doing the same thing, and
you have another friend who's 29 who's going to community college,
who absolute genius, who is going to community college in San Francisco, and it's been life altering for him.
Hey, I know a guy who's a comic, like absolutely a great comedy writer. And I'll tell you, I don't know how much he wants anyone advertising his business, but he is in a program, the college extension program that Bard started. It was originally a program for prisoners who otherwise would have never had.
Bard is big with, Bard is very big teaching prisoners. Oh, so he's teaching prisoners.
No. So they extended that in New York.
Right.
To a similar program that is extended to adults who otherwise would never have gone to college or wouldn't have the chance to go to a college like Bard. And I think because he's such a great writer, he probably wrote some kick-ass entrance essays, and he spent the last few years like doing that. I mean, there's nothing shameful around a freer. I mean, especially in California, where if you're a California resident, the state underwrites so much of your Cal State or community college educations. So I'm paying $150 a course.
That's great.
It's amazing.
That is, that is knowledge. There are two types of people. There are people who think knowledge is power. They think knowledge is wisdom. And if you think knowledge is power, then you're a piece of shit and you're not pursuing wisdom. You're pursuing status. And but the pursuit of knowledge is a sacred path, and you will find it at a community college. And you're funny.
I know.
It pains me to say that. And when you meet other funny people, when you talk to Eddie Pepitone, he knows whether or not you're funny. People who are truly funny know who else is truly funny and who's just playing at it. And the same thing applies to the search for truth.
No,
you can meet somebody who went to the finest schools, all right, and you know that they're completely full of shit and they don't read and they're not interested.
Dude, I spent my whole life in New York around people who were attending NYU, Columbia, or graduated from those schools. And they're some of the dumbest people we know, and you know them. And these people go to these amazing colleges and they get these like sinecures in comedy writing. And you meet them and you're like, oh, that's a mediocre intellect. That's someone with no talent, but a lot of work ethic.
So what other classes are you taking?
Well, now I have to, if I want to be eligible to transfer into these colleges, because the thing is, like, you're right, community college education is great, but I also have to eventually graduate from a school that people actually respect.
Why?
Why? Because I want to work in the business, and
your work will speak for itself.
it will. But you know, the thing about going to a place like USC, at the end of the day, what you're really paying for is the alumni network and the
that's bullshit. That's
not, though.
That's bullshit. Your work speaks for itself.
The work speaks for itself, but you also have to like give off this, like,
no,
you have to give off a fucking image of success, whatever, a glamour.
I disagree. I respectfully disagree.
But anyway, the point is, I'm getting, like, in 2 years I'm done with community college anyway, so why not just go for it? But the thing is, Cal State Northridge, right?
Let's have a great animation department.
Apparently a great film school.
Yeah.
But again, because
why?
Because doesn't cost your parents
Disney
$5,000 to go there. People don't respect it the way they respect it.
Don't get me angry. Disney, that's it. I know animators who came out of there and went straight to Disney. Disney funds Cal State Northridge. It's fantastic. They have a great music department. These are, I'm going to calm down here. That is effing bullshit, because what little I know about work, you want to get hired as a comedy writer. Nobody cares where you went to school. They read your stuff.
Right.
Unless you went to Harvard.
Yeah, if you went to Harvard, then the people.
But you're not. If you went to Harvard, they're not reading your packet. They're looking at your diploma. It's a boys' school. That's the old boys network. But that's part of the problem. But actors, filmmakers, the good ones, their work speaks for itself. As a stand-up comic, nobody gives a shit what school you went to. You're either funny or you're not.
But if you go to USC, you get the right internship, you meet the right people. People speak at your school. Like they have really good facilities.
Blues. It's Lori Loughlin, buying her kids' way into these schools. Don't fall prey to that. Do not fall prey to that. It's everything that's wrong with everything, what you're saying. Good at what you do.
I'm great at what I do.
Then you don't need to,
I'm great at everything except getting eye lines to match and getting the shots to obey the 180-degree rule.
Who are your favorite writers and directors, and where did they go to school?
Well, you know what the thing is?
Jim Morrison went to UCLA Film School. Worst movie director ever.
Who?
Jim Morrison from The Doors.
Jim Morrison
went to UCLA Film School. That did him.
I will say, actually, I've been really getting into the new wave of the 60s. The French New Wave, the Italian New Wave, the Czechoslovakian New Wave. There's a director named Agnes Varda who's amazing. And she was just someone who just basically forced her way into filmmaking because she wanted to do it, because she thought she should do it. And at the end of the day, it's still a field that you can kind of do that if you're just incredibly. But the thing is, David, I'm very lazy.
And so lazy people say, I need to go to UCLA or USC because I'm lazy.
Build a connection with alumni. Exactly.
It's lazy.
Yeah. And then you
I don't feel like working. I feel like networking.
Yes.
If you work, you don't need to network.
Yes. And anytime you see a horrible movie where you're like, how the fuck did that get made? and you look up the IMDb of the writer and the director, and they've made like 20 other movies that are horrible. You're like, how did that happen? It's
Yeah.
because the great networkers who can pitch like nobody's business. Like they're just people who can get in a room with people they already know and are comfortable just pitching these terrible ideas, but making them sound great in the room and then having no follow through. And
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Woody Allen, Mel Brooks, Steve Martin, they didn't go to film school. They didn't, right? I saw an interview when I was, struggling as a comedian last night.
Yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, I got to it before you did.
Barely.
Saw an interview with Steve Martin,
Mhm.
and he said something really interesting. He said, whenever I meet regular people who aren't in show business, and they want to get into show business, the first thing they usually ask me is, how do you get an agent? How do you get a manager? They never ask me, how do you get good?
Right.
It doesn't seem to be the question that people who are toying with the idea of being a creative ask. He said, I'm always intrigued by the people who ask me, how do you get good? It's rarely asked, how do you get good at this? He said, the trick is, I never forgot this. He said, get really good at something. Get so good at something that it's undeniable. He said it'll save you a lot of time going to cocktail parties and networking. He said he decided to just get so good at stand-up, it was just incontrovertible, so that he didn't have to run around and meet everybody.
Well, I did that. Didn't do shit for me.
What?
I said I did that. It didn't do shit for me.
That's why I'm telling you to give up. You tried it. It's not going to. No, that's why.
What are you, the voice in my head?
No. Well, the voice in your head telling you to give up is the voice that's also telling you to go to USC.
No, I mean, look I'm applying to everything, because I just want to see what's out there for me, what's available for me, and who wants me.
Yeah.
'Cause the other thing is, like,
I can get a script to Alec Baldwin if you want.
really? Good, because there's a cinematographer I'm looking to get rid of. Really, really mad at them.
Well, what are you learning in film? When you say you're learning to edit, what does that mean? Final Cut, Premiere Pro?
Premiere Pro, but also just like editing techniques, things like moving the keyframes around, like shit I didn't even know I needed to know. Like, to me, the most interesting and important things I've learned so far are all the things that are like really invisible that you don't know, like matching cuts, jump cuts, like what makes a shot look good. Like the fact that I can't get these eye lines on the short film to match, it makes me crazy.
I don't even know what that means.
It means that when the characters are having a conversation with each other, their eye lines are both pointing left, which means it looks like neither of them are actually looking at the person they're talking to.
I don't understand. So you and I are talking to one another.
So
and
it's
you're
like
gonna cut back and forth.
cut back and forth. So you would
And
be
the eye line. So I'm looking at, you're to the left of me.
right.
And so you cut back to me. And if I'm looking to the right, is that what you mean? Our eye lines aren't
Yeah.
matching?
So like if we're both looking to the left, it looks like one of us is looking at the other and the other is looking away while talking to them for some reason.
Well, can't you just flip it?
No,
in post?
I tried that. It looked weird. Like it just looked bad because it's on a street. And so the street goes this way in one cut and it goes this way in the other cut.
And there's there's a advertisement behind you, and just people will just say, "Oh, it's Czechoslovakia. You're in Czechoslovakia." I don't recognize the language.
I did. Yes, that's right. They turn off their computer and run straight to an adult disability learning program because they.
So eye lines. Okay, how about you just write a really good script so nobody notices that the eye lines don't match?
Well, the thing I was proud of was it involves a car, like someone running after a car. and I filmed it from inside the car, and so it just looks like the person in the car are going in different directions. So then I flipped the car thing, and nobody noticed it. Like nobody noticed that the car like is out driving on the wrong side of the street now. And also, I had to refilm some exterior car shots, and nobody noticed that like a character that was running after the car is suddenly not there in some shots because I went boom, boom, boom. And actually, someone explained to me, an editor explained to me afterwards, that if you have like droning music that never really changes in the background of an action scene, and you edit everything on the beat, then people's minds disengage a little bit and they don't notice things. That's why a lot of those action movies are edited that way, it turns out. Because like there's a psychology where just like people's minds disengage and they don't pay close attention.
Is there a way to play my podcast underneath like that instead of droning music? What is it? Is this a new avenue of expression for me?
It's a short called Sedition, and it would be perfect.
So now are you working in film or are you working in digital?
Digital. I mean, I shot one on my iPhone. You know,
you shot it on your iPhone, like Tangerine. Did you ever see Tangerine?
I have not seen it yet, but I've been told I should.
It's amazing. It was shot on an iPhone.
I have some like post stuff I have to fix, and I'm going to submit it to some film festivals.
And how many minutes is it?
4.
It's a 4-minute short.
It's a 4-minute short. I mean, these are like, baby films. I'm learning how to do it.
Right.
I went in, I've been learning a lot of the basics. Like they make you take all these classes about the history of documentary film. Like I learned about
The Nook of the North.
The Nook of the North. I had to watch it. But also we had to watch these old Soviet films. And your listeners
The Nook of the East. Yeah.
The proletariat. No, but it's
Soviet documentaries.
They're amazing.
In a Soviet documentary, the movie shoots you.
Did I ever tell you I met Yakov outside of the Comedy Store?
No.
That's one of the things I miss about life.
The Cold War
was Yakov was mounting a comeback
at Branson, in Branson, Missouri, because they were so stupid they didn't know the Cold War was over.
He actually shut that down. He doesn't do that anymore.
He doesn't do his theater at Branson?
No, he came back to LA. I'm telling you, he became a regular at the Comedy Store again. But he does all those in Russia, the TV watches you jokes. Like he still does.
My chat room here does those all day.
Who?
The chat room does that all day. If you were to look in the chat room right now, that's an ongoing.
That's because your listeners are so dumb they don't know the Soviet Union fell.
Yes, it's like playing to Branson. Branson's still around?
They keep writing those letters to Che Guevara, hoping he's going to write them back.
He's a very nice man, Yakov.
Oh, Yakov? I was hanging out with a friend who was absolutely thrilled to meet him. And I'm not kidding. Like my friend, I wouldn't have talked to Yakov, but my friend was like, you got to introduce me to Yakov. I was like, I don't know Yakov. He's like, you got to come on, because I want to get a picture with Yakov. He was fucking thrilled to meet Yakov Smirnoff. It's funny. Like that's the thing about LA and showbiz that I forget. Like my friend was visiting recently with her 17-year-old daughter. Or as I like to say, my girlfriend was visiting with her mom. No, but it's like.
By the way, we should mention that you used to be a producer for Chris Cuomo, and you train. Don't you train?
Right.
About that guy who's just got arrested. Like he would train young girls on how to have sex, and the parents would bring. You didn't read about Chris Cuomo? Chris Cuomo had a producer over at CNN who just got arrested for training young girls on how to have sex. Like he would place advertisements and parents would bring their daughters to him and he would train them.
Now, was that for college credit?
I don't know. I'm not making, I thought, he must be a stud. He looked.
You and I have very different Google alerts, I think is.
Yes.
No, it's, I was on Jeffrey Epstein's island, but I was just teaching horseback riding.
So go ahead. So we were talking about
Oh, so my friend came with her daughter.
her 17-year-old daughter.
By the way, I have friends who have 17-year-old daughters now. It's fucking, that's how old I am. It's
Now,
crazy.
Prince Andrew is in trouble because he slept with a 17-year-old.
Right. So
So is that against the law? As I understand it, you're familiar with the age of consent in every state in America. This is one of his party tricks. Liam can tell you the age of consent. For some reason, Liam McEnany knows the age of consent in every county in America.
listen, for your listeners who don't understand, David and I decided to come up with a bit like the 2,000-year-old man, except my angle is the age of consent in every U.S. state and territory, including
territory. Yeah. So, I mean, I listen, nobody wants to see Prince Andrew go to prison more than I do. But when I read that he had, unless it was non-consensual sex, and it was trafficking, but I'm just saying 17, what is the age of consent?
Well, I mean, people are mad at Seinfeld now because he was dating a 17-year-old. But also, I mean, did you see her? I mean, can you blame him?
They're mad at him now? That was like 30 years ago.
Dude, the internet has no...
Well, I mean, you can find anything on the internet.
No, people on Twitter are genuinely angry at Jerry Seinfeld now because they just discovered that in the 90s he dated Shoshana Lowenstein. But
so what does that mean?
It means that they're like they're retroactively canceling Seinfeld, some of them.
Right.
For having amazing taste in women. Like I get it. I'm also jealous.
I guess it's also a power thing. If you shouldn't be dating 17-year-olds.
No, I mean, unless it's serious, unless she's an old soul or is a really good actor or, knows how to meet.
Or in Jerry Lee Lewis's case, she's also your cousin.
Right.
But it makes sense.
So anyway, your
17-year-old, your friend brings her 17-year-old daughter. Yeah.
So I was showing them around. I was just driving them around LA because they had like a night before they had to go back to where they're from. And Ann Lee says in Russia, bait jails you. That's
what?
In Russia, bait jails you.
That's in the chat room?
Professor Ann Lee said that.
Oh, and thank you for getting Leo Frank right, Professor Ann Lee. I meant to tell you. Leo Frank, the Jewish Sacco and Vanzetti.
Let's not hijack my segment.
I just wanted Leo Frank. I was trying to remember who the Jewish Sacco and Vanzetti was, and it was a guy named Leo Frank. See, that's Jews. They just needed one.
Right.
Sacco. They didn't need two. They cut out the middleman. They just went right to Leo Frank.
You know how old I was when
you don't wait anything.
You know how old I was when I found out Eugene V. Debs was not a court case involving two Orchard Street tailors? Come on now.
That's great.
But anyway, so I was showing them around.
What?
It was Sunday night. Everything was closed.
In LA.
And I was like, well, I guess we could walk around Rodeo Drive. I was like, well, this is boring. This is horrible. But they were really into it because they'd never been.
Smash and grab. Did you do a smash and grab on Rodeo?
Yes, we called it a protest. That'll get your listeners laughing.
We called it a what?
Protest.
A protest. Yes.
You see, David, because it's a lot of smash and grabs after those protests last summer.
Yes.
I have a friend who was at those protests downtown a lot.
Yes.
And she was on Instagram scolding people for not going. And then I was talking to her after, and she's like, yeah, I did go into a jewelry store and steal some earrings I liked. And I was like, well, then you're part of the problem. Like,
no, but that wasn't BLM.
It wasn't. She was a white lady. It was a
I
was like, you shouldn't have done that. That's bad. That's worse.
Yeah, BLM wasn't doing that.
No, BLM would go home, and then all these other just white kids would come in and do the smash and grab in all the stores.
The children of the parents who owned the stores. Insurance. Fraud.
The Jews.
Bless you.
But
I
anyway,
should point out it's okay for Liam to make those kind of jokes because he's an anti-Semite.
right.
So it's just so you don't cancel Liam. He hates Jews, so it's okay for him to make that.
Right, like your last guest who was talking about how efficient Hitler was. I was like, Hitler was underratedly efficient. Like that's something people don't talk about, or how efficient Nazi Germany was.
Right. So, well, IBM, he could not have done it without IBM.
Hey, look, we were all BMing before Hitler. It's not
IBM, UBM, we all BM. No, IBM helped with the numbers and the cards.
My favorite story about the rise of Nazi Germany, and we all have them.
Yes.
Is they built the Autobahn to get Germans to love driving. Then they pre-sold all these Volkswagens to get the Germans money. Then they used that money to build factories to start their war machine. And it's just like this incredibly long multi-step con on the German people. They did not deliver a single Volkswagen to a single German person. They just built like all these fucking planes and tanks with them. Like you really, among the many things you got to tip your hat to Goebbels and Hitler and Himmler for. That was a big one.
Yeah.
Well, they started with the Autobahn. They were like, we got to fucking get these Germans like to drive fast before they can really want to buy these cars we're never going to build.
Right. Have you ever been on the Autobahn?
No, I find the concept terrifying. Have you?
There's no speed limit on the Autobahn, right?
No, they go like 90 at minimum. That's terrifying.
Right. It's very sexual.
Really?
Yeah, they call it the autoerotica bond, but you need to put a.
Oh boy.
You need to put a.
They're really
something.
We're having a good time.
We're having a good time. All right, so you're driving around Rodeo Drive.
Right. No, we were walking around Rodeo Drive.
Rodeo Drive.
There's like a famous shopping alley, and I was like, well, I'll take you up the shopping alley, but it was blocked off because Justin Bieber was filming something up there. And I was like, oh God, what a failure this is. And then I realized they were having an amazing time because they'd never been to Rodeo Drive before.
Rodeo.
A place they'd only ever seen in the movies.
Right.
They were like window shopping. There was a Justin Bieber thing fucking happening, which like, was like very cool if you're not in show business.
Right.
I was like, oh, right, of course. LA is like amazing to people who don't live here, who are, especially if they're not in the business and they've only ever really like seen this shit in movies.
So like you, for example, you must be thrilled.
I used to be.
Do you ever I used to go to the farmer's market.
Which one?
The one on Fairfax.
Oh, the Grove.
At the Grove.
Right. It's not really a farmer's market. It's a food court.
Yeah, but they called the farmer's market. And I would walk around knowing that there are probably 3 or 4 superstars in my presence, and I have no idea who they are.
You're talking about Fred Stoller.
Fred Stoller, yes. That there are people who if you told 18 million people that they were eating next to you, they'd go nuts. But I remember running into Jeff Garlin at the farmer's market, and he said, have a seat. And he was with a friend, and we ate. And then he says to me, you have no idea who the guy leaves. You have no idea who that guy is. I go, no. It's unbelievable. It was Pope Francis. And I just, he wasn't wearing the mitre or the robe. And I just thought he was some old Argentinian.
Can I tell you, I was driving through a city of industry. And
what is the city of industry?
It's just a shitty neighborhood in LA.
Is that a motto or is that an actual city?
The actual city is called the City of Industry.
And what is the industry?
Apparently bad casinos and rundown stores. But there was a guy who looked like Pope Francis, dressed in a long white robe, just kind of sitting and staring at traffic.
Could have been.
And it was like incredible. I almost drove onto the sidewalk. I was so distracted. I was
Maybe
like,
it was Pope Francis. You never know. Day off?
but who was it? Who was the guy who was with Jeff Garlin?
It was somebody from ESPN.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Who like somebody like huge sports guy. And Garland couldn't believe I had no idea who it was. But the guy, I look back, I thought the guy liked me because I talked to him about, I didn't talk to him about sports. And I didn't care who he looked like, just some, I don't ask people what they do. So I thought this guy, and the guy really seemed to like me because I wasn't.
The only important thing.
Yeah. Because there was nothing, I wasn't playing him. There was nothing, must be hard to be very famous. And everywhere you go, people are playing you, right? They want something from you.
I guess, honestly, when I was younger.
You were famous. You were famous for a period, right?
No,
when you were on Best Week Ever.
I was basic cable famous. I mean,
But that's big. More people see basic cable than premium cable.
I'll tell you what, I got laid like crazy. That's about the only thing I can say about that. Is a lot of women in their early 20s watched that show.
It was basic cable women. You weren't getting premium.
Can I tell you something? I'll never forget this. I read a gossip item on Jamie Foxx when I was a teenager. Or it was before he won the Oscar, but it was after he was a movie star.
Right.
And apparently he was explaining to someone about the difference between movie pussy and TV pussy.
I was going to say premium. I was going to say that, but I have too much. So he said what?
I actually watched this show.
What?
There's a difference. He was telling someone about the difference between movie pussy and TV pussy and how much better movie pussy was. I say if you meet a woman who can afford $97 a month for a cable package, then she's someone who's worth holding on to.
Right.
Right. She's someone who you won't have a mother-in-law problem because I fucked up the joke.
It's all right.
All right. I would
start from the beginning. Start from the beginning.
A woman who doesn't have cable, but she does have Netflix and HBO Max.
Right.
You won't have a mother-in-law problem because she cut the cord a long time ago.
There you go.
There you go. That's a joke.
I like that. Did you ever break up with a woman and change your Netflix passwords to get even with her?
No. Well, first of all,
she did it to you.
I've been using my friend's Netflix for about 15 years. No, I do have stream. I don't have anyone who I dated who's on my streaming packages. I just have family and friends.
And what are you streaming? What streaming packages do you have?
I have all of them right now. It's
Disney Plus.
I have D Plus. I paid.
Isn't Disney Plus great?
I hardly ever watch anything, so it's like.
What about Get Back? What about Get Back?
I'm reminded of something that when you wrote for Steve Martin, something he told you that you told me that he said, where he
get out of my way.
You're writing for the Oscars, and he asked you what TV shows you watch. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
It's an amazing thing that he said to you, and I think about it whenever I'm.
He didn't say anything. Well, hang on, he didn't say anything to me. Go ahead. How do you remember the story?
You tell the story because apparently.
I want to hear how you remember it.
Because I thought you told him you don't watch TV, and he said, "Well, then how are you going to write comedy for me?" Right, or something like that.
No, he turned away.
Oh, really? Okay.
I just remember it may have been just because
okay. I remember it wrong.
He's on a completely different evolutionary rung than I am. But I remember saying, I don't watch TV. And he looked away. And the feeling I got was he wasn't impressed that I don't watch TV. That if you're going to write for TV, you should be watching it.
You got to watch
the message I got from it.
And his show's amazing. Only Murders in the Building.
Yes.
Fucking great.
I don't watch TV.
You should watch it. It's on Hulu.
I saw it. It's great. It's Marty and Steve Martin and Selena Gomez.
Wait, Martin Scorsese's on that?
Martin Scorsese's in it.
That's
Yeah.
my friend Marty.
Actually,
Who's your
some
friend?
of the jokes are so dark.
Right.
Like they're not. I mean, there's some because it's about murder mysteries, and it's very dark. You have to be a consumer of the culture in order to participate in it.
That's
That-
exactly right. And so, like, I'm going to start watching Succession
Great.
just because everyone says it's great. I just am not
Amazing.
motivated.
Oh no, it's great. It is. I'm powering through the last 3 episodes. It's if you like Armando Iannucci, In the Loop. If you like the thick of
In
it,
the Loop.
huh?
I've seen In the Loop. It's okay.
Yeah, the Death of Stalin, Veep.
I was not impressed by the Death of Stalin. I love Veep though.
It's the Armando Iannucci school of writing,
Right.
which is amazing, and acting, and but not quite. Jesse Armstrong, I think the guy's name is, and I think he was one of the writers of In the Loop,
Okay.
which I think is the definitive movie on the Iraq War.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to understand how we ended up, how Great Britain ended up assisting George W. Bush in this monstrosity of a war, see In the Loop. It's just all about people positioning to be in the loop. And that's why I also love Succession. There's an elegance to Succession because the title of the series is what the series is about.
Right.
Succession. Who will succeed Brian Cox?
That's why Who's the Boss was the greatest show in TV history.
I agree with you about that.
The title was just about who the boss was.
It's people jockeying for power.
I,
You're absolutely right. I never saw Who's the Boss. Is that Tony Danza?
Tony Danza, Judith Light. But yeah, no,
I haven't had the privilege of watching Who's the Boss. By the way, we're doing table reads at office hours.
I saw that.
And if you want to join us tomorrow night, I want to do The Godfather.
Hey,
So-
finance is the weapon. Politics is pulling the trigger.
What?
Finance is the gun. Politics is knowing when to pull the trigger.
Where'd you get that from?
The Godfather.
That's not from The Godfather.
It's from The Godfather, my
No.
friend. It is.
Godfather 1.
It is from The Godfather.
Well, we're going to be doing a table read of The Godfather. Would you like to come to office hours and
Ooh, when's that?
tomorrow night, Christmas Eve?
I'm going to be celebrating the birth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
No need to curse on this show.
What time?
Oh, Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior in heaven.
Now, you were raised, your parents were mixed marriage, correct?
Yes, I was raised Buddhist.
But your mother, as I understand it,
Tell me what you understand.
okay, my understanding
Yeah.
is that your mother,
How dare you?
I apologize, is a Jew.
Oh, that's yes. My mom is a Jew.
Your mommy is a Jew, and your daddy is Irish Catholic,
Correct.
and you were brought up Buddhist,
I was raised passive and aggressive.
passive and aggressive, and you were raised Buddhist.
Can I tell you, I told that joke.
So, well, hang on for instance. So basically, you had Chinese food on Christmas, so you're a Jew. Did you do that joke? Did you do that in your act?
What, the Chinese food on
On
Christmas?
Christmas, so basically, I'm a Jew.
It's not a joke.
Yes, it is.
There's no joke to it.
My mother was Jewish. That's a joke. My mother was Jewish.
The joke is my mom is Jewish. How dare you?
No. This is the math is right on this joke. My mother was Jewish. My father was Irish Catholic.
Right.
They raised me Buddhist. I was
Right.
raised Buddhist, which means I had Chinese food on Christmas. That means I'm a Jew. It's almost a joke. If the audience was on my side,
Whoa,
the timing was good, they would laugh at something like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that you could get away with if the audience is on your side.
And if if I were charismatic,
Maybe
I
if
look
you're,
like
if you're doing an event act,
an event act.
event. I've been hanging out with this guy, Joel Madison,
Yes.
and he loves ventriloquism. And so I've been picking up all his. Apparently, they're called vents.
Oh, the vents. I didn't know that.
I didn't either, but
They're schizophrenics, ventriloquists.
they're very sad people. There are a
They
lot
are.
of. I think it's a lot of child molestation in that.
Child molestation, where they want to show the entire audience on the doll where they were touched.
Yes.
Right up the poop chute. They put their hand right up there, and
Yeah,
no,
they
but-
act like you're a dummy. No, if I'm the dummy, why were you the one who let your uncle molest you for chocolate pieces on Christmas?
Right.
How dare you?
Right. No, but the ventriloquists, they are known to. This is not the Anthony Hopkins movie, but there are stories of like great ventriloquists getting into arguments or being overheard yelling at their dummies.
Are you talking about Otto and George? He was notorious for that.
Yeah, but he was the best ventriloquist who ever lived.
My friend
Otto and George. By the way, I can't think of a better Christmas than watching Otto and George on YouTube. Otto and George. Trust me, everybody. I promise you, if you want to laugh as hard as you will ever laugh in your life, look up Otto and George. You are so lucky that this is why YouTube is a godsend, because so much of Otto and George has been preserved.
But wait, listen to this. So my friend Allison used to be the manager at Pips Comedy Club. It was a famous comedy club, if you don't know, in Sheepshead Bay, Brooklyn. And by the time she was managing it, it was kind of a notorious dump. But Otto and George were regular.
Notorious Dump was your rap name.
D-U-M-P.
Notorious Dump.
But wait, listen. So one night, and it's just like the kitchen was a disaster. The roof was constantly leaking. The bathrooms were broken. And so one night, Otto and George are on stage, and the health inspector pays an unexpected visit. My friend's like, oh shit. And so she's like leading this woman. It's a woman, a big fat black lady. She's leading this woman through the back of the showroom, because the way the room was set up is like there was a stage and a big audience pit around the stage, and then the bar and the bar area was in the back, and you could see the bar from the stage and the stage from the bar. And so she's leading this lady, and she's just like, God, I just hope these guys don't say anything, because the last thing we need is for Otto and George to alienate them. So she said she's leading this woman through this, and she's watching the puppet's head following them from the back. She's like, oh no. It's like George is just fucking, the George was the puppet, was just like following them. And then when they got to where the kitchen was, George, I forget what the fuck he said, but he addressed them. And then, of course, they started doing all of their stock fat black lady jokes, vaginas and fucking shit like that, because that was like the kind of act he was.
Oh, he was.
And so she said the health inspector turned and was like, hey, didn't I hear him on Howard Stern this morning? And it turned out she fucking loved it. She loved Otto and George. And I think as a result, Pips got a passing grade it should not have from the health department.
You know who loved Otto and George? John Lennon.
Dude, if you don't love Otto and George, you don't have a sense of humor.
Yeah. Otto and George used to perform near Strawberry Fields.
Really?
Yep. Near the Dakota on the street. And John Lennon supposedly would just go out and watch them. You got to see Otto and George.
Dude, it's crazy. I did a WTF with a Mark Maron live episode at the Bell House with Otto and George.
There's really?
And before the show, I prepared some comebacks because I knew that the puppet was going to say some incredibly hurtful things to me. And I was like, well, I got to have something fucking to say to the puppet. And sure enough, I was able to shoot him down and
is there video of that?
Well, there's definitely a photograph on my website, heyitsliam.com, of me sitting next to Otto and George. But there's audio of it too if you're a subscriber. Like,
Yeah.
you can go back and listen. It's like from years ago, so you have to really search for it. But yeah, I don't know if there's any. If it wasn't Mark, I would just say I'll pirate. I'll just post it somewhere for your listeners. But I wouldn't do that to Mark.
He's all over YouTube.
Yeah,
George.
It's not on YouTube. Thing is, like, it was a show with like me, Ted Alexandro, Otto, and George. It's not like a high demand show.
No, I'm just saying you can go down an Otto and George.
Oh, you're saying Otto and George? Yes. No, they're great.
Oh my God. You just go on YouTube.
I was genuinely intimidated. Like, I was like, these guys are legends. Like, fucking.
Supposedly somebody stabbed George.
That's always the story, right? Someone stabbed George in the head for saying some shit. You know, you saw all the Russian gangsters that would go to Pips night after night, and he was like, of course somebody had to attack George at some point.
Have you ever been physically threatened on stage where you actually thought you would have to fight your way out?
I had a guy, I did an open mic at a bar that used to be by the Port Authority that's not there anymore. It was like the kind of bar where there's a million flies in the men's room, but also the greatest jukebox in.
Of course, they're flies. They're unzipped, and you're making $50 a pop.
Yeah, and when you say a pop, you ain't kidding.
Yeah, Port Authority men's room.
No, it was a bar under. I don't know, but anyways, like a guy pulled a gun on me.
Really?
Yeah, and the thing that really, like, I wasn't even. I don't know. I was 20. I wasn't even scared. I was just mad the bartender was watching. I was like, fucking someone pulled a gun in your bar. You'd have some kind of reaction. I did a show at the old Triple Inn back in the day, which was
Triple Inn?
The Triple Inn, a great dive bar on 54th Street that's no longer.
One of your Pornhub fetishes?
What?
The Triple Inn.
Oh yes, the DP, the TP, as it were, which is anyway. It was a great dive bar. They had comedy. You never did the Triple Inn, right? Because you were from San Francisco.
I performed the Triple Inn.
Did you?
I performed the Triple Inn.
Oh yes, of course.
But I've never been in the Triple Inn.
It was a great dive bar in New York City. In the 80s, they like all the famous comics like Larry David started at the Triple. In fact, when he was shooting the special that became the pilot for Curb,
yes,
at one point he went to my friend's show at the Triple Inn to film him doing stand-up there, because it was like kind of like a return to where he started. But he had a teleprompter, and he wanted my friend to not mention that he had a teleprompter, and she did, and he just stormed out and never came back.
Not even for the teleprompter?
Yeah, I think the crew probably took the teleprompter. But apparently that's a Larry David thing he does.
Yeah.
So I got to see Larry David storm out of a place. That's something I can tell people one day.
Right.
But yeah, there's just like this great. Why was I telling the story? I don't know, who gives a shit.
Yeah.
I was performing at Yale Triple N once, and
being beaten up.
Oh, this guy, right? This like tiny Egyptian guy approached the stage and started threatening to fight me. And I'm 6 feet tall, fucking a big dude. I wasn't really that scared, but he just wouldn't stop. And again, nobody from the bar thought to like approach him and say, "Hey, you got to go." And I think eventually and of course, there was a piano player for the show, and he was just egging the guy on. So eventually the guy left. And then what a friend told me was they left not long after him, and he was just out there on the street outside the bar smoking crack on 54th Street.
Do you think audiences now are more dangerous?
I actually think the internet emboldens people in a way that having to deal with you face to face, they do not. Like, I think
I'm talking about, but in a physical space that you're performing, there was a time, I think, that you were afraid of talking in public, There was a time when doing stand-up was terrifying. Speaking in public was terrifying. There was a time when people would say it's more terrifying to speak in public. People feared speaking in public more than they did their own death. You know that statistic, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case anymore. I think people are pretty at ease speaking in public.
I think now when people go to shows or movies or concerts, they feel very comfortable like they're in their own living room. And that can actually be detrimental for live entertainment because people just will pull out their phones and start texting or taking a call in the middle of your show or, doing whatever the fuck they want.
Don't you find that there's a certain type of audience member, and it's a new type of audience member who is not afraid of speaking in public, disrespectful, and will just engage, will have a polite conversation at you while you're performing, and that there's nothing you can say to silence them because they're just totally comfortable.
Yeah. What's funny is,
right? And it's a new thing.
I would experience that like in Europe, but in Europe, I mean, this is like 10 years ago. It was a dynamic where talking about something they were interested in.
Go ahead.
Made a joke of their own. They would shout it out. And then if you could top them and be funnier than them, the audience would completely respect you and you'd have them for the rest of the show.
Right.
If you couldn't, then they wouldn't respect you. And it would just be like fucking fighting a losing battle.
Right.
So but also if you came back at them hard, like with heckler lines or whatever, then the audience would be like, what's this asshole's problem?
Right.
So you had to come in at this exact window between aggressive and maintaining control over the audience at all costs. It was really like taught me a lot about what you're talking about, this new breed of audience.
Right.
You have to maintain control at all times and let them know you're in charge, but without coming at them too hard because they just don't have that fucking.
Right.
It's like younger people who just call you by your first name when they've never met you before.
Right.
Like I was raised to use Mr. or Miss or Mrs. before being invited to use a first name. And now there's like young people who are just very comfortable just saying, hey, Liam.
Right.
Like before asking me for a huge professional favor.
Right. Right.
It's like,
I found if you're being heckled, just let them win. Don't try to just let them get
judo.
Huh?
Like judo.
Yes, use their energy against them. Just let them tire them out for like 3 minutes. The way to gain control is to lose control.
I used to try that. Like I used to just go quiet.
By shitting your pants. I mean, I'm talking like lose all control completely. Because the audience, by losing control, you're showing the audience what it will look like without you. And
I think it sounds great in theory. I've tried it just because I didn't have the energy to fucking do audience maintenance. And what actually happened was the energy got weird for the rest of the show, and I never got it quite back on track.
But if you were a good comic, how would it have played out?
Oh, if I was a good comic, I wouldn't have done any of the shows I've done. I'd be at fucking Madison Square Garden where you can't hear any individual person speaking.
It's so interesting. It's such a game of inches. There are people
Your mom told me. That's so cool. That's what your mom told me.
Yeah. And so this is a woman who, when you're depressed, has given you discounts.
Right.
And satisfied you sexually. And you still make fun of my mother.
Listen, your mom is an incredibly generous and giving person.
Especially to you.
I can't think of a single member of the U.S. Navy who has a bad thing to say about her.
And yet you mock her after being so generous to you sexually.
Is your mom still with us?
Yes.
Okay, good. That's a relief.
Even if she weren't, I would. Nothing's true. What do I care? Yeah.
Sounds like you miss stand-up.
What?
Sounds like you miss stand-up. Do you still do stand-up?
Not since COVID. I just don't want to.
I miss it.
I do miss it. I want to do this. I miss doing the live version of this show when we used to do this, like when we did QED in front of a live audience.
Once. We did it once.
I've done it before. I've done live. Well, first of all, the show started off live in LA.
Right, but that was, when it was a sketch comedy show or whatever.
Right. I miss that. And I miss the sketches that we used to do.
I will tell you this. Here's what I miss about New York versus LA. I like LA a lot. The stand-up here is atrocious. And the stand-up scene here is mostly terrible. But what I miss most about New York was that it was easy to kind of put together weird shows where it's like I had a regular show for a while where it was just my friends who were writers would come and I would get a live jazz trio to play behind them. And they would read their essays or whatever they wanted live while the jazz trio improvised behind them. And it was a great little show. And fucking, you could just do that because people there at that time were game for anything. And you just can't get anything like cool together here because people are here for a specific reason. And there's just like less opportunity to fuck around like that.
Or it could just be you.
Or it could be me. As my friend once told me, a lot of people don't want the stink on them.
Right.
So they keep away. A lot of people don't want that stink of failure on them. This is what a friend told me, by the way. We were talking about someone I know who like just stopped talking to me in public, like just like shut down publicly while we were in the middle of a conversation. And he was like, yeah, some people just don't want the stink on them. And it was a very cruel but incredibly accurate thing.
It's amazing. It's amazing. There have been many, hard to believe, Liam, but there have been many times in my life where I've had the stink on me and I went, oh, wow, this is like, this is animal shit.
Yes.
You know how like dogs, like cats, I had a cat named Sammy and a cat named Melvin, and Melvin was epileptic and he would have these violent seizures. He was my favorite cat. He was cross-eyed and he was a beautiful cat, but he was epileptic. And when he had his seizures, Sammy, who was the sweetest cat in the world, would walk over to Melvin and try to crush his skull. He would just bite down on Melvin. Melvin, after the fits, would just be there for like a half hour, just stunned. And I had to protect him from the other cats, especially Sammy, the sweetest cat in the world.
Right, until he saw a cat in pain. And he
No, saw like the evolutionary imperative of this cat is weak.
Right.
We can't let him reproduce. I'll go crush his skull. And I thought, this is show business.
That is showbiz. And, it's like when you're I've been in up things and I've been in down parts of my career. And when you're in the down career, you are lonely. There are just people who will not be seen. Because I was telling him I was at a comedy club in New York, and this person I know who is an Emmy-winning writer now there was nobody in the bar, and this person wouldn't even look at me. And my friend said, yeah, they didn't want the stink on them.
Right.
And I was like, yeah, you're right. At that point in New York, I was reintroducing myself into comedy, and I had nothing going on. And boy, they didn't want to be seen at Stand Up New York, fucking talking to me in the bar for whatever reason.
It's amazing. It's an animal instinct.
It is.
It really is.
Whenever anyone shows me a kindness with a crust of bread or, like a piece of wood for the fire or a can of soup, I just really appreciate it.
I remember when I completely, I had gotten fired from a job and was in LA, and I would show up at clubs and there was a stink on me. They all knew I had been fired.
Right.
And I made a promise to myself, if I ever get back on top again, I'm going to do the same thing to other people.
And to those people specifically, I hope you...
No, I'm just going to stay away from people who have a stink on them and just perpetuate this cycle of passive-aggressive comedic violence.
There's someone who used to be in New York who's a comedian, who's now incredibly successful actor, comedian, writer in LA. But this person was notorious for literally stopping mid-conversation with anyone they were talking to if someone famous entered.
I know who you're. I know who you're talking about.
This person's notorious. I'm never going to mention gender because that's how not specific.
I know who you're talking about. It was there. There was a time when the Bruce Hills from the Montreal Comedy Festival. This guy was a guy who was talking to me, and he literally pushed me out of the way in mid-sentence to get to Bruce Hills from the Montreal Comedy Festival. And I remember telling Paul Provenza, and he went, "Of course." Well, you got to respect it.
We're thinking of different people, which is the funniest part of this conversation.
It's a woman?
It's a woman, and
it's the guy. You know what? And I like the guy, and he's very sweet, and I kind of respect the purity of it. Where it's like, oh my God, that's Bruce. I got to out of my, and he literally hit my stomach and pushed me out of the way to get to Bruce Hills. I've had, I kind of respect that.
Did this guy end up doing Just for Laughs?
I have no idea, but he's done very well for himself.
Well, this is a woman who, God.
Has she done well for herself?
Extremely well for herself.
Yeah, I mean, it's pure ambition.
Pure ambition, and you can't fault it.
No, you can't. You can't. They will step over you. But if they fail, like I had a friend who used to stay with me when he was visiting San Francisco, and he'd answer my phone and try to take my gigs. And he never made it.
No, of course.
So it's like now I just think he's an, but had he made it,
right.
Go, all right, that's what it takes. That explains the universe to me.
That's the thing, is like someone like Jim Carrey, who's notorious for his drive. I'm sure that people have a million stories like that from his old Comedy Store days, but nobody gives a shit about those stories. Because at the end of the day, Jim Carrey's so great that his talent can't be denied. And people are just like in awe of his drive because he has the talent and success to match it.
Right. On a very small scale with this show, not that the show means anything, but I respond to people who want to do the show.
Right. Although I did notice, speaking of this phenomenon, like the minute you started getting Judd Apatow as a regular guest, suddenly I couldn't get booked anymore. It was a real shift I noticed. Just as soon as I saw Apatow on the show, it's like my days are numbered.
But my feeling with this show is if you want to do the show,
right,
like great. That means you want to do the show. It's going to be a pleasant experience. I have a feeling that is all the way up to who's at the top of who runs show business now. I don't know what's the biggest. HBO. Huh?
The dude who runs Netflix.
The guy who runs Netflix.
Yeah.
Wants people who are ambitious and really want to be on Netflix, and will show them that they really want to be like, Lorne Michaels will keep you waiting 4 hours. If you get a call from Lorne Michaels, he thinks you're funny, come to my office. He will leave you in the waiting room for 4 hours because he wants to know how much shit you'll put up with. Because if you can't wait this is true. It's a live show. It's Saturday Night Live. Will you eat a shit sandwich? Because if you're not willing to eat a shit sandwich, you're going to get in the way of a live show. So he tests people by keeping you waiting for 4 hours.
And also, it's like a workplace that's notorious for being political. So if you aren't a political person who's willing to play the game his game, then you're not going to succeed at SNL. You're just not going to do it.
So ambition is necessary.
Ambition is 100% necessary.
So this is my problem.
You don't have ambition?
I guess, I don't know. First of all, I'm old. That's the first thing. And secondly, I don't know. I don't think I got up every morning I wanted to be famous. I wanted to be successful, but I wasn't consumed by it. I didn't think it was healthy to I wanted it to be handed to me. I have that sense of white male entitlement where I thought it just should be mine. I shouldn't have to ask for it.
After 5 years in LA, I can tell you it is not confined to white people or men. It is
right.
There is a generous helping of entitlement out here for everybody.
Right. I think because I had a sense of entitlement.
You're Jewish, yes. I get it.
And
firstborn Jewish son, of course.
And so I felt I had it all coming to me. So I just want to be creative. I wasn't willing to be. I didn't do the sharp elbows and get out of my way. But all the white men who I worked for did not have a sense of entitlement. They were scrappers. They were ambitious, and God help you if you got in their way. So
I was always ambitious, but also I just didn't, for a long time, I didn't want to do the work. And part of that was because when I was younger, I just had a lot of opportunities dropped in my lap. You know, like I started in New York at a time when there weren't a lot of people who wanted to do comedy. Comedy wasn't cool. Like the comedy clubs had.
Especially when you were doing it.
Well, it's true. Nobody.
No, I meant like when you were, I was insulting you.
No, but you're not wrong.
No, when you were performing it, it wasn't cool.
No, you were right.
How about I was making fun of you? I was putting you down.
But also you were correct.
And I was hurting your feelings.
No, I mean, I wasn't cool. I'm still not cool. And all the hipster audiences.
Mind game on me now. I don't understand what's going on. Go ahead.
All the hipster audiences fucking hated me. And I beat my brains out to try to be successful with them.
Mm-hmm.
And it just never occurred to me to just fucking, because then I would do the road and do all right. And it never occurred to me like, oh, why not just go to the audiences that like me? Like, why am I? Well, part of that was the industry would hang out at these fucking hipster shows where everybody hated me.
Right.
So it's like, you kind of had to walk that line. But
so you went to the places, hang on. You went to the places where the audiences loved you. What, the condo circuit in Miami?
I once did an old age home in Long Island with Professor Irwin Corey, and they hated me. All those old hipsters hated me, but they loved Irwin Corey.
Right.
It was
a lot of dope.
What?
Irwin Corey, how high did he get before he went on?
He was pretty fucking high before he got into the car to the gig. I think it's just with Corey, it was a matter of just when did he stop?
Right.
Was
he the one who used to? Was he the one who, or was it George Ballard? Somebody just died at 100.
That was Corey, Irwin Corey. Yeah.
That he gave like a portion of his proceeds to Cuba. Like he would send money.
That sounds right. I met him at a
far left. Was he the friend? He was the friend of Randy Credico's, right?
How I met him was at Credico's show at the Monkey's Paw in Greenwich Village.
Oh, so when Irwin Corey, I think it's Irwin Corey, spent like his day handing out leaflets.
Yeah, that was him. Yeah.
For Cuba.
Yeah.
Kind of like Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yes.
He was.
Yes, and they both. I have to say, Lee Harvey Oswald ended up on TV a hell of a lot more than Irwin Corey did.
But they both met at the Carousel Club, as I understand it. Jack Ruby's all for this. Nobody gets these references, nor should they. This is fun. This is, yeah. It's over. The show's been over for. I wish I recorded this.
No, I can see it says live on YouTube recording the upper.
I stopped tape a long time ago.
No, you're still recording it.
I'm still recording. You're the original office hours guy.
I am.
We used to do, first of all, you did all the outreach with my audience.
I did.
We used to do all we used to do letters and emails, and then
I was actually thinking, David, that I miss answering your viewer emails. That's the one thing I do miss about this podcast. I've been very busy and not able to do any podcasts, so it's not personal. I just
I
had
know.
took a break from being a public personality because this past semester I had an editing class where I had to do 4 projects, and I had 2 film production classes where I had to keep making short films, and I had my jazz class that I had to keep on top of. And so I just was not, I kind of was like semi-retired from show business. Plus there's a fucking COVID outbreak.
Then you would have been perfect for this show. Being semi-retired for show business.
Dude, I just talked about doing a gig with Professor Erwin Corey. There's not much more retired from showbiz you can get. Next thing you know, I'll be telling you about the night I headlined at the Blue Angel.
Marlene Dietrich?
I'll tell you about the time that Woody Allen opened for me at the Duplex in 1962.
How about the upstairs downstairs?
The upstairs, the night that Joan Rivers and I performed at the upstairs downstairs, and I thought I would make it, and she wouldn't.
There is no show business. There's only necessity. There is like when you with stand-up comedy, it's just necessity. It has nothing to do. It could be the condo circuit, could be a nursing home, it could be, Madison Square Garden. It's necessity. It doesn't matter where you're performing. You just have to do it.
Dude, Mark Brazil once gave me a good talk a few years ago.
Was it a TED Talk?
It was a TED Talk. It was TED, the movie by the guy who did Family Guy.
Yeah, Seth
MacFarlane. No, but he just basically explained to me that there's like, you get a job or you don't get a job, it kind of doesn't matter, because it's the idea that you're riding a sine wave of your career, and it goes up and it goes down. But it's
when does it go up? Let me know.
Hey, you've won Emmys, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well then that's an up.
Yeah, it's an up yours to all the women who had a chance. And now look at me.
A week ago, I was complaining to a friend of mine about how stressed out I was and how much shit I had to do. And she said, well, if it makes you feel better, I am in not 1, but 2 Facebook groups for Uber Eats drivers. And I immediately felt ashamed about complaining about anything.
What, Uber Eats drivers have fans?
Facebook groups. Where
they have fans who
they just get into these groups and they trade stories. And
she's an Uber Eats driver.
She's an Uber Eats driver.
See, right.
And she's in 2 Facebook groups, and she's doing it to survive. And I was immediately felt ashamed for complaining about anything.
Complaining is funny.
Complaining is funny unless you are someone who is not successful in their career, and you're listening to someone who has been somewhat successful in their career complaining about it.
Complaining is funny.
It is funny.
Showing ingratitude is funny because it's the human condition, and being unhappy is funny.
Listen, I
like comedians. Like a comedian who's happy to be there is not funny. A comedian who's miserable.
Are you telling me Mr. Al Jolson was not funny? How dare you?
Horrible human being, Al Jolson.
Holy. Or the other one, fucking Eddie Cantor.
Also a horrible human being.
Who formed a management company so he could take 10% of the salary from his co-stars on his radio show.
Yeah.
Like if you were on his radio show, you had to let him manage you and take, well, what is it, like 10, 15, 20% of your salary? That's like
Arthur Godfrey did that too.
It's like, holy shit.
Right.
How much money do you need?
Right. Yeah, I should do that. I should make, you know what? I made a couple of bad career decisions.
What'd you do?
Well, I should have been a leading man. I found out, like I was looking, like George Clooney has a place in Lake Como.
Right.
And I thought, I'm like, why didn't I decide to be a leading man? That's where the money is.
You have a house in Lake Como.
Yeah, come on over. Lake Como. Yeah. I should have had a successful podcast. Like you mentioned Mark Maron, who has a very successful podcast. And I thought, why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of having a successful podcast?
You had Robin Williams on your podcast. How much bigger does it get?
Yeah.
You had a huge podcast, right?
I've had a podcast that we've been doing it for 12 years, and it has a small, loyal following of people who like to see somebody not making it in podcasting.
I had a podcast that was very successful, and I would get between 5 and 10,000 downloads an episode. And then I joined the Showbiz Network.
Oh, I'm still part of the Showbiz Network.
No, I know. But actually, I took a huge long break, and most of my audience left during that break, and I never got them back.
That's why I'm afraid of taking a day off from this.
Yeah.
That they'll stop. They'll find somebody else.
You have an audience? Holy shit.
Let's
So
see.
I am here to plug something now that the show's over and nobody's listening anymore.
This is what do they call it? What do they call it on a podcast when you give them bonus? This is the bonus content.
We're definitely in what sports calls garbage time.
Yeah, my show is so long. Bonus content is nothing.
By the way, we are in hour 48 of this segment.
It's the Christmas. I go long the show before Thanksgiving, and I go long the show before Christmas because people are stuck in.
Well, listen, I have a couple of things I want to promote. One is that I'm going to be launching a Substack in January because I'm going to be getting off Facebook, but I like writing things and communicating with people, but I don't like making terrible people rich while I do it. So I'm going to launch a Substack, and I'm going to get off of Facebook like a couple months after that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll come back when I have all the details for you.
We'll just come back.
I want to get your audience prepped for the promotion.
Are you going to be charging for your Substack?
It's going to be free for a very long time. And if I can get an audience together, maybe I'll charge for it. But right now, you suckers you good people can join for free. And then the other thing,
reports from NORAD with Christmas only hours away. You know about the North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD?
Yes.
They keep track of everything flying in American airspace, and they are tracking Santa. We have kids watching, and we should let them know that NORAD is reporting that Santa's sleigh has a significantly lighter payload this year.
Well,
even though there were no supply chain issues, Liam, NORAD is reporting that Santa's sleigh has a much lighter payload.
Well, this year he's spreading joy, Christmas cheer, and COVID all over the country.
Yes, he is. You know, he has a comorbidity, Santa.
Actually, last year, and this is not a joke, Fauci announced that children shouldn't worry because Santa's immune to COVID. Like Santa has a natural immunity. He went on a national press conference with that idiot who used to be our president and announced. Joe Biden? No, Joe Biden hadn't stolen the presidency yet.
Right. Yeah.
This was before Joe Biden stopped our lawful patriots from taking back the election that was rightfully won. I'm sorry, I can't even get through that sentence.
So Fauci says that Santa has a natural immunity to COVID.
Yes. There's no person who asked in the chat. Santa didn't even need to get a vaccination because he's born with an immunity because he's magical.
We love Santa.
Well, the other thing I wanted to promote, actually, while I'm here, since we're still talking, is I'm doing a study of psychic phenomena, and especially post, I guess we call it in the business, post-death experiences.
Close to death experiences?
Post, after death. Like people who kind of die.
Like bonus content to life.
Bonus content, exactly. Like people who die and come back and what their stories are.
Right.
and working with a team, and we're like putting together these stories. There's actually a very interesting story I wanted to tell you before we go, because it's actually this woman. She claimed she had an afterlife experience where she was in heaven. Like, she claimed she saw a white light. She was suddenly surrounded by people who loved her. And she said she saw Mother Teresa there.
Mother Teresa got to heaven?
She had a halo and everything.
Mother Teresa in heaven?
Mother Teresa, this is crazy. But listen,
that's crazy talk.
She said Mother Teresa spoke to her. And she said Mother Teresa was walking around. This is what Mother Teresa said. And she said she saw Princess Di at one point.
They died in the same, Princess Di and Mother Teresa died almost identical time. Like, I think they both died at the same time.
Right. So like Mother Teresa is telling her the story from beyond the grave.
Wow.
And she said she saw Princess Di had like a bigger halo than her. And she was really mad about it. So she said Mother Teresa told her, she went to St. Peter to complain about it. And she said, do you understand? I just saw Princess Di. She had a bigger halo than me. This shouldn't be important, but it is. Because you know the good works I did with lepers and orphans on earth? Like, why does she have a bigger halo? And then St. Peter told her, oh, that's not a halo, that's a steering wheel. So I'm putting together like stories like that.
Yeah, that's an interesting story. That's a story that a woman experienced, a near-death.
Yeah, and then she came back from beyond, and like she told me and my team of researchers the story.
Right. It's interesting because Mother Teresa and Princess Di died around the same time.
Yeah,
that's interesting. I'm just surprised Mother Teresa.
Angels home.
What?
God took all his angels home.
Yeah, but Mother Teresa told poor people not to use contraception.
She did.
She did. She perpetuated poverty in India.
And there were also all these rumors that she was very wealthy when she died.
She was a hustler.
That's what they say. I don't know. I don't have any evidence.
Well, anybody who tells poor people not to use contraception, I don't think you're going to heaven.
So you're saying that just because you told all those hookers you weren't going to wear a condom, you're not going to heaven now?
I told you that in privacy.
Yes.
And Princess Di.
Actually, past tense, Princess Dead.
Princess Dead. You know, I'm Team Camilla.
Are you really?
I'm Team Camilla.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think Princess Di was going to destroy the firm.
Oh, you think so? You think she's
going to? I think she was. She wanted to destroy Charles. She was doing everything in her power to humiliate the royal family. She was a victim, no doubt. No doubt. But
you also believe that Princess Meghan is a victim? Because she seems like a hustler.
I think if you marry into that family, you should. Again, I think in all seriousness, I think I'm joking about being on Team Camilla, but I think you marry into that family. I think Kate Middleton is an exhibitionist, and she, I think she will. You have to be an exhibitionist, or don't marry in there.
Royalty originally only married other royalty to forge strong alliances.
Right.
So the idea that a royalty would marry someone, because it's such a political job that you're born into.
Mm-hmm.
And it's such a public relations job that you have day to day. And then the idea that you marry someone who's not in that world, it just doesn't make sense. And it's not healthy for anybody.
No, but I should have been, I'm being serious. I should have been Prince Charles. I think I was switched at birth. That I think I would have made a great prince.
You do have that pale inbred look to you.
Yeah.
Your eyes are.
I would like. I just think somebody squeezing my own toothpaste for me.
Right.
Just nothing. my feet never touching the ground. I think that's my destiny. I should have been
Feet
born.
never touching the ground. Is that like
Sorry?
when you say your feet never touching the ground? That's what they used to say about Liberace. Is that how you mean it?
I mean, light in the loafers.
Little light in the loafers. That's what they used to say about him.
Yeah. Yeah, he had light loafers.
They were pale.
They were like
pleasant-
slippers.
They were pale and pleasant. They were like a nice khaki color.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm exhausted. How are you up at 1 a.m. and not exhausted?
It's Christmas Eve.
Oh, it's not.
Have you been a good boy?
I have been ethical.
Yeah.
I have not made fun of you or your listeners about Bernie Sanders once in the last 2 hours.
Mhm.
You know, I probably owe you guys an apology because, you know, like you were always saying, oh, he would be great for bringing the country together and the Democratic Party together. And now he's the chair of the budget subcommittee in the Senate. And he's
Not
just
the subcommittee, not the subcommittee.
the committee. And he's
Yeah.
done an amazing job of bringing everyone together behind Biden for the infrastructure bill.
Yes, he has. The Build Back Better. Yes, he has.
That bill has gone from 7 billion all the way up to 1 billion.
Yes.
Really negotiated. It's like that old joke about the Jewish daughter. Hey, Dad, can I have $50? $40? What do you want $30 for? Okay, here's $20. I want $10 change.
I mean, they say Build Back Better is causing inflation. How can it look at, you know, it's gone from $7 billion to 7 trillion dollars to $1.8 trillion. How is that inflation? Prices come down and Build Back Better. What are they afraid of?
Apparently, the cost of roads and bridges has gone down in the course of a month and a half.
Do you think Manchin will come around?
No, I think this guy has his eyes on a bigger prize than fucking making sure America has a strong infrastructure.
What does Manchin want?
I don't fucking know, man. Honestly, I just kind of am sick of the whole thing.
Yes, I've been reading the business page, and I've been talking about. I've kind of made a decision after Build Back Better died. I've decided on this show I'm going to focus on the business page and start going after the people who pay Joe Manchin's salary.
Actually, I'll tell you the truth, and I'm not kidding. I read the Wall Street Journal now every day.
Me too. It's on my Apple. If you have
I get
Apple,
it delivered.
huh?
I get it delivered. I have a stack right in front of me right now, actually.
Of unread Wall Street journals.
Well, it's been a couple weeks, but
Well, it's a good move to read the Wall Street Journal. It's Rupert Murdoch. Their editorial page, their editorials are horrendous, but they're reporting on corporate America.
it's stellar.
Of course, because
Unlike the
nobody
Times,
hates corporate America more than people who invest in corporate. Nobody wants to tear down corporate America more than people on Wall Street who are shorting stocks or competing with another company. It's a vicious and cruel game. And if you want to find out what's really going on, if you want to learn what Jeff Bezos is doing wrong, read the Financial Times, The Economist, the Wall Street Journal, because
And
it's
the other-
cutthroat.
the other thing is, you know, I kind of cut down my Times subscription to just Sundays because I found New York Times, because I think the news now is poorly written and badly sourced. And it is genuinely slanted. Like I find the reporting in the Wall Street Journal to be more even toned.
I agree with you. And the Financial Times, The Economist, I hate to endorse something that Jeff Bezos owns, but the Washington Post, Politico,
Yep.
the LA Times, the New York Times is more and more problematic for me. They do amazing investigative journalism.
Right.
They don't have anybody on the left, anybody There's not a single columnist from the left.
But they don't have anyone on the right either. So what does that mean?
Everyone is on the right.
Oh, not in the Times.
Oh, come on. Maureen Dowd is a neoliberal.
Oh, well, that's
David Brooks.
that's not right. Neoliberal is a term that was made up by Mother Jones 6 years ago. That doesn't
Not
mean
true.
that doesn't mean anything.
Yes, it does.
Nobody used the term neoliberal until Mother Jones used it 6 years ago.
I do agree that the term has entered the mainstream. But
And then I hear people use it. I'm not going to challenge you on this because I know you know what it means. But there are people who I will talk to who will use the word neoliberal, and then I'll ask them what that means, and they'll have no explanation. It's just like a catch-all for things they don't like.
yeah, well, that's good. I'm looking it up. It's a 20th century term.
Uh-huh.
It comes to the English speakers have used the term neoliberalism since the start of the 20th century with different meanings.
Uh-huh.
It's associated with Hayek, Milton Friedman. Okay. We got to wrap it up.
You mean Uncle Milty?
Uncle Milty.
All
I
right.
love you, buddy.
Well, this was a good 2 hours. I want to do the show again. My next 2 semesters are literally all just me doing classes like English 101, Spanish 1, Geography 101, like all these basic classes that I have to take before I can get a diploma.
Good. Geography is very important.
So I expect to have like a lot more free time than I did because it's all asynchronous also, which means I can do the work in my own time and not have to go to class, which speeds things up a lot because I just do the reading and then take the tests and do well.
I'm proud of you. In all seriousness, I think it's great that you're going to school. Everybody should do it.
Dean's honors list, baby.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm more surprised than anyone.
It'll be great if you just fell asleep. Like you get just in the middle of you just took a nap.
You know, the thing is the heat's on in my apartment. So I'm a little like, woo, but as soon as this is over, I'm going to watch. I just got this box set of Kung Fu movies in the mail today.
Really?
Yeah, the Shaw brothers. Run, Run, Shaw.
Run, Run, Shaw.
Run, Run, Shaw. All these great old Kung Fu flicks. So I'm going to watch one of those maybe tonight. Maybe, I'll watch Succession tonight. Fuck it.
Watch Succession. The acting is great.
Because I got to be in touch with the common man. You know, I got to.
We talked about being the Ricardos, right?
I haven't seen that yet.
Oh, you got to watch Being the Ricardos.
On streaming? I thought that was out in theaters.
It's amazing.
Is it really?
Oh my God. It is up there with Showgirls, The Oscar, and Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. It is one of the worst movies ever made, but in a great way. Like an earnest look at comedy through Aaron Sorkin's.
That guy is flummoxed by comedy. He keeps examining it and coming up empty. That guy can't get his mind around how to make people laugh. It's crazy.
This will be catnip for you because he tries to get inside Lucille Ball's creative process, and it's so heavy-handed and pretentious. Like Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip. Remember that?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. This is as bad good as Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip. And J. Edgar Hoover is the hero in this movie.
Wow.
Yeah. J. Edgar Hoover is the it's amazing. I would watch it again. It's so bad.
Is it streaming or is it in theaters?
It's streaming.
Okay, I'll find it.
Yeah, it is
I'll watch it.
Exquisitely horrible.
Because I just watched Beyond the Valley of Dolls. Actually, I have it on Blu-ray because I was so amazed.
Tell people what that movie is and why they need to see it.
It is a movie co-written by Roger Ebert, the for some reason highly respected film critic.
Oh, he's a good film critic. He was a good film critic.
He was okay.
I liked it. I agreed with him. Go ahead.
And Russ Myers, who also directed, who is a sexploitation director, a very great one actually, but just he's famous for movies with like women with big breasts and big asses. And that was kind of like his motif. And it is a movie that looks at the 60s swinging calendar culture from a perspective that did not exist on planet Earth at any point. There's just basically two nerds who never got
Susan
laid.
Hayward in it.
I think so. I would have to look that up.
Yeah.
But like two nerds who never got laid, who imagined what it would be like to get laid all the time. And they were really clearly angry about it because everyone like fucking is also a violent psychosociopath for some reason. And it's an amazing movie. It's beautiful. It looks great. A character at one point falls almost to his death, and I could not stop laughing about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's phenomenal. It's an
Have you
amazing.
seen the Oscar?
Is that's not the Stallone one? No, that's Oscar, which is also
No, the Oscar. It came out in the mid '60s, and it's about this guy Stephen Boyd. His name. He plays Frankie Fain, and it's the story of his career. Tony Bennett.
Yes, and
does an acting turn. As Tony Bennett is as great an actor, is as bad an actor as he is great a singer. Milton Berle's in this, Elkie Summer, Jill St. John, Joseph Cotton, Milton Berle, Ernest Borgnine. The Oscar.
That's the one that starts at the Oscar ceremony, right?
Yes,
and then
yes.
I remember the flashback to this.
Yes.
I thought Dean Martin was in that, but it's Tony Bennett. Okay.
Tony Bennett. It's a masterpiece.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Of horrible.
It is
on every level. It's just, but it's great. I mean, you just can't stop watching it. I think Being the Ricardos may be up there. It's really bad. Nicole Kidman as Lucille Ball. What's great about it is she's halfway there.
Right.
And that's what makes it so great. Javier
Javier
Bardem is good.
I want Aaron Sorkin to go crazy and force them to remake the Long Long Trailer next.
What's that?
That's the Lucille Ball, Desi Arnaz film.
Oh yeah. Where they have
where they have a trailer.
But Lucille Ball she and Julia Louis-Dreyfus are the greatest TV comics ever.
I would agree. I would say if there's a top five, there's there are two in there for sure. Maybe Phil Silvers is in there.
Right.
Jackie Gleason.
Right.
And I don't know who number 5 would be. Maybe David Letterman.
Lucille Ball. There are people who don't know who Lucille Ball is. Go back and watch I Love Lucy. And Desi Arnaz was amazing as an actor too.
He's a great straight man.
He also he was more than that.
But you know what?
It's really interesting to see Nicole Kidman, who was one of the greatest actors ever, not being able to recreate Lucille Ball's magic.
Well, Lucille Ball, I mean, also like she's someone who did a movie with the Marx Brothers. She did a movie with Fred Astaire. Like she really came up in the studio system in a way that that Nicole Kidman didn't have to. Like she did a lot of day part in great little movies.
Right.
She really kind of learned her craft piece by piece from these great actors, comic actors, like physical actors. Like you can see in Lucille Ball in I Love Lucy, all the different pieces that she took from all these great old vaudevillians that she used to work with.
Yeah. Fred Mertz was in vaudeville. William Frawley was in vaudeville.
He was. And, Desi Arnaz was practically in vaudeville in terms of like the kind of act he did.
Right.
Babalu.
All right. You know what Lucille Ball's middle name was?
What? Is this how you're going to end your show, David?
Hmm?
Is this really how we're going to end your show? Okay. What's Lucille Ball's? David, wait, hold on. Let me set this up. You know, David, I understand that these actors have some crazy names today. Like,
Yeah.
for instance, I understand Lucille Ball had a crazy middle name. What was it?
I had a
why I oughta.
I had a ball. Lucy, I had,
Why I oughta.
and I had a ball talking to you,
All right. Well, this is great.
sucking my zipper.
Let's
And
do
I-
this again, but shorter.
This was great. Liam McEnany, how do people follow you?
David, this segment was almost as long as the theme song for the last segment.
I'll talk to you soon.
Well, you can find me on socials at I'm on Twitter at Hey It's Liam, and I'm on Instagram at Radio Liam, and I'm on Facebook, but I am switching to Substack, but I will let people know before I do. It'll be a few months before I can make the switch fully.
Okay.
All right, man. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you. Oh, come on, Liam.
I'm a little stinker.
What?
I'm a little stinker.
That was rude. I want to thank all our guests. I have no idea who was on the show today. It
Marianne
was
Cummings.
No, I can do it. Russ Baker.
Cummings, thank you for coming. Professor Ann Lee, thank you for coming. Hudnay Hussein.
Adnan Hussein.
Adnan Hussein, thank you for coming. Alan Minsky, the night that
Alan Minsky.
the night they rated Alan Minsky's.
Right?
Thank you for coming. Jonathan Bick, thank you for coming. Who else was on your show tonight?
Professor Harvey J.K.
What other unfuckable nerds did you have on your show?
Come on, be nice. Be nice. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn.
Oh my God, that guy never gets laid.
Emil Guillermo.
Mil Guillermo.
Ethan Hirschenfeld.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld. Professor Ben Burgess. And I think, and Russ Baker from Who, What, Why.
This
I
is
think
like this is like the segment in Romper Room with the magic mirror. I see John Hayes. I see Bernie Ho Baby Cat.
Bernie Ho, remember Bernie Ho Baby Cat?
Yeah, she was fucking.
Is she here?
She was having a little manic episode in the chat earlier.
You were supposed to marry her.
Oh, I went to Vegas. She was too scared to meet me. What are you gonna do?
I remember trying to fix you up with Bernie Ho Baby Cat.
I found her old MySpace account. It's all right.
Her old MySpace account.
Remember that? I sent her MySpace. I found her MySpace account.
I don't remember.
Anyway, I'm all about Marianne Cummings now. She and I are Facebook friends, and I think that's leading to something more.
Really?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Okay. That's what. Well, come to office hours.
I'm going to be busy tomorrow.
You don't want to do The Godfather with me?
I have a friend who who watches Die Hard at his house every year.
Mm-hmm.
I already promised I would go to that.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'd love to.
I sense sarcasm.
All right.
I sense.
Thanks for having me on the show, man. I'll talk to
Oh,
you soon.
yeah. And congratulations on being asked back.
Oh, man. It's show business's highest honor.
Is to be invited. I think you're in the 600 club. I think you've been on this show. You're at 600 timer, I believe.
Speaking of your friend Steve. All right, man. I got to go.
All right. Thank
Bye.
you. That's our show. If you're not doing anything tomorrow night or tonight, hold it. Today is Friday. It's Christmas Eve. So please join us Christmas Eve at office hours. All you need is a Zoom account and meet better people. I think we're going to do The Godfather. I'm not sure. And it's fun. And then all you have to do is go to my website to get a link. And while you're over there, sign up for my newsletter. Friend me on Facebook, follow me on Twitter. Please support all the authors who come on this show, and please give them good reviews wherever you buy their books and listen to their podcasts. We have a YouTube channel. Please subscribe to that. Please subscribe to the show wherever you get your podcasts. And I don't have the wherewithal to sign off properly. Do I? Maybe I do. We've shut down all the equipment until we clean up the computer. And I want to thank Dan Frankenberger in the newsroom, who couldn't be with us today because he's a normal person who goes on vacation. I'm David Feldman. Remember to stay strong and protect the weak.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. To tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.